What are you guys all being so sweet for today, huh? Hi everyone, my name is Sun, your local fox boy. Cowboy! We're cowboys today! There's cowboys in today's case. But hello, hello. Put him up, partner! It's cowboy season! I love you guys so much. Hello, hello. Today we are playing the final case. Not the final case chronologically, but the last case we need to officially say that we finished the Ace Attorney trilogy. It's the butt hat. Yeah! You're like, this is the hat. I'm the sheriff. I'm the sheriff of Mordenwood. Our good old town. And I will hydrate, thank you. Hello, hello. I don't remember a lot about this case. I know, like, the key points, but a lot of the middle, I don't recall at all. So, this case doesn't really come up too often, aside from the characters themselves. So, plot-wise, I don't remember a lot. So, we're gonna be going through this together and maybe seeing if I remember. There's gonna be cowboys. There's gonna be 3D! We have 3D technology today! And also, I just remember the stair. There's gonna be some fun characters. I made a new redeem today. Hopefully it works, and if not, we can troubleshoot it. But hi everyone. Vanna, thank you so much for the first of the day. Spook, thank you so much for your first. Thank you for passing the Yowie and getting the lights. Hello, hello everyone. Look at all you guys. How are you guys doing today? My favorite little guy. That's my favorite little guy. All my favorite little guys are in chat right now. Ooh, thank you for the bento. There's no cooldown on it, but you're limited to how many you could throw, which I guess doesn't make sense because I'm not going to use this command that often. So, you know, maybe I'll take off the limits. Spanish rewards. And everyone is live. Is everyone live today? I don't know. What's going on? Who's interrupted my trial Thursday? Let's see. Where's the bento? You know what? I'm going to take off the cooldown, but I'm gonna increase the price. Bento inflation, everyone. Alright. That should be okay. Hi, everyone. Hi. I'm excited. So, it's gonna be a longer case. I believe this is the longest case of the original Ace Attorney trilogy. So, I don't know how long it's gonna take me to finish this, but I'm gonna do my best. At least of the first game, it's the longest. I don't know if it's as long as, like, Trials and Tribulations cases. Putting my art prof. Hope it goes well. No fish today. Not until we hit break. You'll get fish when we hit BRB. Let's see. Anything else I had to cover? So the plan is, we stream today. We kind of hit a halfway point, and then I continue streaming tomorrow, and that's the format that my Ace Attorney streams are gonna be on from now on. Once we hit the next trilogy, that's the format I'm gonna be taking. And thank you, I am cute. And handsome. It all come. I'm a package deal cowboy. And you guys did vote online on your computer internet that you wanted me to put on a little hat versus a pair of sunglasses. So we got that. We're gonna meet a character that's gonna be very important starting next week. I don't know if I want to do it next week. Should we start Ace Attorney next week, or should we wait the week after? That's my... I say Ace Attorney. It's all Ace Attorney. Phoenix Wright is the first trilogy. Apollo Justice is the second trilogy. Sun is a menace and a pest. That is why he's my role model. Oh, I do my best to inspire. Up to you. Well, April 4th will be my debut anniversary. So do we want to play Apollo Justice? Do we want to start Apollo Justice on my debut-versary? Or do we want to do something else on that day? That's up to you guys. What do you want to see? My debut-versary will not be like a huge thing. I'll have something fun, obviously, but sometime later in April, I want to have our Y2K party, and also like an official like debut-versary then. But yeah, let's do something fun on the 4th. Well, the Y2K is gonna happen later in April. I'm not choosing whether to do the Y2K on the debut-versary or not. I'm choosing to do that later regardless. Don't worry. It's just like, do we want to do a different game on the 4th, or do like more chatting on that game? More like April. I mean, a spot of trouble on the 4th. We'll have to see. Don't worry. No one's in any pressure to join in. It's really just the first time I ever streamed is really what it's celebrating. So it doesn't have to be anything too exciting. I don't think I recall really doing anything too wild on my debut-versary. Maybe we can work on stuff that day for the Y2K, you know? I'm thinking that maybe for the Y2K, what makes more sense? If I wanted to have a Y2K themed party, would it make more sense if I played games from 1999? We can watch your debut that day. I will cringe into oblivion. Can we start fires? I can't stop you. I would have no say on whether you do or not. I don't like watching my old VOD videos because my voice is very different. Because that is like the first time I've ever streamed, and I had a very different microphone back then. I was borrowing a microphone. So it wasn't really picking up my voice with the filters it had on unless I spoke in like a higher register. So 8 did come out in 1999. I thought so. I wasn't sure if it came out in 2000 or 1999. I could play Final Fantasy 8. What games came out in 1999? A couple, actually. There's like a good chunk of games that came out. Here, you're gonna see my color grading change. Games from 1999. And we'll count US release / like other country release, if that is the case, if there is a difference. Ooh, it's bright. That's fine. Chrono Cross, Dead or Alive 2, Donkey Kong 64, Final Fantasy 8, Gran Turismo 2, Spyro 2, Mario Party, Pokemon Gold Silver, Resident Evil 3, Street Fighter 3, Soul Reaver, Tomb Raider, The Last Revelation, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, Ape Escape, Roller Coaster Tycoon, EverQuest. I don't know what that one is. They already ate in 1999? The Final Fantasy series is much older than it seems. It seems that shouldn't be the case now because the games come out a lot less frequently throughout these days, and there's like a lot of remakes and stuff like that. But let's see, when did like the first one come out? The first game came out in the 80s. There's a lot more. That's just what's on the top of Wikipedia. There's way more that came out that are a lot more niche too. But we can go through this one of the days. Is it critically acclaimed titles? Operated game. Oh, this is like for Game Awards. What was like actual release? Give me like actual notable releases. What else do we have? Marvel Superheroes vs. Street Fighter on the PlayStation 1. SimCity 3000. Army Men 3D. Star Wars X-Wing Alliance. Need for Speed High Stakes. Pepsi Man! Pepsi Man came out in 1999. That's like 10 years after Pong. What, the 80s or 1999? Oh, Pokemon Snap came out in 99? I could play Pokemon Snap. I could play the new one. I could play the old one too, if I pay like a little bit of money for the subscription. I love Pokemon Snap. I'm so bad at it though. Pong came out in 72. Oh, okay. We went from Pong, a decade later we got Final Fantasy 1. Technology's great. Team Fortress? Huh? 1999? Oh my god, it did. I didn't realize that Team Fortress was that old. Baldur's Gate? Sounds about right. I just don't, I wasn't aware. I thought it was like a lot more recent. Persona 2? Mario Golf. The new Tetris. Whoa. TF2 is Grandpa Agent. You know, I've never thought about that it's called Team Fortress 2. Hold on, it is a sequel, isn't it? Wait, oh my god, wait. It even says Team Fortress Classic on here. Did they rename it that retroactively? Wait, I don't play, so I guess it never clicked. Because I've just heard it as like Team Fortress. I guess TFT, Team Fortress 2. I guess that makes way more sense. I've never played it. I've never took into consideration that 2 is because it is a sequel to an older game. I don't know. I don't play video games. Now I know. It's like gamer lore now. Okay. What else do we have? NFL. Soul Calibur, the first one. Sonic Adventure. Also came out at 99. Homeworld. Tony's Final Fantasy 6? No, that's not right. It might have been a re-release. Oh, it was a port. Okay, so some of these are actually listing the like ports to different game consoles in 1999. Okay, yeah, Pikachu Special Edition. Okay. I'll have to double check then what actual games came out in 90. I guess it doesn't matter too. We can cheese it. Like that's how you know someone's legit. Not one of the normies, but I've infested the gaming community to not to be that guy. No, I feel that. I get that. I understand. Legend of Dragoon. Wake. Landscape Mario Party 2. Sonic the Hedgehog. Harvest Moon 64. That's right. 99. The 90s is like Nintendo 64 era. Is this right? Did I know that there was a Harvest Moon for the 64? Did this come out to the US? It's the second one. Yeah, I like Harvest Moon's art style. Or Cowboys. It's the Cowboy era. We're manifesting Cowboys. Incidentally, we have Cowboys in the game today. Becky, get out of the lobby. You're permitted in Fortnite, but not here. Return to Hot Topic from whence you came. Comes in laughing so hard I'm crying? What's up? What's up, Chief? Cowboys, yeah. Yeah, Cowboys. It's Cowboy season. The gacha games are publishing Cowboys. They're releasing Cowboy banners. I got Cowboys on my timeline. What else? There's Cowboys in Ace Attorney that we're gonna be seeing today. Hopefully sooner than later. I think we see a lot of the characters early on. We're just gonna get right into it. Time for Red Dead Redemption 3. It's Cowboy season. I drew a shirtless cowboy this week. It's great. Things are good. They drink coffee, ride horse, wear assless chaps. I got mistaken for a bot and banned from stream because it popped in for the first time in a long time with a random factoid. You had to start with hi. If it's not a DM, you can start with hi. I want barbecue chicken now. I had way too much pork belly this week. I had a lot yesterday, and then I forgot because I went out to eat yesterday, and I forgot that I had prepped pork belly to eat for lunch today. Ooh, do tell? I just like pork belly. I just went out to like this buffet that happened to have like pork belly on its menu, and I was so happy. I was like, I gotta eat more pork belly. No complaints, but it's a lot of fat. It's a lot of collagen, which is great for your skin, really. But hopefully my tummy will be okay. You have too much. It's like half hard fat, but it's so tasty. You cook it right. If you salt it to draw out the moisture, and then you broil it, it gets all crispy. It's real good and salty. It's great. If you have too much fat, you know, the body doesn't like it. It kind of lubes up the insides, and everything comes out a lot faster. How'd you cook yours? Normally I do it in a pan, but I was running out of time today, so I put it in the air fryer. But I had it cure overnight in some salt, draw out the moisture, put it in the air fryer, and like one side, flip it for half the time, and then make sure the fat side is up so it gets all crisp. And I had it over some rice. Good stuff, good stuff. That's what I have most weeks. I had this whole thing of pork jowl. Give it a little smooch between flips. Air fryer. Have fatty foods in moderation. You know, it's good as a treat. It was pork jowl, actually. It wasn't pork belly. I lied. I had pork belly yesterday and pork jowl today, which is more fat. All right. Let's get into the game because I'm gonna keep thinking about my lunch. I don't know how to cook pork belly, but I can't sharpen a knife to save my life. It doesn't, you can use any kind of knife, really. It doesn't have to be super sharp. You score the meat side, and the fat side, the skin side, you poke holes in it. Just poke a bunch of little holes in it. You ever see, like, what's it called? What do we do with steak? How do we like, we take like a fork or like that device that has a bunch of little knives at the end of it, and we poke a bunch of holes in it? You want to poke holes on the skin side and score the meat side. Salt, a little bit of sugar, spices of your choice. Running the fell court lots. But I love pork. It's so good. we love pork belly in this house. All right, I'm gonna blast music in my ear. Let's go over to here. All right. Let me know if the volume's a-okay. Let's turn this off. And I have different save files because we are actually going to return to here. Rise from the ashes. We're turning back the clock to right after. It should be right after Turnabout Goodbyes. It should be right after the whole thing where we've solved the DL6 case, but right before Edgeworth leaves us forever. And by forever, I mean like a year. How long the stream's gonna be? It's gonna be a two-parter today, so I'm gonna go as late as I can, so at least 5 or 6 hours, and then it'll be like the halfway point for tomorrow. Ooh. Oh, this is the... Yeah, look at that! It's 3D! 3D technology! It's not pixelated. Two separate people, perhaps? Oh. It's been 2 months since Maya left the office. So cool then to make an entire franchise about an asexual attorney. He's not. He's married. Where'd she go? So after the end of the last case, returning back to time, I think this is back in 2016 now. Maya basically went back to her home to continue her training. And who's the ace attorney? Me. I'm the ace attorney. Yeah, Maya, we no longer have Maya in the office because she went home to continue her training. She comes back in the next game and subsequently, but she's not here now. 2 months without a single... We're jobless. We haven't earned any money. Let me adjust my mic real quick. I've had offers, but none I took. That is, until the day that girl showed up. February 22nd. This is probably 2017 then. Because the last case was in December 2016, I think. Ace Attorney Phoenix and Ass Attorney Edgeworth. Why do I come here to the office every day? Not like I want to work. There you are, finally! Where have you been? My sister's trial is tomorrow. Who are you? It doesn't matter who I am. It only matters who you are. The famous defense attorney, Mia Fey. Oh, you're not Mia Fey, are you? I'm sorry, but Miss Mia Fey no longer works here. So you are the coffee boy? I'm Phoenix Wright, a defense attorney. Right. Wait, you're the Phoenix Wright? The Phoenix Wright from the Edgeworth murder case? Yes, that's correct. It wasn't Edgeworth who was murdered, though. That's a relief, then. You're better than nobody. I'm sorry. I'm afraid I'm not taking cases right now. But you are Phoenix Wright, right? The undefeated defense attorney? Look, I'm not accepting any new cases. I'm sorry, but you'll have to try elsewhere. Please! I'm out of time! But... Please, you have to help. It's my sister. Maya? Could it be? Okay, I'll hear you out. Really? Thank you so much! My name's Emma. Emma Sky. I'm a scientific investigator. Scientific investigator? I love Emma so much. We were being reminded of the first time we met Maya. Maya got some explaining to do about hijacking her reputation? Huh? As we were seeing Babby Emma again after being used to her older personality, yeah. Not this specific. In later on when we see her. Little spoilers there. But this is the character that almost led me down the path of becoming a forensic scientist instead of an artist. There was just something about how like charismatic she was and how cool the idea of like scientific forensics and all that was. I was like, that'd be kind of fun. And I was good at science too. I was real good at chemistry. So it was almost the case. Hey Emma, look at my badge. See this? It's my attorney's badge. Well, I've never seen a real one before. You're the first one who's actually been interested in mine, believe me. Its composition is mostly silver. The gold plating is flaking a bit. She analyzed it. Scientifically. There doesn't appear to be any corrosion due to sulfides. I'd give you $50 for it. Sorry, but it's not for sale. Yet. I may do work in that field one day, to be honest. Ooh. It's very interesting. I feel like I could have gone with it, but I was more dedicated to doing art. But who knows? There's the AU where I became a forensic scientist. Solving crime. I don't know. What else would they do, really? Emma, was it? So you're a scientific investigator? Yes, that's right. Is something wrong? Also, let me mention that I love her, like, little badges. I want these. And also her glasses. I would like to cosplay Emma. Her outfit's really cute. No, it's just, you seem kind of, jumpy. Or maybe just young? Do we know how old Emma is yet? Oh. It's Edgeworth. She's 16 right now. She's a high school junior. Young? I'll be 16. Oh, I didn't. She was gonna tell me anyway. I'll be 16 years old this year. Oh, I see. Wait, only 16? I'm set to be formally assigned in forensics in 3 more years. My work is becoming quite well known. At my age, no less. So what exactly is your current position then? Well, legally speaking, I guess you'd call me an 11th grader. But I'm ready to do my job, and my age, no less. Great, another future professional in training. My current position is standing in your office. She's so cute. Look at her glasses. What's this about a case? You said the trial's tomorrow? My sister didn't do it. She wouldn't stab someone with a knife. She wouldn't. So, it's a murder case. I don't care if there's a witness who saw her do it. She didn't do it. I know she didn't do it. It's a scientific fact. And there's a witness. Just talk to her. You have to talk to her. Right. I suppose I will. I promised her I'd bring Mia Fey, but that's interesting. How would she know Mia? She's about a half a year too late. At this point, a lot of people still don't know that Mia is dead, because this is only maybe a couple months after her murder case, which is the first case of the game. I told my sister 1,000 times, you ever murder someone, don't get blood everywhere. So you want to be a scientific investigator when you grow up then? Excuse me? I'm not a child, I'll have you know. Still, it's good to have a goal, albeit a very unusual one. I believe investigation should be done scientifically. Don't you? Yeah. Can't fault her sure can't fault her for a lack of enthusiasm. If this case is handled scientifically, I'm sure my sister's name will be cleared. Your sister? I've been doing research, you know. I'm developing a new scientific method of case investigation. I'll show you when I'm done. I'm looking forward to it. Guess I should get down to the detention center and talk to her sister. My sister asked for Mia specifically. This Mia Fey person was a few years below her in school. They went to the same school, huh? She always told me to go to Mia if I ever needed a defense attorney. And well, I need one. Incidentally, Mia is a woman. Now that you mention it, I guess it is more of a woman's name than a man's. Oh, it's nice of you to help your sister out like this. You must be close. Well, actually, when she gets like she is now, I kind of hate her. Huh? But she's my only family. Your only family? What about your parents? They died in a car accident when I was little. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, we have nothing else to talk about. Let's go down to the detention center. Star! PC doesn't like Blender loading? That seems about right. How's Teamfight Tactics? Did you win? Did you win? Hi Raiders, my name is Son, your local Fox Boy, Kumio artist, lawyer, investigators to be, Cowboy today. Welcome in, welcome in. We are starting the last case of the first Ace Attorney game, and it's gonna be part 1 today. We are helping out in a murder case. Well, we agreed to go talk to this girl's sister. I got top 3 each 3 games. New season is fun. I do want to play it. Ooh, I do like Teamfight. I gotta have the time. I gotta make the time to play it though. I have too many games on my roster. Investa Cowboy, yeah. Hopefully you tactfully fought those teams. Isn't there like a new thing where it's like a heart-shaped bond? I'll kidnap you to play it someday? Yeah. Where it's like fated. It's like you can have a fated pair, and it's like a Phelios and Set. Aren't they part of like a fated pair thing? And they'll get a bonus if you put them together? There is a fated. I've only seen that because for some reason I get Set Fel on my timeline all the time. I wonder what's wrong with Emma. She got quiet all of a sudden as soon as we arrived. Guard, I thought I told you I didn't want visitors. Sorry, ma'am. It's just your sister. Funny enough, Aphelios and his sister don't share the same traits. I guess that makes sense. Wait, so you can have a Luna in the game? Or in Team Fight? Did they put her in Team Fight? No excuses. Or did you not want to raise or did you not want to raise this year? Understood, ma'am. Is Umbrella involved? That's cool. Oh, I have to check it out then. I didn't know that. What was that all about? There she is. Hi, Lana. Funny. I seem to remember specifically telling you not to come here. Perhaps my memory is failing. Look. I didn't want to come here either, okay? But your trial's tomorrow, and you still don't have a defense attorney. I'll be the one in court tomorrow. This has nothing to do with you, Emma. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright? Hey, how do you know me? Mia mentioned you. I've heard quite a bit. Sorry. What exactly is it that you do? My name is Lana. Lana Sky. I'm chief prosecutor for this district. You're a prosecutor? She is the chief prosecutor. She's in charge of all the other prosecutors and all the guards and investigations that take place. I guess Aphelios is fated for Yaoi. It's meant to be. They know what they're doing. Two sisters. One a lawyer. Could this be a coincidence? It's just like Mia and Maya. When the system takes itself to court. Prosecutor wrap up in a crime? What a twist! What a twist! We as a defense attorney have to defend a prosecutor? We have to defend the person making us bust our butts for the past several years? Well, Lana is not in charge of us. She is the chief prosecutor. So she's in charge of all the other prosecutors. So like Edgeworth, anyone else who comes over. I'm sure Winston Payne. We've never had to deal with Lana. We've never met Lana before. Emma. Lana. I mean, they're just like... Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? Lana won those medals in the Law War. Yeah, what are all these medals for? I love her design, but like, I like these little tassels on her shoulder. Really not a single first try conviction. She's horrible at her job. Your badge looks new. I polish it daily. In a few years, the gold plating will flake off. You know what? Emma was just mentioning that it was flaking. Then we'll see the real you. That line hits so much harder knowing where the game series goes. In a few years, the plating will fall off. Then we'll see the real you. Whatever happened to innocent small talk? Give it 3 years. Then we'll see what you've become. Alright. There's something you should know from the start. Which is... the suspect in this case has confessed to the crime. Huh? Oh, wait! But the suspect... the suspect is... me. I did it. Well, Mr. Wright? Well, why don't you begin by telling me exactly what happened? And 3 years later, Phoenix was still a goober. How many more entries in the series is there? So, we have turned back to the first game. This is the end of the first game of the first trilogy. There is Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney, Justice for All, Trials and Tribulations. We just finished Trials and Tribulations the other week. I'm going to also play Apollo Justice, Dual Destinies, and Spirit of Justice, which are 3 more games. There's also 2 Edgeworth spin-offs, 2 prequel games, The Great Ace Attorney, and then the Phoenix Wright Professor Layton crossover, which is sort of its own AU. There's so much to this picture. In the base timeline going forward, there is just 3 more games. But there's like 6 total. There's 2 trilogies that they've broken it up into, basically, of the main game series. 6 and then 2 prequels. It is a lot. It is a lot. And the Trials and Tribulations does take place about 3 years later. And then we have a bit of a time skip. The crime took place yesterday, February 21st, at 5:15 p.m. It's quite specific. It was a witness's It was in the witness's disposition. A witness clearly saw me committing the crime. My, that was a bit of bad luck, wasn't it? We have to defend Lana. We have to defend her under the assumption that she is innocent, but she has confessed to the crime. So we're just going, ooh, someone saw you? That's kind of bad luck. The crime took place in the underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office. The body was found in the trunk of my subordinate's car. The prosecutor's office, huh? In your subordinate's car trunk? Classy. I was arrested on the spot. Caught red-handed, as it were. Well, that's just great. So who is the victim? An investigator with the police department. I suppose the correct term is detective. A detective? Death was due to loss of blood. He was stabbed once in the stomach. By you? Death wasn't immediate. The wound was fatal. I see. Allow me to repeat myself, Mr. Wright. The victim was a detective. You know what that means, don't you? Uh-oh. What? Mr. Wright, what does it mean? Well, it means that the police department will call it a matter of pride to have me found guilty. They will use any means at their disposal to do so. It means Gumshoe is getting promotion. It means there's a vacant spot now. This case gets worse and worse with everything I learn. You're the chief prosecutor? That's correct. I'm responsible for overseeing every trial handled by the prosecutors in this district. I make sure the prosecutors have what they need to do the job, and manage every aspect. Those are my responsibilities in a nutshell. Awfully large nutshell. Still, I'm a little surprised. I would think you'd recognize the district's chief prosecutor, Mr. Wright. Huh? In fact, it seems impossible you wouldn't. Lana? What happened to your hand? Oh, this? I cut myself by accident. When I stabbed him, that is. Huh? I'm not very good at being a criminal, I suppose. How am I supposed to defend this? I have to change the subject. Wait, she was in the class ahead of Mia, wasn't she? Relation to Mia. I have to mention, it's so funny that For our sake, Phoenix doesn't know certain people or things to be able to introduce them to us. But Lana going, how do you not know who the chief prosecutor is? It's so funny to me. You were in school with Mia, correct? A few years above her? Emma told that too, did she? Oh, well, why not? I did drag him all the way here from his office. Although it seems he has very little in common with Mia. Hey. It was in law school. I was in my 3rd year, and she was auditing the class. She was different than her other she was different than the other students. Different? She was strong. She'd do anything to become a defense attorney. Anything. That was probably why she was attracted to me. Excuse me? Intellectually attracted. Lana was the top of her class in school. That's what they call it these days? Look, I know Mia. Mia had piercing eyes and a chest that would knock over a French restaurant. I was the best there was. Lana's bragging that Mia totally had a crush on her in school. Oh. I'm doing pretty good in school too, by the way. Sounds a bit different when Emma says it. Well, Mr. Wright? Excuse me? As you can plainly see, I'm admitting my guilt. I think it's safe to say, there's no way you can take this case. None. But Lana... Why? Why are you doing this to me? You never think of anyone but yourself. I know you didn't do it, Lana. I know. So how can you say that you did? If I lose you, I'll be all alone. I hate you, Lana. Mr. Wright? Yes? I believe our discussion here is ended. The rest, I leave to you. You mean you're requesting my services as your defense? Don't lose any sleep over it. The client has confessed, after all. The case is over. Right. I'll do what I can to get to the bottom of this. Lana has confessed to the crime, yes. But something doesn't fit. It's that look in Emma's eyes. There's something else going on here. And I'm gonna find out what. We're gonna do it! We're gonna solve this case! I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. Huh? About what? My sister. She's not always like that, you know. I just never expected to be defending another prosecutor again. She's changed a lot. It's also been 2 months since we defended Edgeworth. She used to be so gentle, always smiling. Everybody really liked her. I see. Sorry, but I'm having trouble imagining that. What happened to her? I don't know for certain myself. I think maybe she... well, maybe not. Sounds like there's something there that defies a simple scientific explanation. Let's go check out this underground parking lot in the prosecutor's office, shall we? Okay. It was an intellectual attraction. That's it, that's all. Don't ask around. Don't look into it. There's nothing more into it. Is there really something else to do, or is Emma just not right? Emma is hiding stuff. Lana's hiding stuff from us. We'll find out. What happened to her? Well, Mia wrote a call-out post on Twitter.com. Oh my god, it all makes sense. Alright, no new dialogue. Parking lot! A ladder. This is the lot where it all happened? Looks like they're still investigating. Funny that my first visit to the prosecutor's office should be like this. Oh, this is our first time in the prosecutor's office. We really don't see it that much. Hey, everyone! Keep up the good work! Hey, what are you thinking? Well, they're gonna be my coworkers in 3 years from now on, after all. She's establishing good relations early. Good job, good job. Ladder! Or step ladder. No harm in saying hello. Actually, there is. You know what? Attorneys aren't supposed to be, Actually, there is. You know attorneys aren't supposed to examine crime scenes? I'm trying not to stand out too much here, see? Hey there. You expecting to go unnoticed here, partner? Partner? What do we have here? Looks like a Bambina got loose from the ranch and is up to no good. Folks gotta learn to keep him dog is tied down, partner. Cowboy! Cowboy appeared! It's him! Mr. Marshall! Marshall? Looks more like a sheriff to me. Looky here, Bambina. I know how you feel. But this is my gang's gold strike, see? Strike? This is our claim, our territory. With a motherload of evidence. If you're fixing to mess with that, with what's ours, you'll regret it, partner. He's gonna shoot us! You know what the dreams the cacti out in the desert dream? You want to? What's this guy talking about? What are you drinking there? Marshall, what are you drinking there? Head along home now. Happy trails, Bambina. Is that a hombre friend of yours? Kind of, sort of. Yeah, he's a detective. Who thinks he's a sheriff from the Wild West, it seems. I love that Phoenix is always just under the impression that people are really heavily playing into their roles that they pick, you know? Because this is just California. Alright. Let's look around. Someone dropped a wallet. What's this? A wallet? Excuse me, officer. Wait! What are you doing, Mr. Wright? What am I doing? I just found this wallet, so I'm handing it over to the police. I don't believe it. This is real basic. Anything at a crime scene is evidence. Let's be scientific about this, please. Just put it in your pocket. How is that scientific? How is that scientific? Sounds like theft to me. A foldable wallet found at the crime scene. There seems to be something inside. Maybe it's money. We haven't been taking jobs for 2 months. We hastily stuffed it in our pocket. I'm your so-called duty, I'm called to duty already. And at my tender age. Here, I'll teach you the trick to examining evidence in detail, okay? Ooh. So, this case was not in the original game, because this was added at the during the DS re-release of this game, during the DS port. So they were like, oh, we have technology, we can add 3D things. So if some of the stuff here looks way more different than the first game's sprites and everything is, it's because it was added later. 2 months. The way his friend spends money. Well, Phoenix hasn't been around other people for 2 months. He's not been taking jobs. Maya went back home. I don't know where Edgeworth is. And back in my day, when you did this instead of DLC, right, you just retroactively add in story. By the way, her eyes are sparkling. I can tell she's been waiting for this. Okay, now. Look at the court record. You have to be sure to examine the evidence carefully on all sides. Then he's be like, MDNI, you guys keep pressuring me to commit crimes. Now, let's start examining from every angle. I love this. Look at that. Look, I think there might be a clue here. You should check it out with a press of enter. Oh. This is an ID card. Sergeant Bruce Goodman. ID 5842189. See? Well, isn't scientific investigation useful? Phoenix, bud, you need your glasses. Phoenix can't read, that's fine. I guess, though I don't see what science has to do with it. This model did not upscale well. There's a lot of things that kind of got janky in the upscale. It's fine. It got better later. Let's be sure to examine every piece of evidence we find. Guess we've got to be on our toes from now on. I will admit, some of the stuff does look better in, like, pixel sprites. I mean, the card? Well, can I, like... Oh! Look at that. So, this model looks pretty good, but a lot of it isn't very high quality because a lot of it was pixel art. It was like a lot of sprite art back in the DS era, Game Boy DS. So like a lot of these didn't have to be so heavily detailed because like the simpler the better it read. So this is what the back of the badge looks like. I don't know why there's not more references of, like, the items in 3D online. I never played this game on the DS. I think I originally watched someone play the first case. Not the first case, but, like, the first of the trilogy. And then I got into the game series on the DS. But... I think I played the first game too, but I think I flew by it much faster because I already known the story. And I always thought it had a safety pin. It's a screw. Each batch has a number carved into it. That way you can tell which attorney it belongs to. But no one ever checks. This part is useless. Considering that we've given this badge out for other people to use, and also someone has faked a lawyer badge. You mean you couldn't lend your badge to anyone? No, I'd be found right away. Well, that's no fun. They didn't find out right away. Oh, I can WASD it? Oh. I can just look at the card now. Police department. Wait, can we read what this says? Oh. Something... something ing... something you... something 100%... something else. Rotate. I over-rotated it. How do I... what's the rotation model here? Follow the law. Follow 100% of the law. Follow the law. Well, it says Sergeant Bruce Goodman ID. Okay, I can actually read that. So this probably says something, but it's so low res. Except for this part. Zoom in. Oh! Still can't read it, though. Okay, back. Something dark side. I love that though. I think there are certain mechanics that they did have on the DS that we're not going to be able to do here because they had the microphone on the DS. So they're not going to make us do those here. Aha! A ladder! That's a step ladder? What's the difference? In scientific terms, please. Scientific, huh? Look at the basic nature of things, Mr. Wright. All seems so horribly familiar somehow. Okay, I just got an achievement. I have examined every possible conversation for the ladder versus stepladder argument throughout the trilogy. Blah. Thank you for the bento. Here, a phone. Let's see if it works. Hey, don't touch stuff we don't need to be touching. I can't hear anything. My ears! No! My ears! Maybe it's due to the barometric pressure. What is she babbling about? Hey! What did you just say? Say you can hear just fine. The phone's broken. Let's go! A lawyer must always demonstrate lateral thinking. Look, a door! This must mean something. Not sure that doors mean anything. No, it won't open. A mysterious lock. I failed to see what's mysterious about it. Mr. Wright, you need to learn to enjoy life more. Let's finish our investigation first, shall we? I can hydrate. Enjoy your break. Can we slide? Ooh, we can slide. Whoa, thank you for the ladder. It just barely reached me. An oil drum. Looks like it's filled with water. It's heavy. I can't even budge it. Drum over there is on its side. Oh, wait, I know. I'll hide in here and do a stakeout. I think you'll probably just get arrested. In fact, you may not even have to hide in the drum to get arrested. What? I'm not suspicious. Oh, what's this? This is where the cars leave the lot. Oh, this is the entrance of the parking lot. The arrow on the ground makes it look more like an entrance. What are you talking about? It's plainly an exit. Well, maybe it's both. Kind of a dual purpose. Aha! The theory of relativity. What? I gotta write this down. Ah, hey, Mr. Wright. Maybe was Mr. Relativity German? Or was he British? Mr. Relativity? Are you sure that was his name? Oh. Well, no time to waste. Let's go hunting for clues. I wonder what this is. Well, partner, looks like you've got no intention of going home quietly. Sheriff! Like I said before, this here's our claim. You best be moseying along, unless you're fixing to bite the bullet. Ah, scary. Could you just tell us one thing? Who owns this car? Well, little Philly's got a good nose on her. You wanna know who rides the red Mustang with a body on her saddle, huh? Please! No problem, partner. About time for... Vittles? About time for vittles anyway. Get yourself to the saloon up on the 12th floor of the prosecutor's office. Prospector's office! It didn't say prosecutor, it said prospector. Ooh? Might find you a cerveza that you like. Prospector's office? Where does this guy think he is? And when, for that matter? Note to self. Look up Vittles, Saloon, and Cerveza. Maybe we should check out room 1202. The High Prosecutor's office. Ah. In any case, stay away from that car. You can look around here all you like, just keep your paws off our claim. Right. Great. Great, maybe there's some clues around here, Mr. Wright. Let's check it out. Excuse me? Were you two all, I don't know who this is right now. Were you two all set? Us? Okay. I thought so. What's this? She couldn't be... You're selling lunches? Here? This is the crime scene. Hello. A half and half, was it? Oh, thanks. And you, sir? Yes? Some crunchy goodness coming at you. Um, thanks. Interesting way of doing business. This area is off limits to anyone without clearance. Especially passersby. Or you officers. Oh cool, she's a busty vendor. I mean bento vendor. I love her little like octopus sausage necklace. I need me one of those. That's so cute. I forgot that was part of her design. But yeah, we got the bento vendor. Oh, no, but you don't exactly look like the type to have clearance. Well, that's hardly a way to greet someone. Even if my days as the cough-up queen are over. Cough-up, huh? You know, I'm feeling kind of full. Maybe I'll pass on lunch. I love this little drawing of her on the lunch boxes. I'm quite connected to this case, you see. The images are burned into my eyes, you might say. Yes, all the sordid secrets. Secrets? Dear me, you are a slow one, aren't you? I'm referring to the murder. The stabbing of that detective. What? Hi, Zelda players. Hi, Sunchat and you cuties. Cutie yourself. Hi. Hope you've been doing well. A witness clearly saw me committing the crime. She's our witness. You mean you're the witness my sister was talking about? Please, Kaffa Queen, tell us what happened. My name is Angel Star. And don't you go forgetting it. Or before you know it, I'll have you whimpering at my heels. I feel like when she came out on the game series, she was an instant fan favorite. Huh? You know, she's all about what we call it, the carrot and the stick. That's her whole thing, you know? She offers you a bento box and then she'll step on you. Hanging around while eating sandwiches. Hope everyone's doing well today. Yeah, we're finishing up the game with this last extra case, this bonus case. It's not even DLC. You didn't have DLC for games like this. Now say it meaner. Thanks for the bento. Wow. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, she means it. A defense attorney must be able to fight. How about you? Do you think you can win? How about tackling Lunchland's Pickle Supreme lunchbox? Ooh, yellow radish. I heard there are cowboys afoot. You just missed him, Tex. You missed the cowboy. We'll see him again soon, though. Hi. Wow, it's really crunchy. Box of pickles? Kind of a sad lunch if you ask me. Alright. We have to... This is our witness. Somehow, I knew. Yesterday was a day of destiny. I knew something was gonna happen. Just like that's... and just like I know that the daily special on Friday every week is salmon. Game Lycan, thank you so much for the 20 stream streak! Dang it, my pain is immeasurable. My day is actually pretty good because there's a sun on my screen. Wow. Actually, do we have him in the court record yet? Okay, not yet. We haven't officially met him. Even though we know that his name is Marshall, we keep calling him the sheriff. Destiny? Was yesterday's special for some reason? You're a defense attorney, right? You should know then. You should know that the foul misdeeds of the evil ones who haunt this den of inequity. This is gonna be a heck of a read. Evil ones? Prosecutors. They have no qualms about all the blackening, about blackening the name of innocence. And yesterday they paid homage to the most evil one of all. Gave an award for King of Prosecutors. What a farce. So, she's saying there was some sort of prosecutor convention yesterday. I was almost compelled to lace their lunch with something foul. Do you have a personal grievance against prosecutors or something? Or is there some kind of scientific evidence of this, evil? Young miss? Mock me at your own risk. You'll soon find out why they call me the Cough-Up Queen. Ew. The most heinous of all evil ones. They were awarded yesterday. It was in his car that they found the body. Proof that he devours the evilest lunches of all. Really? Really what? I'm totally confused. One thing's clear. This lunch lady has a thing against prosecutors. So what exactly is that you witnessed, Miss Star? It was a fascinating spectacle, to be sure. Now I feel like I know what they say when they talk about a woman's wrath. See Lana Sky wield that knife so. Her knife flashed in anger, bringing him to a sad end. It was truly a sight to see. You mean you saw the very moment of the crime? The sound of his silvery ties to the world being cruelly cut still rings my ears. That rhythmic beat of Lana Sky's knife. Well, wait a second, you know Lana Sky? Of course. It's quite a feat, becoming the chief prosecutor. How many lunchboxes of sin did she pack to make her journey, I wonder? Smash, I mean, what? It's making me want a bento so bad by all the local Japanese restaurants shut down. Make your own! You gotta make your own lunchbox. Put a little rice, put a little snack in for yourself. I do want to get like a little like bento box, like bento style lunchbox, just for putting in chips and stuff. No, you're cooking right now, Prince. She always travels light. How would this pretty lunch lady know the chief prosecutor's name? Oh, thank you for getting the lights. Can we ask you a bit about yourself, Miss Star? I come here every day to sell lunches. I import only the freshest and the best from the Far East. For some reason, the box lunches are a hit here. Why not make the lunches here rather than import them? Did he say something? No. Only true connoisseurs can understand. The kind you can only tell someone who's... the kind you can only tell someone who has tried General Tso's trilobite lunch set. Never mind, you win. I don't even want to appreciate part of a trilobite's flavor. Anyway, I come here every day to sell lunches. My boyfriend works in the security room over there. Security room here in the prosecutor's office. Your boyfriend? See the security room over there? Glass-walled booth? I sell my lunches and since I'm here anyway, I drop in to see him. You're here anyway. I guess selling lunches is more important than romance. So, to scientifically analyze the data available so far, you, Miss Star, are a lunch vendor with an ulterior motive of coming here. Useful analysis, not. I swear to God, if her boyfriend is who I think it is... Don't you worry, Zuchi. Did you have a bad experience with the prosecutor, Miss Star? I sense some hostility. Hostility? Perhaps. Prosecutors are all alike, and the bigger they get, the worse they smell. Kind of like 10-day-old clams and chowder. I wonder if Miss Star was involved in some sort of legal trouble in the past? That'd be a sure case of food poisoning, scientifically speaking, of course. Hostilities? I mean, now you're talking, Cough-Up Queen. Thought she was just a lunch vendor, but now I'm not so sure. I think we don't have anything else to talk to her about, right? I'm just making sure. I have like the guide up on the side just to make sure I don't miss anything. Yeah, that's it. Oh, we have access to the High Prosecutor's office. Oh, I forgot about this room. Whose room could this be? I have no idea. Who could reside in this room with a steel samurai figurine, a tea set, and a jacket hung up on the wall? And I guess also like a New Year's bouquet. What is going on here? We got books, a ladder, a chess set with one blue piece on it, a nice looking couch, curtains. This is a great room. Look at that laptop. It's a square. Look at the fluff of the plant. Oh my god, it has an ascot. The plant has an ascot on it. I love this. This is great. I love this already. This is just the this is the kind of room that just screams, I can do the job. Ascot. Why'd it change from your office, really? Thanks. Look, look! There's a trophy or something here. A trophy? What, a shield? It takes a real nerd to display stuff like this. Whoever's office this is, they must be a they must be a real stuck-up jerk. Phoenix, right? Never tire of prying into other people's business, do you? That voice. Long time no see, Edgeworth. It's been 2 months! Uh-huh? Ah! Mr. Edgeworth! You know him from somewhere? Of course! I'm his biggest fan! My sister introduced us once and... Right. Her sister is chief prosecutor after all. Well, what brings you here? I'll warn you. I've been known to be... I'll warn you. I've been known to be a real stuck-up jerk. No, did I? No. It's just... Mr. Wright here, he... Hey, don't blame me. We're just here to investigate a murder case. Murder? A body was found in this nasty bright red sports car in the parking lot. That would be my car. What of it? Remember, son, they're talking in neurotypical. 2 months is a long time to them. I guess it depends on what it is, right? Because when did the original games come out versus the remake? So like Ace Attorney release year. The original one came out in 2001. And then the DS... The DS one didn't come out till 4 years later. What? Your car? Say one thing, she certainly can scream. Oh. Edgeworth, look at my badge. I once dreamed of being a defense attorney, a long time ago. What? You wanted to be a defense attorney, Mr. Edgeworth? Yet, my path is laid out clearly before me. I have no time to reflect on what it might have been. Hi, Edgeworth. Yay, Edgeworth! There was a dead body in your car! Also, the fact that Edgeworth drives a what is it? Was it a Mustang? A bright red Mustang. Go ahead. Say it, right? You think I did it, didn't you? No! After you went through all that trouble to help me last year, no less. No, we don't think you did it. I mean, it was my sister who stabbed him. Wait, no, she didn't do that. I mean... Wait. You're the chief prosecutor's little sister, then? Yes, sir. Emma Sky. It's nice to meet you again. Now that didn't sound forced at all. And I can't hydrate, thank you. Now I remember. You've really grown. I'll admit, it was a surprise for me too, to think that my own car would become the scene of a murder. More surprising still, I'm being forced to prove my superior's guilt. I can understand. Wait, what did you just say? Honest guy is the chief prosecutor, the top prosecutor in the district. She can't prosecute herself, so I'll be prosecutor at her trial tomorrow. You? Mr. Edgeworth? To be honest, it's a bit of a miracle I'm still here at all. What do you mean? Rumors. You've heard the rumors about me, haven't you? Miles Edgeworth. Hard to remember a time when there weren't rumors about this guy. Forging evidence, arranging false testimony, illegal searches, you name it. Thanks to you, my innocence was established at the trial at the end of last year. At the end of last year being 2 months ago. They make it sound like it was a year ago. However, there are some who say I'm the one responsible for the current incident. What? That's crazy. Some people need very little excuse to think ill of others. The fact of life. Impossible to stop. But some of them even go as far as to present me with toys like this. I think it's funny. Toys? That bronze shield? There's gotta be a story behind that one. You Prosecutor Sky? Yes, we first worked together in a case 2 years ago. It was my first big case. Are you sure about that, Edgeworth? We know you had another one about 4 years ago at this point? It was 6 years ago in 3 years. So 3 years ago, you had a big case. That's right, I remember. 2 years ago. I wasn't even a lawyer yet. Since then, I always felt that she was looking out for me. It appears I was mistaken. Mistaken? Why? I mean, I know she's not the warmest person, but I'm sure she felt some responsibility for you. Then, why? Why did she stab someone in the trunk of my car? Not only that, she stabbed him with my knife. Your knife? It is red. What? Mr. Edgeworth, your knife was the murder weapon? What do you have a knife for, Edgeworth? To be specific, it was the knife I kept in the toolbox in the trunk of my car. I had a big case once, but I had to drop it. It was hurting my wrist and too heavy. Edgeworth's debut case was the same case as Mia's first case in Trials and Tribulations, where the victim died. Not the victim. The defendant died on the stand. Edgeworth? What? Are you sure you didn't do it? Come on, can't he take a joke? You have a strange sense of humor, Mr. Wright. We have childhood friend pass. Right. Let's see. Okay. He doesn't like you much, does he, Mr. Wright? He loves us so much, but he doesn't admit it until 2 games later. Nah, with Edgeworth is never personal. It's all about winning tomorrow. We know what he's about. Oh. My, what an amazing bouquet. Just right for Mr. Edgeworth. No kidding. Hey, here's a card on it. Back from the dead. Wendy. Huh? This outfit is more purpley than red to me. It's like, what's the correct one? Like maroon? He's like a light maroon. Or like is burgundy too dark? It's like a berry color. Maroon. Wendy. I've heard that name somewhere before. And beside it, A giant steel samurai! Wow, I want one! Huh? There's something written on the bottom of his foot. Between a rock and a hard place. Wendy. Wendy? Is she Mr. Edgeworth's fiancée? I don't think so. That's us. Ooh, cute! What a pretty tea set! I go for the more instant tea bags myself. Well, it says burgundy? Okay. Amazing! The drawer below is full of packets of tea leaves. They're all sorted by place of origin and flavor. Look at the royal blend! What an exquisitely splendid concoction! There's such a thing as taking a hobby too far. Ezra just likes his tea. We are going to take the time to observe everything at Edgeworth's office. When are we going to get this chance again? Whoa, are these all case files? They're stacked up to the ceiling. There's even a ladder. Odd. I thought Edgeworth wasn't good with heights. He must have someone get them for him. Ah. Strange. Why did I just picture Detective Gumshoe? He must study these case reports so closely. He's so cool. Wouldn't say that if you saw him swimming bullets up in that ladder. Hey, a chessboard. Not too up on my chest, but it looks like blue's in a bit of a tight spot. The red knights have surrounded the blue pawn. Huh? Those horses are mounted knights. Their swords have really sharp edges. And check out that poor pawn. Its head is kind of spiky. Kinda reminds me of you. Mr. Edgeworth must be an avid chess player. What's wrong, Mr. Wright? Edges. Surrounding a pawn with spiky hair. Nah, it's nothing. Yeah? Yeah, we're not gonna read that much into it. The subtlety of the imagery is overwhelming me. we're the spiky blue pawn being surrounded. He's backed into a corner by, you know, a red edgy piece. So looking into it further, it's probably a funny coincidence that Phoenix, Edgeworth, and Maya's outfits hex codes are the same ones as the bi flag. I mean, Emma as a stand-in for Maya, who has like very similar character traits, also has like a purple jacket on. She has like a, I don't know if it's like a vest, because she is wearing like a lab coat over it, but it is like a purple undershirt. Subtext. Wow, this jacket is even lacier than his usual ones. We don't see this jacket in the original game. We don't see it until Trials and Tribulations. So it's adding it back in. This must be his lucky trial jacket. Lucky jacket, right? I've never seen him wear it. I'm sure there's a story behind why it's in a frame. Maybe I'll be naughty and take a picture. He's getting way too excited about this. Work desk. It's quite tidy as one might expect. What a nice desk. Easy to use, easy on the eyes. It's polished so well I can see my own reflection. Strange. Why did I just picture Detective Gumshoe? Maybe I'll take that name plaque as a souvenir. Don't. He'll sue you. God, he would, though. I've been wondering, what the heck is this? It has a big K on it. Prosecutors. Huh? What was that? It's the King of Prosecutors trophy. King of Prosecutors? It's a great honor. And I send that shield to the best prosecutor each year. What? So? So that K, that's... K stands for king? Yeah. Why is he so, like... Yeah, you got a problem with that? I didn't design the thing. He's embarrassed by it. King of prosecutors, kind of like employee of the month. Employee of the month, only better. Given to Edgeworth, King of Prosecutors, at the PD, at the day of the murder. I love that we wrote that as a note. We have to remember forever that Edgeworth is the King of Prosecutors. Oh, Edgeworth, we promised not to get too worked up about your special K. He's so bashful. That's the King of Prosecutors shield, huh? Well done, Edgeworth. You must be proud to be King of Prosecutors. Congratulations, King of Prosecutors! Please stop saying that. That doesn't explain one thing. Why is the tip of the shield broken off? We're just teasing him at this point. Nope. Present it. So basically, this says you were the best of the best last year, huh? When did they present it? Because that means that at some point they presented him this trophy, and then he was convicted of murder. You could take that foolish grin elsewhere, right? We're doing a big smile at him. I lost a day of work to receive that travesty. Uh-huh. Why is that? I had to go to the police department to receive that broken shield. The police department? Yes, right next to the police station downtown. You've been there, haven't you? Where Detective Gumshoe works? Yeah. I was wondering about your shield. Why is it broken? What does it matter? I've got more important things to worry about. Oh, right. He doesn't seem too concerned about this award, for better or for worse. Yesterday was very busy for the prosecutor's office. Maybe we should ask him more about yesterday? Could you tell me more about yesterday, the day of the murder? Yesterday was the annual cleaning day at the prosecutor's office. Cleaning day? Working with the police department, we sort and file all evidence solve cases. We call it evidence transferal. Wiping your hands of old cases, in other words. Oh, and another thing. A ceremony was held at the police department. There was an annual review and awards for outstanding police officers and prosecutors. And that's when you got the shield? Oh, so he just got this award. I was at the police department yesterday afternoon. I got back here at 5:12. That's very precise. People like myself and Mr. Edgeworth pride ourselves on honor precision, Mr. Wright. No, I place little faith in my memory. The only thing I trust is solid evidence. This is a parking stub. Miles Edgeworth, 512. February 21st. Parking stub. This is the parking stub for the underground lot. The murder took place around 5:15. So the murder happened right after you got back. What, right? I'd appreciate if you direct that suspicious glare elsewhere. Excuse me, but is Mr. Edgeworth, anywhere in the premises? I'm Edgeworth. What is it? I'm here, sir, at the request of the chief, sir. I've got your report, sir. Report? What? Did they find new evidence against the case? Did you find new evidence in the case against Chief Prosecutor Sky? I don't like the way the conversation is going at all. Sky, sir? No, sir. The name of that, no name of that kind, sir. Not in the report, sir. I think I just heard Edgeworth's lid blow. Mr. Edgeworth's lid isn't on very tight, is it? I made a clear request to the police department, did I not? I need to focus on the trial tomorrow, so don't bring me anything unrelated. Sir, but... Sir! I'm just following orders, sir. They told me to bring this to you. I wasn't aware of the particulars of your arrangement with the... Give me your name. Yes, sir. Meekins, sir. Officer Meekins. Right, Officer Meekins. Take your report and leave. And good luck with that raise next month. But sir, I didn't know. Poor guy. Looks like he was absent on the day they gave out brains and good luck. No. Right? Yes, sir. He caught me off guard. Don't want to call Edgeworth, sir, huh? As you can see, I'm busy. You may leave now. Let's see what he says, Mr. Wright. The victim was the detective in the same department as the patrolman just now. Go down to the police department. You can ask more there. Thanks. Seems to have finally calmed down, at least. Alright, let's go! The Blue Badger! What happened to the Blue Badger? Who broke him? Phew, we're finally here. Why were they put in the police department so far away from the prosecutor's office? Beats me. Took almost 30 minutes by taxi. The traffic wasn't even that bad. Oh my god, a half an hour away? The police department, huh? I've only ever been to criminal affairs next door. Hold on, what's that? Disturbing. Why does it undulate like that? It's the Blue Badger! Oh wait, I know. This is the Blue Badger. You're trying to make him the police mascot. I love this. We're gonna stay on this screen forever if I can. There will never be a moment in my life when someone can ask me, do the Blue Badger theme, and I won't recite it with perfect accuracy. I love the Blue Badger so much. Wow, Mr. Wright, you do sure know a lot about the police. Whoa, thank you for the yowie. Hope you like that scan. Now the Blue Badger has a girlfriend, the Pink Badger. And I think there's other ones too, but not yet. That's a good one. Still, he does seem familiar somehow. Forget the Blue Badger. Who's that next to him? Someone appears to be dancing with the Blue Badger. Uh-oh, he noticed me. He sure is running over here fast. Hey, pal! What are you doing here? Gumshoe was just dancing along with the Blue Badger, and then he saw us and he sprinted full speed. That's my line, Detective Gumshoe. Specifically, why are you dancing over there? What? Well, at least he doesn't seem to be busy. This is our chance to get information. Hey, I'll have you know I'm a very busy man, pal. Are you sure about that? Let Gumshoe dance 2024. He can dance. Detective, here's my attorney's badge. Show me this. You show this to me every time we meet, pal. Real men show their police badge. Nuff said. I wish I had a badge. Even an ID card would be nice. You have one. Wait. Speaking of ID cards, I found the detective's detective's card, didn't I? He can dance if he wants to. He can leave his friends behind. Hi, Gumshoe. Hey, one word of advice, pal. Better not agree to defend the suspect in this case. Why not? Huh? Well, it's just that the chief prosecutors confessed to the crime. She says she summoned the detective to the prosecutor's office and she killed him. But what if she's not telling the truth? Yes, well, No, come on, pal. There's plenty of evidence against her. But what if the evidence was faked? Hey, pal, can I speak to you for a second? Huh? Me? Why is this little girl so peeved at me? She's a relative of the suspect. She's Lana Sky's sister. Whoa! The chief prosecutor's little sister? Just, please investigate this case carefully, okay? Scientifically. Yes, sir. Oh, by the way, you might want to keep your voices down. You don't want to be overheard using words like faked. Uh-huh. It's a sensitive issue with us these days. So, what are you doing here, Detective Gumshoe? Me? Well, nothing really. Kicked me out of criminal affairs. Oh. That's right. Detective Gumshoe, what did you do this time? What do you mean, this time? Then, what happened? I know things are busy right now. I mean, with my sister's case and all. It's true. We never had a chief prosecutor murder anyone before. Oh, so Gumshoe actually got a demotion. Shucks. Yeah. Only the highest ranked people are being let into criminal affairs now. The lowest ranking guy in our chief is the lowest ranking guy in there is our chief of detectives. They're not letting any of us rank and file detectives in at all. None of you? I know this is an important trial, but isn't that a little odd? Anyway, I thought I'd spend the day getting the Badger dance down pat. Isn't there anything else you could be doing? Chief of Police himself, is directing this investigation, pal. And Officer Marshall was assigned to the underground parking lot. Officer Marshall. Now that I think about it, Emma did seem to know that Marshall guy. A patrolman is in charge of the crime scene. It's unheard of, pal. Let's see. Sorry, I need to examine. I was wondering about that. What, the Dancing Blue Badger? It's my masterpiece. You made this, Detective Gumshoe? She there threw together some designs and I just did my thing, pal. Nice work. It's battery powered, so it can go anywhere. There's no switch, so it just dances and dances and dances till the batteries die. Poor Blue Badger, fated to dance till he drops. Work of art designed by the chief detectives and created by Detective Gumshoe. Destined to dance forever. I don't know if anything else here really needs to be investigated. Look, that patrolman is saluting the other guy. He must be a detective. And then I said, hey, you do that, your soup will get cold, buddy. That's hilarious, sir. I laughed so hard I cried. I guess he wasn't saluting, just wiping tears from his eyes. Make a good pair. I love how this was added to the court record, implying it's going to be used in, testimony, right? Like, it's important enough that we need to know this later. Who slapped the Blue Badger? Who left this little handprint on him? I'm sure the Blue Badger's just red herring. They do sometimes give us stuff in excess, because maybe it'll be important. Maybe it's just a matter of, like, oh, this is from the police department. Remember that the police department exists. You know? They hurt the icon! He's got like a little, like, bandage thing here. He's got a little slap mark on his face. He kind of looks like he's crying. Let's see. Alright. I gotta show you this thing. What if I show you this? Okay. Blue Badger had a fun night out in the town. Dance till he dropped. Detective Gumshoe, what can you tell me about this? Huh? Hey, pal, this is a detective's ID card. You can't just keep that. You have to turn it into the police. People like you that get me into so much trouble all the time. Meaning Detective Gumshoe must drop his card a lot. Let's see. Bruce Goodman. Goodman. Sounds familiar. Nah, my mistake. But didn't you work together with him and... Whoa! Now I remember! Bruce Goodman. He's the victim! That's what I thought. Can you tell us more, Detective Gumshoe? Gumshoe's technically not on this case, so he could tell us stuff. So, this ID card belonged to the victim? He was a detective like myself. Detective Bruce Goodman. Do you think it's a little strange? I mean, why would the victim's ID card be lying in the ground where we found it? Well, Detective Goodman should have been at the police department yesterday. There was an evidence transferal for a case he handled 2 years ago. Evidence transferal? Mr. Edgeworth mentioned that too. But Detective Goodman was killed at the prosecutor's office. Well, that's the thing. It's hard to say this, but word is Chief Prosecutor Sky called him out there, to the parking lot. And Lana's confessing as much. Yeah. Hey, that's it! That's the King of Prosecutors Award that Mr. Edgeworth got yesterday. Were you at the award ceremony, Detective Gumshoe? Of course, pal. I got an award for diligence myself. Oh, congratulations. I was wondering, why is the award a shield? And why is it broken? Oh, there's a reason. Tell you what it is later. Apparently he's forgotten. I was proud of Mr. Edgeworth for winning that award. Even with all the naysayers in the prosecutor's office. Naysayers? That's because of the rumors. Edgeworth's doing good. He's doing his best. Found in Mr. Edgeworth's car, stabbed with Mr. Edgeworth's knife, huh? What would drive Chief Prosecutor Sky to do such a thing? Oh, wait, I mean, sure, of course someone else really did it. Someone who must have had a grudge against Mr. Edgeworth. The car and the knife do seem a little too well organized to be a coincidence. Poor Mr. Edgeworth. What could have happened? I have to find out a little more about what's going on with Edgeworth. Gotta head home, have a good 20 minutes to stream before, I get home to my computer. Be safe getting home. Yeah. In a tough spot again. Again? Oh yeah. Well, he's not the suspect in this case. It all started with the murder of the defense attorney, Hammond. But Mr. Edgeworth was found innocent. Listen, pal. There have always been rumors about Mr. Edgeworth. Forging evidence, making deals with witnesses, having a crush on Phoenix. Nothing outright, but there was always whispered rumors. Ever since he was accused of murder, no one's whispering, practically shouting. But there's no evidence against him. Well, Mr. Edgeworth has always had unusually strong ties to the department higher-ups. It's only natural that people would be suspicious. I had no idea he was under the gun. Anyway, the latest case has started a new rumor. People say the only reason he took the case is because he's aiming for the chief prosecutor's position himself. I mean... But I know the truth, pal. Nobody wants to be the one who has to prosecute the chief prosecutor. Mr. Edgeworth is biting the bullet on this one. He's doing this for all of us. That's all I know about that. I'm not officially on this case, you know. Thank you. Aren't you handling this case, Detective Gumshoe? We met the guy who is. What's his name? The guy in the parking lot? That'd be Officer Marshall. He was appointed directly there by the chief of police. Officer Marshall. Is he some kind of Wild West sheriff or something? No, Jake Marshall's just an irregular officer from West LA. He's from the West. That's perfectly fine. For a moment there, I wasn't sure. Look, pal, let me try to make things a little easier for you. Show him this, and they'll let you examine the crime scene. Maybe. What does that say? Detective Gumshoe's letter of introduction added to the court record. Be surprised if this gets us anywhere. Just act like you're supposed to be there. Nobody will look at you twice, pal. Can I examine this? What does it say? Something $20. I guess it's good, you know, to recycle letter envelopes. I like that they had to make all of the evidence 3D. Like, this was gonna have something on it, you know? Knife. Look at that. Look at the texturing work. Immaculate. I love this. Alright. Back to the parking lot. Nice knife. It's Edgeworth's. Looks like the investigation is still going. I have to be getting back to the shop. Sorry. Sorry. Looks like I'll be stuck in this pit till the sun sleeps. I don't know who's talking right now. See you in my dreams tonight then, baby. Oh, it's Angel. I thought it was the cowboy. I'll see you in my dreams tonight then, baby. Oh, it's still here? Hello. Why the surprised looks? Didn't I mention? I've got a boy. Oh, so it was the boyfriend who's talking. I've got a boyfriend in criminal affairs too. What happened to the security guard? Hey, what's wrong, Bambina? You're looking like a doggy that's lost its herd. Jake Marshall. Strange guy to put in charge of a crime scene. Is he single? You could ask. Wait. Okay, he won't look at my badge. Fuck. There's something I wanted to ask you. It's the end of the crime. A cold grave for men who've lost their dreams. And me? I watch over them while they sleep. As they sleep, dreaming of the desert's harsh judgment. He's asleep. Well, should we show this hopeless case something to catch his catch his interest? Gotta present him with something. Would you mind reading this for me? What's this? I warn you, fan letters to me go right into the spittoon. It's a letter of introduction from Detective Gumshoe. May we investigate? Gumshoe? Ah, that old cow dog. Holding a birthday party or something? Huh? Look, where it should say letter of introduction. It says invitation. Ah, I think he just miswrote it. Wait, why am I getting all defensive here? No worries. This proves it's from Detective Gumshoe. Better than a blood test. Guess I better let you in then. Thank you, Officer Marshall. Oh, that's right. He's a patrolman, not a detective. Which reminds me. Hey, wait a sec. Isn't a crime scene supposed to be handled by a detective for hire? Well, folks, clues are calling. Welcome to our gold strike. Be like the settler. Strike out for the lands unknown. Manifest destiny. Let's have a hootenanny. Note to self. Police investigations are like settling land. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say? I say I won't be needing this anymore. Letter of introduction, crumpled and discarded. He says what we're all thinking! Manifest destiny! Alright. Now I'll talk. Officer Marshall, can you tell us more about the victim? Good men always die young. Remember that, partner. Can you be a little more specific? Hootenannies! Bruce Goodman. He was a detective, right? Well, well. Aren't you a feisty little dog there? A feisty doggy there now. Detective Goodman was stabbed here at 5:15. Smiling Madonna told me the tale. I think he means the witness, Miss Angel Starr. When stabbed at the chest, a fine piece of work. This here's the autopsy report. Goodman's autopsy report added to the court record. Blood loss, 1 knife wound. Died within an hour and a half of 4 p.m. Was my sister involved with the victim in any way? Funny you should mention that, Bambina. Chief Prosecutor Sky and Detective Goodman had nothing in common at all. Nothing in common? Apparently worked together on a case a few years back. So there's no motive. Goodman wasn't a particularly gifted detective. That's one reason he didn't do much work with the this word is confusing me so much. That's one reason why he didn't do much with the chief prospector. But my sister was called a victim here on the day of the murder, right? Here? To this parking lot? So it seems. Like calling an R&R man to shoot at high noon. I don't mean any offense, but... Officer Marshall, you're a patrolman, right? Not a detective. Calling me out? They shoot you for that in Texas. Huh? I was one of them fancy shoe detectives until 2 years ago, to tell you the truth. Oh, really? Now he tells me. But you're a patrolman now, right? That's not a word anywhere there. But you're a patrolman now. So how can you be in charge of a crime scene? Nothing gets by you, does it, Bambina? So, why are you in charge? No reason. We're just shorting hands right now. I'm keeping an eye out in the meantime. That's odd, though. Detective Gumshoe was saying he had nothing to do. Nothing important, at least. He's nothing but a sad old cow dog that can't find his tail. Maybe it's because he runs with that Edgeworth, huh? Edgeworth? The cow dog's been kicked out of this cattle run by the order of the chief of police. Just, you don't realize it yet. Detective Gumshoe kicked out of the investigation? Well, nothing else to talk about. But we should be allowed to investigate if we slide over here. So this is Edgeworth's car. Looks like a cell phone. Scientific analysis would suggest this belonged to the victim. I can't think of anyone else it could belong to. What's so scientific about that? Should we check this out? Yeah. Right, let's check it out. I'm not doing this, by the way. This is automatic. I can move the, Okay, so I can actually move this. Oh! This phone's still on the redial screen. Redial? Mr. Wright? Most phones keep a record of calls you've made and received. You just press a blue button to display the last number you called. That's a big button. Convenient, isn't it? I'm surprised you didn't know about it. Sorry to disappoint you, but even I know things about redial. Know things like redial. Huh? Oh, I'm sorry. It's just, you never know with people from your generation. Whatever. Let's check this phone out. Phoenix is still in his early 20s now. Thank you for the hydrate. Now, see the owner of this phone. Who the owner of this phone called last. Note to self: a defense attorney doesn't think first; he just pushes the button. Hey, that song! I know that. Hey, what's going on over here? Sorry. I see you, partner. You pressed the redial on that phone there, didn't you? Well, yeah. Whose phone is this anyway? It was the ground over there. Whose is it? That belongs to Chief Prospector Sky. What? It's my sister's? Apparently dropped it when she was taken into custody, right after the crime. Look, the last call was made right when the murder occurred. Looks like she was fixing to call someone. Except she only spoke for a few seconds according to this. Who did she call? No idea. Sorry, partner. Now I got a question for you, partner. I heard a phone ringing just now. One of those newfangled ringtones. Yeah, finger slipped. Oh, that? Oh, I'm sorry. That was my phone. What? Your phone? Yeah, it's kind of strange, but someone called me right as we picked up the other phone. A wrong number. Hope you're not lying. They'd shoot you for that in Texas, partner. Uh-oh. I've incited the wrath of the Lone Star Patrolman. Cell phone added to the court record. Last call made on 5/18 on the day of the murder. I love this cowboy music. Like, not quite cowboy music, but it's cowboy music, you know? Phoenix is not gonna last past high noon. I didn't check what time it was now. Keep examining. This appears to be the car where the body was found. Looks like the lock of the trunk is busted. Is this guy actually from Texas? No, he's from West LA. The crime took place in the underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office. The body was found in the trunk of my subordinate's car. How tall do I need to be to ride that cowboy? There's no height limit. Why a luxury car? It just screams, I have money to burn. Yeah, prosecutors get the big bucks. I bet! He's taller than Phoenix, considering that his sprite is like much taller. This rope, is it? Yep, they lead in the outline of the victim's body. So wait, the victim must have died when the killer closed the trunk on him. That'd be the only person that I know who would come to that conclusion. Godspeed, Prince. You mount that cowboy. It's cowboy season. B block's through here. That's where the visitors park. I can see the lunch lane car over there, far in the distance. Hey, you're right. I like the key design of the door. I can see cartoon cow munching down on a juicy-looking steak. Doesn't that strike you as a little creepy? Just don't think too deeply about it and you'll be fine. The motto ever. Let's see. Slide. So, there's no connection between Detective Goodman and my sister. That's correct, but there's a gold mine of evidence against her. Prospector tomorrow's none other than Edgeworth himself. I'm afraid your sister's face is the side of Bambina. Many condolences. Officer Marshall? Yeah, Bambina? How can you say that? You and my sister, you were... There's something between the cop and her sister that I don't know about? I apologize, Bambina. Something must have gotten to me. Maybe it's that dry wind that's blown through the prospector's office. Oh, thank you for the lunch. Dry wind or ill will? Someone's up to something here, but who? Suspicions about Mr. Edgeworth have been flying around here for nearly 2 years now. Forged evidence and arranging testimonies, you mean? It was unbeatable. He was unbeatable because he did whatever it took to win. Unbeatable, that is, till he met you. But rumors are just rumors, aren't they? These prosecutors were talking about evidence is everything to them. Follow the rumors about Edgeworth to their source, you'll find one person. But they're off limits. Touchable, you might say. One person? Who? I hate to say this, but it's your sister, Bambina. Chief Prospector Alana Sky. What? My sister? Edgeworth couldn't rustle all the cattle by himself. Some people load their guns with bullets. Some people load them with deals. Wait, you're saying Edgeworth was making deals to win trials? Where there's gunshots, there's bound to be bullets. That's what the old-timers say. The big old secret hidden around here somewhere. Everyone knows it. Is that why Detective Gumshoe was taken off the case? Did they target him because he was the closest to Edgeworth? Something else. Look, a stylish glass-walled room. Very nice. You can see the whole parking lot from in there. It says security. Perhaps it's a cafe? Huh? Cafe security. Yeah, that must be it. Let's check it out later. I hate to break it to you, but that's probably just a security guard office. You know, I scored a 78 on my science test the other day. Too bad they don't have a test for common sense. Okay, what else? I'm making sure I have, like, every single thing here. Oh. A block. This area is reserved for prosecutors. Defense attorneys are relegated to B block. I dream of the day when I'll be able to park my car here. I'll go over to the B block with my hamburgers for you, Mr. Wright. To buy my hamburgers from you, Mr. Wright. I'm not planning to give up my job that soon. What am I missing? Missing something. There's someone I missed entirely? It could have been. Let's see. Is that a B behind? Yeah, we already examined block B. If the magnifying glass has a check mark, that means we've already exhausted the dialogue for an investigator. Oh. Wow, that's precise. What's this? Looks like a note of some sort. Oh, look, something's written on it. You're right, let's see. 67S122. There's a name printed on the paper above that. Goodman. It fell out of his pocket when he was killed. Well, so? What does it mean, Mr. Wright? How am I supposed to know? Note to self. For detective reasoning, go to Edgeworth, not Wright. Sure, Edgeworth wouldn't know what this means either. So, well, how are we doing, Mr. Wright? Guess we got some clues. We have an autopsy report, a note from the victim, and a cell phone. So, you think we'll be okay? Oh, the only thing still bothering me is that Lana's confessing to the crime. She says she did it. No problem. I can guarantee that she's not the criminal. Oh, by the way, Emma? Yes? I know that song that your phone plays when it rings. What? It's the Steel Samurai theme, isn't it? A popular TV show for kids. The phone that rang earlier wasn't mine. It was yours. At 5:18, just after the murder took place. Your sister called you, didn't she, Emma? I'm sorry. Can you tell me about what you talked about? She hung up right away. I see. Our ringtone is also the Steel Samurai theme. I'm pretty sure Edgeworth's ringtone is also the Steel Samurai theme. He loves the show. The detective is murdered. The suspect is the top prosecutor in the district. I've got some bad feelings about this. Like, maybe I still don't know everything that went on in here. Because we don't. Someone's trying to bury this woman. Move over. Alright. Just to make sure. Okay. Okay, this is like the next day now. We're in lobby 2. How did the investigation go, Mr. Wright? Go yesterday, Mr. Wright. Frankly, there's still a lot of gray areas. Or rather, the whole thing is one big gray area. Don't worry about me. No matter what the outcome, I'm ready to accept my fate. I believe in you, sis. Mr. Wright, let me offer you a word of advice. Yes? A defense attorney should never believe their client. The defendant is called to the trial because they are suspected of wrongdoing. Never forget that. Miss Sky, you remind me a lot of Mia. There's one decisive difference between you and her. And that is... you're not a defense attorney. I believe it's almost time for the trial. Good luck, Mr. Wright. The prosecutor's job is to doubt. The defendant's job is to get their client not guilty, so we have to believe in them. My first trial without a Fae helping me. No one's gonna bail me out this time. I'll be alone in there. I have to discover the truth all by myself. We don't have anyone by our side to help. Got Emma. Let's do it, Mr. Wright. I'll be with you the whole way. We got this. It'll be easy. And the more I think about it, the more of that framing of prosecutor and defense seems a little sus. Whatever do you mean? Edgeworth still has Big Dumpy. Our court is now in session for the trial of Lana Sky. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Prosecution has been ready for a while, Your Honor. Forgive me, by the way. Brain Gremlin's doing their thing. absolutely take your time to take care of yourself, okay? Edgeworth. Edgeworth. It's been 2 months, but I haven't been in the courtroom since this trial. It's just not the same without Edgeworth there. I hope that personal feelings will not be part of the proceedings today, Mr. Wright. No flirting in the courtroom. Got it. I'll choose a path I think is right, regardless of what those around me might say. Judgment to be made here is by our hands, not those of anyone else. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, your opening statement, please. Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye has committed an unpardonable crime. Not only this, but she was rash enough to commit it in the prosecutor's office lot. Wow, he's much more forceful in person. I suddenly feel like confessing to everything. However, she will now pay for her rashness with her life. As a witness to her crime. A professional witness. Well then, call in your first witness, Mr. Edgeworth. The prosecution calls its first witness, Miss Angel Star, to the stand. Cough up, Queen. Haven't I seen you somewhere? You ordered the caviar lunch, right? Oh, caviar lunch! That looks good. Oh, caviar! I've never eaten caviar before. They're just really wolfing it down. And for you, I have a Fiesta Bowl. Thanks. The witness state her name and profession? Ah, and you, sir? Did you order the fingerprint lunchbox? Too early for lunch. Name and profession, please. It was just a box of rice. And nothing else. Well, Your Honor, how does it taste? This is why everyone raves about caviar. It's so tasty it hurts. I always thought that caviar would taste like pickled tapioca. A professional witness. It's my job to correlate whatever the employer says. What the heck does pickled tapioca taste like? Name? Profession. Now. Me? Name is Angel Star. Don't go forgetting it. I find myself running Lunchland these days. Is that what you wanted me to say, Mr. Edgeworth? Very well, witness. Please describe the incident to us. Prosecution will wait. I'm not finished eating. Hurry it up. Very well, Mr. Edgeworth. As you know, we usually call on the police to provide a description of the crime. Your Honor, as Mr. Edgeworth has said into the court, I am a professional. Huh? What exactly does that mean? Until 2 years ago, Miss Angel Star was a special investigator with the police. She was a first-rate homicide detective. What? Miss Star was a detective? You get on with the— oh, thank you for the bento. Yeah, he ate that rice so fast. Aha! I know who you are. Cough up. Cough up, Queen Angel Star, Your Honor. Long time no see. And I've been trying to read with a cough drop in my mouth. Long time no see. Sorry if that sounded gross. Very well. You may continue with the description, Miss Star. Who is this lady? If I might have the court's attention over here. Ooh. The parking lot of the prosecutor's office is divided into 2 blocks. Block A is for the prosecutor's personnel. B block is for visitors and clients. A chain divider divides the 2 blocks. I suppose that's to keep visitors from taking up the prosecutor's spaces, yes? The crime scene took place by a car in the back of A block, in the car's trunk. The killer stabbed the victim with his knife and went to drive the body out. Unfortunately for her, there was a witness. An arrest was made on the spot. And who was this valiant witness? Why, it was me, Your Honor. The parking lot was Edgeworth's car. We haven't brought up the fact that this is Edgeworth's car. Edgeworth's knife. Witness, did you see this very witness, did you see the very moment of the crime? Of course, Your Honor. Immediately after that, I apprehended the chief prosecutor. Seems rather cut and dry, doesn't it? Well, Mr. Wright. I can't agree on principle, Your Honor. It seems that some poor losers are unwilling to accept the truth, Your Honor. I shall proceed to crush what little hopes they have. Shall I proceed to crush what little hope they have remaining? If you can, then give them your worst, Miss Starr. Wait, are they talking about me? Huh? Are we getting crushed? Somehow, I always knew that a day like this would come. I was on my way to deliver a lunchbox to my boyfriend when I sensed something. Perhaps it was my finely honed detective intuition at work. Through the wire fence, I saw the chief prosecutor standing next to a garish car. The chief prosecutor was holding a knife in her right hand. Then, she thrust the pointy tip of the knife into Detective Goodman's chest. Bringing a lunchbox to your boyfriend? How touching. Awfully convenient for her to be able to see the murder in the middle of the day in a parking lot. That's not that big at all. That's not big at all. As you can see, there's no room for doubt. The point to your testimony seems to be nothing other than the pointing of the knife. The point of the knife, which you saw being stabbed into Detective Goodman. So, how does it feel to be so utterly crushed? I'm still thinking about that. It's merely a flesh wound, Mr. Wright. Very well, Mr. Wright. You may cross-examine the witness. She mentioned something that she didn't quite emphasize on before. Somehow, I always knew that a day like this would come. How did you know? I respected the prosecutor's basic abhorrence of crime. Yet their methods are ugly and twisted. Twisted methods will always lead to tragedy. Lunch Lady's uninformed opinion is duly noted. Given that they are used to erasing inconvenient evidence at their whim. Killing off a dead detective that Killing off a detective that knew too much is merely an extension of that. Miss Starr, do you have something personal against prosecutors? I felt like I had found my dream job when I became an investigator. If I hadn't been laid off with those prosecutors there, by those prosecutors over there, I'd still be one. Laid off? She was fired. To me, prosecutors are nothing more than worms. That said, I am a pro, just so you know. My testimony is unbiased and flawless. Very well. You may continue, Miss Starr. I was on my way to deliver a lunchbox to my boyfriend. This boyfriend, he's the detective? Not that boyfriend, the security guard. Your other boyfriend. That boyfriend? You have several? Yes, this boyfriend, that boyfriend, and the other boyfriend. Here to join. She's not picky. Yet another boyfriend position is still open for applicants. I'll stick with the lunches, thanks. Phoenix, don't remind me of the supposed difference between laid off and fired. You still have a job. Note to self, the judge had to think before replying. The security guard room is in the lot, in A block. It's up on the second level, so you can see everything from there. That would be the room with the big security sign. Incidentally, did you bring your lunchboxes by car? Since I'm a visitor now, I parked in the B block. So, she was in the B block and witnessed the, when she witnessed the crime. When I sensed something, perhaps it was my finely honed detective's intuition at work. Through the wire fence, I saw the chief prosecutor standing next to a garish car. A garish car, you mean? Mr. Edgeworth's car, yes. Mr. Edgeworth's? Incidentally, the knife with which the victim was stabbed with was also Mr. Edgeworth's. Wasn't it? Indeed it was. Aw, he's not happy. What an odd case this is. The person you saw, are you sure it was the defendant? I saw her from no further than 30 feet away. I'm certain it was her. She's telling the truth. We're doomed. Let's just do what we can. Even if we don't have any proof, we can always nitpick. Witness, in your testimony, you clearly stated the following. Prosecutors are nothing more than worms. Ergo, you are biased to the witness. You are a biased witness. You might want to keep those silly opinions to yourself in the future, Rookie. Rookie? Unless you're willing to risk the consequences of doubting me. I'll fry you like a fritter. Crispy on the outside, chewy on the inside. That was inspiring. I believe I heard that tag somewhere, elsewhere. Could you cry plagiarism? I may be relegated to the lowest, lowly post of lunch lady, but my instincts are honed. I mean, that's kind of suspicious. The moment I witnessed the crime, my reflexes took over and snap, I took the picture. In fact, one of my lunches is rigged with a camera. I suppose that's more exciting than just hanging around your neck. Witness, why am I only seeing this photograph just now? You think I show it to you, a prosecutor? Think again. My boyfriend works at the photography division of criminal affairs. Well, this is most certainly the defendant. Crime photo added to the court record. Oh, that is unmistakably Lana Skye. So, what was the defendant doing at the time? The chief prosecutor was holding a knife in her right hand. Her right hand? It's this hand, but we know something's wrong with that hand. And you witnessed this? You saw Miss Skye stab the victim with the knife? As I already said, yes. I swear to my finest salmon swirl lunch. Where's the salmon? Why would she wear a bloody coat? Well, she's just committed murder. So that was the scene of her stuffing the body in the trunk, supposedly. I'm sure that is a fine lunch. But isn't that odd? Look at this photograph. This is the photograph you took of the very moment of the crime, is it not? Then why is Miss Skye not holding a knife? Ahem. Mr. Edgeworth, your thoughts? Objection. That had to be a weakest objection ever, Edgeworth. Yet it was still stronger than your ever feeble mind, Mr. Wright. What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? This photograph was not taken the moment before the stabbing. This was taken the moment after the stabbing. And how can you tell that? Blood splatter. Huh? See the dark crimson stains on the chief prosecutor's coat? But it's a black and white photograph. Ah, yes, it's hard to tell, but this could be blood. Well, Mr. Wright, I see no problem here. Ah, yes, crimson. No problem, except you. Mr. Wright, are you gonna just sit there and take that kind of abuse? Ah, you have a better idea? Could also be anything else. There's an achievement that I could get, but I'm just gonna go ahead. Wait, that contradicts what the witness said in her testimony. Namely, that she took the picture the moment she witnessed the crime. Well, it seems I was slightly unclear. My apologies. Well, she apologized. That's it. If you run out of lunch, you order seconds. Problem solved. If you don't like it, try ordering the jumbo-sized lunch from the get-go. Good advice. I'm not sure I understood it, but good advice. I didn't have time to stop her. Prosecutor Sky was cold, calculating like a robot. She killed without pain or remorse. It was a premeditated murder. Premeditated? How do you know? Look at the chief prosecutor's hands in the photograph. Well, are those gloves? Surgical gloves made of thin rubber, most likely. Why would she have those on? If it was not premeditated, she would not be wearing those gloves. What? Premeditated? Premeditated. Oh, did I read it as a different word? These gloves do seem to tell the tale of premeditation. Is there not a word that's also premeditated? Or is that just like a totally different word? I guess that's not how I was reading it. Premeditated. That makes sense. Was it out cold, Miss Angel? Premeditated murder. A serious offense. Witness, add this to your testimony. The murder was planned. The rubber gloves prove it. Right? It says there's no prints. What if she was just in the habit of wearing gloves? Like, driving gloves? Mediate is to intervene between people in a dispute in order to bring about an agreement or reconciliation. Yeah. I guess I just keep reading it as premeditated. But premeditated is just like an extra letter in there, huh? The gloves were admitted as evidence when the defendant was arrested. They were rubber gloves, the kind used for autopsies. In other words, when the chief prosecutor came to the crime scene, she came to do murder. It's the only possible conclusion one can make. Everything was planned. It was a premeditated crime. Hello, Azuchi. Ah! Impressive. I'm sorry they took you off the force, Miss Star. This is bad. He's got them thinking this was all planned. If she can prove this claim, the trial is already over. I've got to think of a way to show that this wasn't premeditated. It's only a flesh wound, Mr. Wright. We can make it. Said that before. Anything else? Scientifically speaking, Miss Star's testimony is flawless. Sounds pretty fatal to me. Oh, what do we do? Is this it? Is my sister guilty? Let's just keep our heads cool and press the witness a bit, shall we? For some reason, having her panicking next to me makes me calmer. Don't smile like that. Okay. We need to prove that it wasn't premeditated. And the reason for that is that she used the knife that was in Edgeworth's car. Witness, do you know what this is? Are you trying to test me? I sell lunchboxes for a living, you know. That's a knife. The knife. A knife that was in Mr. Edgeworth's trunk. Indeed, it is my knife. What's with this case? Bloody murder weapon? A red car? It all belong to the prosecutor there? The defendant is the chief prosecutor for the district, right? Mommy, are the prosecutors bad people? The defense has a request. We ask that the witness provide an accurate testimony. What's that, rookie? In your testimony, you stated that Lana Skye planned this murder, and that's why she was wearing those special gloves. Seems like a natural conclusion to me. Gloves do indicate planning. However, why would she not also prepare the most important thing? The murder weapon. Ugh. This knife just happened to be in the trunk of that car. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're going to plan a murder, you don't forget the weapon. What? Order, order, order! Great, now the tide is turning in our favor. Great show, Mr. Wright. My sister's as good as free. We did it. Pack it up. We're good to go. Right? I believe the next lunch you'll be eating is humble pie. They made Edgeworth so much sassier in the later games. It makes less sense to see him like this after the first game immediately. But we know he kind of like gets a little snarky. He tells jokes now by the end of the third game. What? I hope you weren't deluding yourself into thinking that the tide has turned. Not over such a trifling detail. But this shoots a hole in the whole premeditated theory. Bah. The prosecution could care less if it was premeditated or not. The only one who seems to care is that lunch lady over there. The defendant, Lana Skye, murders a detective with a knife. That's the only thing the prosecution needs to prove. Nothing else. Very good, Mr. Prosecutor. I suppose you think you're clever now? But you know as well as I do that she planned on killing him. It was planned. If it wasn't, why would she have been wearing? I believe I'd like to hear your testimony again. Witness, please tell us only what you saw, not what you thought. How dare you? My powers of deduction are not to be underestimated. Really now. Lana Skye intended to murder Detective Goodman. That's why she called the victim all the way to the prosecutor's office. I'm sure Chief Prosecutor had a grudge against the victim. Nothing else could drive that human machine to plunge the knife in again and again. The victim was summoned from the police department to the prosecutor's office. Just sounds a lot like premeditation, doesn't it? So, if I ordered a pizza, does that mean I'm planning to kill the delivery boy? In any case, the defense may now cross-examine the witness. Hopefully there's nothing else I have to press her on, because that last statement was a bit weird. Nothing else could drive that human machine to plunge the knife in again and again. Over and over. even though he only has one knife wound. Ma'am, how? It takes 30 minutes. You say she stabbed him again and again, but you couldn't have witnessed that. Are you testing me? Then I'll test you. With my moss surprise! Please don't just be a box of moss. I'm afraid the moss is growing under our feet. I'm afraid the moss is growing under our feet as we wait, Miss Starr. Edgeworth does not give a shit about this case right now. What do you mean? It opens a 4-compartment bento. Is this moss? I shouldn't have to explain this, but take a look. The autopsy report states that death was due to the loss of blood from one stab wound. Aha! You're right! Good show, Mr. Edgeworth. What a hunk! He's my hero, really. How about my objection? No one noticed? Well, witness? You've got the crime scene set, right? Oh, that's so funny. Oh, thanks. I always believed that no one could ever mistake ketchup for blood. But now, I realize that such mistakes are possible. So, you're saying you mistook something for blood? When she lifted her knife, I thought I saw blood at her breast. Splattered blood from her victim. That's why I thought she must have stabbed him at least twice. And tell us what you saw that you thought was blood. Testify. A red muffler looked like blood to me. That's how ghastly the whole scene was. Ma'am, you're hurting your case. It was stuff that's... It was my stuff that's on the line. A red muffler looked like blood to me. Her bright red muffler. Yeah. Miss Starr, I demand an explanation. The witness is clearly not suited for detective work. I'm sorry. We were about to point something out, but Edgeworth objectioned over us so he could point it out instead. The suspect was not wearing a scarf or muffler of any kind when she stabbed the victim. And you've proved it yourself with this photograph. But that... It can't be! Only a professional lunch lady could be so utterly clueless. Congratulations, perhaps you finally found your true calling in life. Harsh words, but good. In the end, Mr. Edgeworth prevails. What was my objection? Chopped liver? But it was there, a scarf. No, not that, but really red. But something red, really. Well now, where were we? The witness has given us an entertainment interlude, but back to business. What? Very well, witness. Continue your testimony. You saw the crime and apprehended the suspect. Tell us about that. Very well. I do remember some things accurately, at least. Ultimately, we couldn't shake the most important part of her testimony. Most important part? The part where your sister stabs the victim. Next testimony might just be the moment of truth. After the murder, the suspect attempted to run behind a partition off to her side. I quickly caught her, explained her rights to her, and arrested her on the spot. Yes. When I arrested her, she mentioned the muffler. That's what had me confused in my earlier testimony. The chief prosecutor made to escape, but against Angel Starr, resistance is futile. I thought she wasn't... Is she still working for the criminal department, but just does lunch on the side? You're quite determined about the scarf, aren't you? I strike like a snake and bite like a cobra. That's me, Angel Starr. That wasn't a very good metaphor. First of all, a cobra is a kind of snake. Don't bother me with the details unless you want to get bitten. No thanks. Note to self, Mr. Wright is weak against poisonous snake bites. The chief prosecutor tried to resist, but her efforts were in vain. She knocked my hands aside, kicked over an oil drum. An oil drum? Hard to imagine. Oh, she's beautiful but deadly. A predator, that one. A snow leopard woman. Rawr. Are they flirting? Are the girls flirting? Why is there so much girls? What is it? What am I trying to like? Yeah, there we go. Women supporting women. That's it. Except she is also testifying to get Lana in jail, so very well, Mr. Wright, your cross-examine issue, well. The girls and we was apprehending the suspect. Alright. After the murder, the suspect attempted to run behind a partition off to her side. Okay. I quickly caught her, explained her rights to her, and arrested her on the spot. You say quickly. You closed, were you close to the suspect? As I just said, I was only 30 feet away from her the whole time. 30 feet's quite a far. Like, that's not that close. Maybe I should press her for more details? Yes. I'd like to see this on the floor plans, just to be safe. The Lunchland car was... She was a visitor, thus she was parked in B block. So you witnessed the murder from here? I'm home, yay! It would make it about 30 feet from the car. About 30 feet from the car, yes. Is that correct, Miss Starr? Yes, that's right. But there was a chain link fence in front of you? I went over it, of course. Amazing! A call for Queen Lunch Lady Athlete, indeed. It would have taken her a little climb to climb over the fence. But she couldn't have got from to my sister that fast. Yeah, the fence was about 9 feet high, too. How quickly, so how did Miss Sky not get away? Son, would you be my cute lawyer if the prosecutor was edgy and right? If Phoenix was also the prosecutor, no, we're losing. I am not a prosecutor. Or I'm not a defense lawyer. I can be the cute assistant who needs context every 10 minutes. How about that? I can be the assistant. But what if they kiss? I'll go to court. I'll go to witness them. I can be in the jury. They're not even jury. It's just like the witnesses. Not witnesses. It's just an audience. I don't know what to call them. I don't have to be part of the case to go see them. Your Honor, in defense of my client, I'm just a silly little guy. I'm the vine that goes, objection, Your Honor. What? Overruled. He blows a kiss to the judge. Ah, yes, when I arrested her, she mentioned her muffler. She mentioned the muffler. What exactly did she say? If I remember exactly, I would have told you in my testimony. Cheeky. Cheeky? Anyway, all I heard her say was the word muffler. Just one word? So, what you heard wasn't the suspect talking to you, but someone else? Yes, the chief prosecutor was talking on her phone. Phone? She can't mean... By phone, do you mean this cell phone discovered at the crime scene? Yes, ultimately. Ultimately? My memory. Like a salmon heading upstream, you see. No, the court doesn't see, Miss Starr. The chief prosecutor first attempted to use the phone hanging up on the wall. On the wall? That's right. Near the car. There was an emergency phone on the wall. Apparently it was out of order. So she used her cell phone? Indeed, the emergency phone was out of order that day. How shitty is it if you need an emergency and the emergency phone isn't working? So her memory's all dumb and horny. I mean, isn't that just an average Thursday for some people? A million years of the dungeon. I sense you to live in Morningwood with assless chaps. That's where I'm the sheriff of, though. You have to work in the mines. So basically she would be a bad witness. Good witnessing, witness. Good witnessing. Reference to good testifying. You should, of course, add this to your testimony. The things I do to please this rookie defense attorney. The word muffler was overheard during the call made to Emma at 5:18. I saw it all. How she tried the phone to the wall, but had to use her cell instead. No. That's not correct. I presented the wrong thing. I meant to scroll the page. Damn it. The rookie who's been on the job for like 2 to 3. No. That's incorrect. Because we've gone back in time a little bit. This is the first game. So Phoenix has only been an attorney on his own for like a year now. How exactly are that evidence of the statement just now related? They aren't, are they? Yeah, I present the wrong thing. Okay, I saw it all. You're wrong. Because you just said that there was a partition. There we go. Miss Starr, I have to conclude that you have a personal grudge against Miss Lana Skye. The witness is a former detective. Testimony is unmarred by personal bias. Well, who would have thought that my knight in shining armor... You would be my knight in shining armor, prosecutor. You who, together with the chief prosecutor, kicked me out 2 years ago. Well, Miss Starr, there's a fatal contradiction with your testimony. How do you explain this? I don't know what you're talking about. Mess with me, and I'll make you cough it all up. Let's look at the floor plans. You said that you witnessed the crime from this point. However, that's true. You couldn't possibly have seen Miss Skye making that phone call. I believe you see what I'm getting at. That emergency phone was on the backside of this partition. If indeed you were in B block, you couldn't have seen it. Oh, what? Order, order! What is the meaning of this? It's simple, Your Honor. She's not coughing up lunch. She's coughing up lies. That's quite a claim, Mr. Wright. Perhaps you allow me a question. Tell us exactly what lie this witness has told to the court. Here's where the counterattack begins. I can't afford to get this wrong. The witness lied about what she saw, where she saw it, the order of events. Where she saw it. Miss Skye tried to use the emergency phone, but it was out of order. What is significant about that fact? Nothing. Therefore, it would be pointless for Miss Starr to lie about it. Pointless to lie. I see. So wait, did he say that Edgy rides a bike like Wright, or am I mistaken? Huh? Where did that come from? But say the witness did actually see Miss Skye during the using the emergency phone. It would mean Miss Starr witnessed the crime from a different location. Different location? Now that's a pointless lie if I ever heard one. Before you call my lie pointless, at least let me tell it. I was thinking that he rides a car, but I thought you said he rides a bike like Wright. No, he has his red sports car. Wright's the one who rides the bicycle to work. No, Edgeworth has a Mustang, specifically. Let me ask you a question to our clever wordsmith, Mr. Wright. Just where was the witness when she saw the crime? It's okay. And maybe I misspoke something before. All the testimony we've heard until now points in one direction. The place from which Miss Starr witnessed the crime was here. She claimed that she was here. She can't see this. It's the only place where she would have been able to see everything. It's the only place where she could have been. The security guard room. Indeed, the security room in the underground parking lot is well positioned. It's built on the second floor, so you can see the entire lot. She would have been able to see the emergency phone from there. But why there? There are many other places where she could have seen the phone. Not in this case, Your Honor. The witness, not being part of the prosecutor's office, couldn't park in A block. The only place where she could have seen the crime and back of the partition is here. Oh, Meta, thank you so much for that 45 streak. Let's go. I remember in your testimony, you said you brought a lunch to your boyfriend in the security guard room, yes? Well, Miss Starr? How many years have I been getting the better of men? To think that the tables could be turned. Today, a man has gotten the better of Angel Starr. Order! Order! Witness! What have you done? You used to be a detective. You should know better. I'm not turning back. The guilty will be punished. And I'll do what I must to make sure justice prevails. The guilty? Is she talking about Miss Skye? Mr. Wright? Doesn't this strike you as odd? Why did Miss Starr lie? It doesn't make sense. Huh? She could have just said she saw the crime from the security guard station. It wouldn't change anything. Exactly. This photograph tells all. It was the defendant who stabbed the victim. That truth still stands. Still stands. I disagree, Mr. Edgeworth. What? If a witness is found to be lying, they're guilty of perjury. She knows this. She wouldn't risk that without a good reason. So tell us her reason, what her reason was, Mr. Wright. Huh? Me? Who else? Mr. Wright, let's review what we know. Miss Starr witnessed the crime from the security guard station. But she lied and said she saw it from B block. It must make a vital difference. But what? What would that change? The angle of view to the crime, the distance to the crime, the difference in lighting. How far away she was, I assume. It changes the difference between her and the scene of the crime. My condolences, Mr. Wright, but one look at the floor plans and it's quite clear. The distance between the scene of the crime and the guard station is 30 feet. I don't see how that would change what she could see. What she saw is not in question here. What matters is the time it would take her to reach the scene of the crime. Miss Starr, you witnessed the crime scene from the security guard station. Now, how long did it take you to go from there to the scene of the crime where you arrested Miss Skye? Well, witness? You. Yes? You are the squid wheels, right? The quality of my lunches has gone from low to inedible. I was ordering a PB&J lunch with my fresh boysenberry jam to my boyfriend. Boysenberry for the boyfriend. That is not how you spell boysenberry, I feel. He wasn't in the station, so I waited. I witnessed the crime from the glass-walled station. Boys? In my berries? I don't believe it. Bring me some. I need proof. And before I knew what I was doing, I found myself running towards the scene. But the door was locked. I couldn't open it. That's a long run. That's why I had to go through the visitors' parking in B block. That's quite a detour. Probably took me at least 5 minutes to get to the scene of the crime. 5 minutes? That's a big parking lot. This changes things considerably. But it was that woman over there in the defendant's chair who stabbed him. I know it. I have the photographic evidence. I swear it. I swear on my finest plastic spork. She's a runner. She's a track star. You have a point. The spork is a wonderful invention. Would you like another caviar lunch? Absolutely. Oh. I would also like to be bribed with caviar lunch. Mr. Wright, you have to do something. Do I have any evidence to stop this? I gotta. 5 minutes between the witnessing of a murder and the arrest. Think about it. You could make pasta in that amount of time. If you like it al dente. I got lunchboxes that tie pastas in knots, rookie. 5-minute blank. Isn't that strange? Strange? If you were a criminal, what would you do in 5 minutes? What would you do with 5 minutes, Your Honor? Well, guess I'd flee the scene. Don't get the wrong idea. I didn't kill anyone. But you have the instincts of a killer. You would run. This time was different. Miss Skye dwaddled at the scene of the crime. She even had her picture taken. No true criminal would act this way. It's inconceivable. Yeah! Well then, it seems we've come to the end of this testimony. The witness has a grudge against the defendant and a blank in her testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, is the next witness ready to go? Unfortunately, I appear to have overestimated this witness on account of her professional history. We did it! We screwed that can shut, Mr. Wright. We screwed Mr. Edgeworth. Correct. That was too close. I'm afraid that the Coffin Queen has been dethroned. And with that, court is adjourned. We did it. Oh. Mr. Edgeworth, you ordered the squid wheels, right? That's the one she tried to foist off onto me. I prefer not to take the defense team's leftovers. Anything else to say? He prefers not to, but he would. I might be able to save you. I have decisive evidence. What was that? Is this another one of her trick lunchboxes? My apologies, but we have no further questions to ask of you, Miss Starr. Is this your jumbo lunchbox? Objection! Edgy forgot to say he loves us! Whoa! A triple-decker! Out of deference to the witness's determination, I'll allow one more testimony. Let's hear about this decisive evidence. We have until he finishes all 3 of those lunchboxes. Like the Lunchland motto says, you won't be disappointed. she gonna pull out of her lunchbox this time? I should have mentioned those 5 minutes when I wasn't looking at the crime scene. And now, the matter of the victim's shoe. Did I not bring this up? 2 types of blood were found on this shoe. One was, of course, the victim's. The other blood type matched that of the defendant, Miss Lana Sky. I put my new seat cushion in the dryer so it'll fluff up. Yeah, gotta. If it's the cat paw type, put it on like the lowest setting in the dryer because the stuffing can get like bunched. It is, yeah. Also, like the fluff on the outside might get it could. Put it on the lowest setting in the dryer. Just trust me on this. If you put it too high, it could get tangled if it gets heated up too quickly. This shoe proves it. It's flawless, decisive evidence. How do you know? Because I have the same type. I was the one who had Petra put the cat paw on her throne. What? There was blood found on the shoe? Try Lunchland for all your lunch and decisive evidence needs. God help. I have a new waifu in 14. A new one? You crushed it on Feral. Ooh, this late into the game? You're in post Endwalker, right? Why is it the first time I've heard of this evidence? Simple. As I've already said, I don't trust you with evidence, Mr. Edgeworth. Is it the Mind Flayer? Person introduced as oh, you just got to there. That's a friend right there. Oh, you're gonna have fun. That's why I took the liberty of investigating this myself. And you had blood tests performed? Didn't I mention? I have 3 boyfriends in forensics. In any case, Your Honor, I can't accept this as evidence. I love those earrings and I have a similar set iron. There's just a lot about the design. It's so good. Why don't our court assistants have those long hair locks in front of the ear? Well, in this case, Emma is supposed to be sort of like a reflection of Maya. Like, she really reminds us of Maya, which is why we're helping her out. That's why we're kind of like taking her case. Because she reminds us of Maya. Put it on less dry, yeah. Like, leave it, like, have it damp and then, like, leave it to air dry for the rest of it. Not too damp, but, like, you know, like, get most of it out. And if it's still, like, a little bit wet to the touch, air dry the rest of it. Can't accept this evidence? What? You must know the 2 rules of evidence law. Rule 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. In other words, the shoe is illegal evidence, at least for the time being. Is that right, Mr. Wright? Seems so. Edgeworth sure is celebrating. Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. Don't forget, I used to be a detective. As I mentioned previously, this shoe has already been tested by a member of the forensics department. As you can see, it was approved by the police department as of today. Even the general public can produce official evidence, Mr. Edgeworth. Is that right, Mr. Wright? Seems so. Edgeworth is looking pretty sullen. You could at least study some evidence law, really. The prosecution's complaints notwithstanding, it appears this evidence satisfies the first rule of evidence law. However, it seems you have yet another count against you, witness. Anything to assure the guilty are properly judged. White enamel shoe bears traces of blood from Goodman and Lana Sky. Ah yes, the only 2. Law is so easy. Very well, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness. Alright. I should have mentioned those 5 minutes when I wasn't looking at the crime scene. Why did you lie about those 5 minutes? I guess you could say I just wanted people to look at the results. The results? How many times do I have to say this? I saw the chief prosecutor stab the victim before my very own eyes. Compared to that, a 5-minute blank means nothing. Why didn't you just say that, why didn't you just tell the truth? Don't make me laugh. We're dealing with the most untrustworthy of the vile lot known as prosecutors. Falsified evidence, arranged testimonies, erasing and manipulating evidence. When you fight monsters, you need to use every trick in the book. This is when the suspect is admitting she did it? But false testimony is the most despicable crime of all, Miss Starr. Let's just get this over with. Now to the matter of the victim's shoe. Did I not bring this up? And you found this shoe at the scene of the crime? I detained the chief prosecutor and notified the police department. I wanted to make myself useful while I was waiting for the police to arrive. So, like an ill-trained pooch, you snuck off with a shoe. I was afraid that someone would erase the chief prosecutor's crime. This shoe is my secret weapon if that should happen. See this fashionable basket I have here? It carries more than lunchboxes, gentlemen. Happy for you and your lunchbox bag, really. In any case, you removed the valuable evidence from the scene of the crime. That is tampering with the crime scene. We would never do something like that. Right? We would never take something from a crime scene. No. Now, tell us what you did next. He just called her an ill-behaved B-word on the court record. I love Edgeworth. Edgeworth does not give two shits about this witness. He wants this to be done with. 2 types of blood were found on the shoe. One was, of course, the victim's. I didn't press this one yet. So you brought it to the forensics department? If you're gonna submit something as evidence in court, you need it approved. To do that, evidence must be analyzed by a forensics expert. She got away with her little coup because she used to be a detective. The shoe does appear to have bloodstains on it. Well, the man was stabbed after all. That blood belonged to the victim, Detective Goodman. As I said, there were 2 types of blood found on the shoe. And the other blood type matched that of the defendant, Miss Lana Skye. Can't say for sure the blood belonged to the defendant with a blood test. You claim to know something about blood tests, rookie? Huh? I'll speak up. Well, blood comes in 4 types. A, B, O, and AB. However, you can't tell from a blood test whether a murder was committed in cold blood. That's just a figure of speech, Mr. Wright. Actually, we can differentiate between a million types of all the blood tests between a million types with all the blood tests out there, which means we can more or less narrow down any sample of blood down to just one person, or so I hear. The concept of conflict of interest is killing me here. Everyone wants something different out of this right now. That's pretty specific. If I had a little more time, I would have gotten DNA test results. But they said there's very little doubt it could be anyone but Miss Lana Skye's. Why did he have to say that? So the suspect's blood was found on the victim's shoe. It ties her directly to the death of Detective Goodman. I was afraid he was gonna say that. This shoe proves it. It's flawless, decisive evidence. Can't let this evidence go through without a fight. You ordered the peppered fish guts, right? That doesn't look bad, to be honest. Some like it hot, Mr. Wright. Some like your client. Some like your client. She's in enough hot water to make a whole vat of soup. Mr. Wright, do you or don't you have a problem with the shoe? Problem? This is critical. Is there a problem with the victim's shoe? There is a problem. If I'm not imagining things, I'd say there is one critical problem with this evidence. A clear contradiction. That gleam in your eyes. You're still young, rookie. It's untied! I'll give you a peppered fish gut now. But you couldn't take the heat, could you? Let's hear what Mr. Wright has to say. What is contradictory about the victim's shoe? Show us the problem with this evidence. Got the shoe. There's something a bit odd about this. I wonder if you noticed. There's blood on the bottom of the shoe. Don't mess with me, rookie. Or it'll be your blood on the bottom of my shoe. It's jam! Indeed, there's quite a bit of blood on the bottom of the shoe. Makes sense. The victim was stabbed with a knife. What could possibly be contradictory about the blood in the bottom of this shoe? Well... I can't point it out. But this is supposedly the trunk that he was being shoved into. And there's kind of nothing down there. That's a threat. Take her down. She's going to jail. The problem lies in the footprint. The footprint? Note at the bottom of the victim's shoes covered in blood. Then, isn't it strange? Why aren't there any bloody footprints around the scene of the crime? Aha! As you can see, there were no traces of any such footprints around at the scene of the crime. That contradicts your claim about this shoe. The picture only shows part of the floor, so there could have been bloody footprints. Maybe. Does she have onigiri in her head? Yeah, because she sells lunchboxes. She's the lunch lady. And where are they, Mr. Edgeworth? Because we checked the scene and found nothing of the sort. I'm not allowed at the crime scene, but we looked at it. Order, order, order. Well, witness? What? Great going, Mr. Wright, but it's true that the lack of footprints is a contradiction. But we didn't, but then we have to ask why there wasn't a footprint. Oh. That's true. There has to be a reason why there wasn't a footprint. The one is making one Chinese food. I need lo mein now. Gotta get lots of rice in a lunchbox. There has to be a reason why there wasn't a footprint. Think, Mr. Wright, think. Hey, I don't know why it's not there. I'm just good at finding contradictions. Oh, what? I see. Now I get it. Get what? Our witness is more devious than I gave her credit for. We were hoodwinked to the very end. But she slipped. There is one vital hint to the truth in her testimony. What are you talking about? Think back to when she told us about apprehending the suspect. The chief prosecutor tried to resist, but her efforts were in vain. She knocked my hands aside, kicked over an oil drum. Oh, she's beautiful but deadly. A predator, this one, a leopard woman. Rawr. Well, that was a strange thing for a normally cool-headed chief to do. No kidding. Now, witness, allow me to ask a very simple question. This oil drum, was it empty? Oh, that, I'm not sure I like your attitude, Mr. Edgeworth. Though apparently you're not the slowest conveyor belt in the lunchbox factory. Does she have a grudge or a crush? Make up your mind. Yes. Witness. Well, was the oil drum empty? The oil drum kicked over by the chief prosecutor was brimming with water. Water? What does that mean? Still don't get it, Mr. Wright. Do you want to know the reason she knocked it over? The real reason? Aha! You don't mean... Yes, the suspect knocked over the drum of water, for one reason and one reason alone. To erase the bloodstains that would have been hard evidence, I'm making up words. To erase the bloodstains that would become evidence against her. That ties things up quite nicely. The bloodstains left in the victim's shoe tie her quite clearly to this murder. Then, after the deed was done, she knocked over the oil drum to erase the telltale signs. Why, that's a prosecutor's specialty, erasing evidence. That reminds me, Miss Skye's right hand was hurt. Didn't she say she cut herself when she stabbed him? So that's when my sister's blood got on the shoe? Well, I see no reason to prolong this trial. No! Mr. Wright, do something, please! What? What can I do? Sister's confessed the crime, and she tried to conceal it. But... Enough. There's no need for further debate. Your verdict, Your Honor. Very well. But Angel Star's on the prosecution's side. She could have been lying about the water. This court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Skye. Oh. Little girl, what did you just say? Huh? Me? Did you just say that I, Angel Star, was on the prosecution's side? How dare you? Angel hates prosecutors. Well, yeah, you are. You're saying my sister hid evidence by erasing the bloody footprints. Well, I thought you had your fill, but here you are, demanding a second helping. Another lunchbox. A lunchbox called evidence. What is the other half of this? This is like yellow rice, but I don't know what this other half... Meat? Is it meat? It better be. Wait, witness, don't tell me of something else. Time for deliberations has passed. Any further comments, and you'll be held in contempt of court. Your threats don't scare the cough-up queen. Look at this. Oh. Photograph. I had it just in case anyone had the gall to suggest the white shoe didn't belong to the victim. I see no room for error in this evidence. Mr. Wright, wait. Look at the asphalt in this photo. Hey, it's clearly wet. Erasing the last trace of doubt from the court's mind. Immediately after the murder, the crime scene was washed with water. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I guess I couldn't help after all. It's not your fault. I knew I couldn't win this case from the beginning. And it seems this is what your sister wanted anyway. Sorry, Mia. Right. Wet or not? Are we wet? Don't be so quick to throw in the towel. Get yourself up off the asphalt. Take another good look. Don't give up. Not to the bitter end. This is the last piece of evidence. Very well. This time I'd like to declare a verdict for good. Objection! Your Honor, wait. What is it with you people? Can't I slow Can't I hand down my verdicts in peace anymore? Whatever it is, can it wait? No, it can't. Then it'll be too late. Look at this photograph, the last one submitted. This trial isn't over until we give each piece of evidence proper consideration. So, right. Are you saying there's a problem with this latest piece of evidence? Yeah, I'll think later. Yeah, there's a problem. Right or wrong, I've got to go ahead with this. I suppose since we've come this far, we should give every claim a fair shake. Very well, Mr. Wright. Show the court the problem in this photograph. Now is later, what do you mean? There's something a bit odd about this photo. Particularly right here. The problem with this photograph is here. What's this? There's something poking out of the car's muffler. A muffler, you say? Just a moment, Mr. Edgeworth. Your Honor, you just said muffler. However, I see no trace of a muffler or scarf of any kind in this photograph. A muffler is also a part of a car or motorcycle, Your Honor. Just think of it as part of the exhaust system, a pipe. See, and I see. What's that suspicious-looking cloth sticking out of the car's muffler? So what if there's something sticking out of the muffler? What does that have to do with this case? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Sorry, Miss Starr, but it's not going to be that easy. In fact, you've already told us why this is important to the case. You said as much in your testimony. What? Let's hear what Mr. Wright has on his mind. She did mention it before. Tell us why you think this piece of cloth in the muffler is related to this case. Now or later, what do you mean? It should be this. Miss Starr, recall your testimony for the court. Ah, yes, when I arrested her, she mentioned the muffler. That's what had me confused in my earlier testimony. Muffler. Would it be that the muffler you heard mention was actually this exhaust pipe? If so, that means this piece of cloth is vital evidence. Woo! Well, it seems we'll have to suspend the proceedings. Suspend? I find myself wondering about the piece of cloth. If we leave any question unanswered here, we do if we leave any question unanswered here, we do a disservice to the law. Have the car at the crime scene inspected at once. Bring me that cloth. The verdict will wait until after we've seen all of the evidence. Agreed? I suppose so. Phew. That was close. But made it, at least for now. The court will adjourn for a 30-minute recess. It's lunchtime after all. Still hungry? Yeah, 3 lunch boxes. 6 lunch boxes. Speaking of lunch boxes, I think it's about time for a bit of a lunch breaks right now. What do you say? Big stretch. Now will be the time to go pee, have lunch. It's time for din din. We're gonna take a quick little break and then we're gonna come back, right? I'm gonna say let's have a 15-minute recess ourselves. Let's see. 15-minute recess. Pass the pork belly, I'll trade you rice. Yeah, I actually have a PB&J incidentally waiting for me. Let's see. Yep. Bathroom. Food. Stretch. Yeah, that should be about right. I'm gonna pin that. Should be correct. I'm gonna set up the BRB screen so you guys keep entertained. Take care of yourselves. We'll be back, okay? Alright, we're back here. Howdy. That was a good last round. You guys did really good on that one. I also helped, but I feel robbed. Was it the brandy? I was waiting for it. I had it typed in. I'm like, I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait to see if any of them notice. Those were hard. They do kind of scale, I feel like. Sometimes they do scale depending on how many levels in you are in a round. I wish I could lower the time between waiting if I'm like while I'm away from the keyboard. Banned right before I did. I'm surprised you guys didn't guess like Bard and stuff like that too. All right, we're gonna get back into the game. We gotta start part 2 of our investigation. Let's see. I think I know roughly where we're stopped, but we'll see how far we get into the investigation today. And that should be the latter half. Okay. Back. I hope you guys took care of yourselves. Went pee, had something to eat, even if it's something that you grab to eat while you watch. You know? So 11:58 a.m. Senate lobby number 2. Mr. Wright? Huh? What? Are trials always like this with you? Like, you're swimming up from the bottom of a lake about to reach the surface, but no matter how hard you paddle, you never seem to get there? Pretty much. Yep, just a normal case. Help! Go get punched in the face by black belts or shopping while listening to Sun's stream? Well, is it... I mean, at least it's honest. Is it something that you need to go shopping for, like, soon? Is it, like, a priority? It's like, oh, it'd be inconvenient for me to have to wait to go shopping again. Because I'd weigh that into consideration. Of course I want you guys to watch, but of course I'm never gonna make you guys watch me overdoing other things in your lives, you know? Stakes for this weekend, so I gotta go today or tomorrow. While you're considering it, I would say today. And get like a little training in for yourself afterwards if you'd like. You know, in your own time. And I can hydrate, thank you. If I ever just like take a moment to pause and move while not making any sounds, it's probably because I muted my mic. Just for the record. Right? Is everything correctly in order? Hopefully. Except today we're swimming in quicksand. Yeah, thank you, Wise Fox. So what happened to your sister anyway? Apparently she got called off to the judge's chambers. Probably something to do with that piece of cloth. Let me adjust my mic here. Alright. So, this is where you turn the trial around, right? Our only weapon, a tiny, insignificant piece of cloth. I'm the one who's starting to feel tiny and insignificant, to tell you the truth. Hola, partner. They say you show a red cloth to a bull, but it'll They say you show a red cloth to a bull, it'll fire up its temper. That's what they told me when I was a young'un, at least. Officer Marshall! Thought I'd come to take a look and see how the trial's going. Looks like I'm late. We got a home ranch locked down tighter. They got the home ranch locked down tighter than a fort in enemy territory. That hard to slip out, huh? What's going on over there anyway? All the police I've seen in the last 2 days have really been on edge. Don't you got enough on your plate without worrying about other people, compadre? You could be worried about the chief prosecutor's taste in mufflers, for example. Officer Marshall? The whole muffler thing didn't have anything to do with scarves. She wasn't even wearing a scarf. Hey, yeah, it's your journey. You don't say. Don't that just beat all? I've seen the red breeze blow through her slender neck many a time. I saw it that day too. She was wearing a red muffler. The explanation for this man leaves no option that does not make him a massive nerd. There's gonna be a couple characters we see that are like, they really didn't have an easy way to translate this character, so they're just a big nerd. This is just a guy from West LA who is a cowboy in California. For no reason. Also, yeah, it's cowboy season. What? At the awards ceremony that afternoon. Edgeworth's seen it too, I'd reckon. What does that mean? In the photograph taken at the crime scene, she wasn't wearing a scarf. So, Miss Starr wasn't mistaken. Well, it's about time. Remember, partner, sometimes you gotta grab the bull by the horns. Sometimes you just gotta let that bull go where it will. Time will tell. Ugh, I have a bad feeling about this. He's the American stereotype according to Japan? I guess so. Are there other characters in like the original Japanese version? They're like, this one's from America. Because yeah, we have characters that are like, they're from Germany, they're from here, there. You know? We're just in California now. And later on in the games, they do incorporate that as part of the actual canon, that we are in like a Japan, like a Japantown version of California in the future. What is even knifing alcohol in a courtroom? We're not in the courtroom. This is the defendant waiting lobby. So it's fine. Do you see like in the back there's like a thing for smoking? Like for if you smoke, there's like an ashtray back there. So he can have a knife and alcohol, I guess. It's not the worst thing. The first case of AA fire hurt my brain so much. Sorry, courthouse. Again, not the worst things that are gonna get brought into the courthouse. These are very minor. So, what are we swimming in now, Mr. Wright? If it's steak sauce, I can hook you up with some fine ribs. Ooh-wee! I don't know why it's so fun doing a southern accent character. Like, the drawl is very fun. Literally the case, plus bad memory all the time, maybe finally pause the franchise. Really? The first one? Yeah. No, I see that. Make a good point. I remember the lady who hit the judge with a whip. The super Japanese one, yeah. Also, what's up? I don't like the assistant in 5. The assistant in 5 being Athena? Oh shoot, Emma. Dual Destinies, that would be Fulbright? Right? Am I wrong to assume? That's fine. He is probably one of the most interesting characters in the entire series, though. If you don't play the game yourself and you end up watching me play the series, you're gonna find out why. Also, Simon is my favorite character of that one. It is spoiler. Just mentioning the character itself is probably not a spoiler, because again, these games are already decade old. Oh, you looked it up? Oh, okay. Oh, you got it. Yeah, let's go. To make sure it was him. I got oh, okay. You'll see anyway, because the dynamic of the character is what's most interesting. Also, it'll happen. Get spoiled. I just really miss Emma. Won't be typing much for the next 2 hours. I'll be listening. We're going on a road trip, guys. Woo! Works to grinding. Finally got it. Yeah. Oh, you got like the You got your avatar sight. So you mean like you got like the shroud for him? Or you mean like a physical sight? I'd like to resume. What's up? The judge keeps looking over at the prosecution. You're down to the final 2 judges. Ooh, nice. You're excited. It's so good. You're like the not the Dragon Song Word. It's Heaven's Word. You're at the end of 2.0. Oh yeah, that's a good one. I wish I could get the dialable version, but I do like that one a lot. I do have an outfit on my main for it. Edgeworth, hello? Is something wrong, Mr. Edgeworth? Your face is blue. Your lips are purple. You're sweating bullets. That furrowed brow, those grinding teeth, those watery eyes. What's more, your eyes are unfocused. You're doubled over. Your back is bent. Can't be. This can't happen. I wonder what happened to Mr. Edgeworth. Is he okay? I should get that. You gotta run the savage. What? Is he okay? Well, I believe it's the time we continued on with this trial. According to our, during our recess, I requested the prosecution conduct an investigation. This is unacceptable. Seems our prosecutor is quite beside himself. Excuse me. Knock knock? Who's there? Oh! What's with this guy? A strange, stuffy aura seems to be filling the courtroom. I forgot he just jump scares you like he he just showed up. I forgot that we don't meet him outside of the scene. Hey, the temperature rose by 7.5 degrees when that man came in. Who on earth is he? Why do I have to draw his titties so big? Ah, it's you. Oh. Sorry I'm late, Udgy. The roads were packed, it's just me. Long time no see, eh, Udgy? How you been? Swim much these days? Ah, hello. No, I've been so busy. Busy, smizzy, Udgy, my boy. You gotta make time to relax. I forgot the swimming thing. Yes, indeed. Udgy seems to be his nickname for the judge? Afraid you're right. Very afraid. Sorry, but who are you? So you're Rido, the attorney. I've heard good things about you, son. Thanks? So sorry about our little worthy giving you all the trouble, eh? Our little worthy? You know, we should all go swimming together sometime. Jolly. Little worthy. Mr. Wright. You don't know the district chief of police? Chief of police? He's the top-ranking police officer in the entire district. Name's Gant. Damon Gant. Pleased to meet you, everyone. So, what do we owe this honor today? It's been over 2 years since you last came to this courtroom, hasn't it? Well, it's worthy here. Look at the poor fellow. I just thought I'd help out by bringing this. Hey, that's my sister's muffler. So Miss Star wasn't just seeing things. When the crime occurred, Miss Sky really was wearing that muffler. But to think that it was stuffed in the exhaust pipe. On Little Worthy's car, no less. It's really quite embarrassing even for us. Oh, what's this? I'm giving the judge and Gant the same like pitch. I need to like differentiate them like a little bit somehow. That's what you call a switchblade knife. Quite perplexing, this. Chief, what kind of outfit are you running? Mr. Edgeworth? How could they miss such a vital piece of evidence? If your investigators are this lax, how do you expect us to do our job? Now, wait a minute, Worthy. I have no desire to hear your excuses. I'm telling you to wait. Or didn't you hear me? Have a look at this document where it says person in charge of investigation. There's no mistaking that this signature. There's no mistaking that that signature is there, Miss Miles Edgeworth. That's not fair. On the day of the crime, I had your head in the clouds because you got that award. I know how you feel. But you're the person in charge. I expect a written apology. Oh, what? Are you serious? Don't be too upset. We'll find a way to clean up this mess that you made. This is the first time I see Mr. Edgeworth at a loss for words. This kind of major blunder is unlike you, Mr. Edgeworth. Yeah. The court accepts this now. The court accepts this new evidence. But I'd like to ask the defense a favor first. Yes? Just to be sure, I'd like to take a look at the blade of this knife. The blade, Your Honor? Well, I don't see why not. Could you open it up for me, I wonder? Yes, well, I think all you have to do is push that switch and... If I cut my finger, Mr. Wright, I won't be able to pound my gavel anymore. Yeah, but if I cut my finger, I won't be able to point it at people anymore. Come on, just hurry up and open it. We don't have to go through the full list. Just go to the next page. Alright. A little shiny. Ah! Don't scare me like that! I'm the one who's scared. Look at this knife blade. The tip's broken off. This dark red stain. Blood? Small tag attached. Wrapped in the defendant's muffler. Oh. Switchblade knife added to the court record. This does not excuse the actions of the police department. I would like to hear an explanation from the chief of police himself. I'm terribly sorry, but could I ask you to testify for us? About the split between the prosecutors and the police, and this knife. Sure thing, not a problem. Not even one, a little one, really. That has such a fun design. Department in disorder. This knife is special, but I can't say how here. Unless there's evidence to prove a connection between this knife and Goodman. This was a bad day for the department. We weren't in any shape to do an investigation. A detective was killed at the police department. See, what a mess. The time of the crime? 5:15. Scary coincidence, eh? It's not officially linked to this here case, so I can't talk much about it. It happened at the exact same time? There was a murder at the police department? A detective? That's hush-hush information, Uji. We haven't exactly announced it yet. Oh, wait a sec. You said 5:15. That's the exact time the Detective Goodman was killed at the prosecutor's office. Order, order, order! Anyway, we at the department we're all flustered, as you might well assume. We're in the middle of a top-secret investigation. Don't tell anyone, okay? He said to the audience in the room. I think we understand the police department's situation. Well, Mr. Wright? 2 detectives killed at the same time in 2 different places? The chances of that are really slim, scientifically speaking, of course. I'd like to exercise my right to cross-examine the witness. Very well. However, keep your questions focused on the case at hand. This knife is special, but I can't say how here. Unless there's evidence to prove a connection between this knife and Goodman. Let's see. Now, what does this tag say? It says SL9, SL-92. And, we have something, here. Kinda special, don't you think? This, jumble of numbers seems a little important. Wait a second. Aha! Last, an honest-to-goodness objection! This knife. This has to do something with, this has to have something to do with Detective Goodman. What do you mean? Aha! An honest-to-goodness, what do you mean from Uji? This is great! Look at the tag on this knife. It reads SL92. This is important. Why? Over here, we also have a memo that was on the body of the victim. What's this? S minus 7, 6 minus 7 S 12/2. Your Honor, it's upside down. Side. The printed name of the memo makes it looks like it's right side up. But turn around and what do you get? Aha! Whoever wrote this note was holding the paper upside down. SL9. That's the same thing that was written on the knife's tag. It's all connected. Order, order. Well, Chief? Oh, well. I guess the cat's out of the bag. You win, righto? I win? What game is this guy playing? This knife was evidence in a case. It was stolen from the department's evidence room. Oh. He's playing Ace Attorney. He's gonna take our lawyer health away. So this knife was stolen? Yes, but on the day of the murder. It was evidence, you say. Was it in fact a murder weapon? Nice, nice, nice! Good show, Little Worthy. It was a murder weapon, as it happens. It was evidence from a case long since solved. But the knife was stolen the day of the murder. It was found in the exhaust pipe of Edgeworth's car. Hard to think there isn't a connection there. It was a bad day for the department. We weren't doing in any shape to do an investigation. A detective was killed at the police department. What a mess! On the same day that a detective was killed in the prosecutor's parking lot, another detective was killed at the police department? That's a fact. Surprising, isn't it, Uji? I'm at a loss for words. And the perpetrators? Do you have a suspect? Well, there was a suspect. Just arrested him, in fact. Just arrested? That was quick. But there's still a lot of unanswered questions. Maybe you could help, righto? I suppose I could help. You help me by giving data on your case? Oh, good one. This kid's sharp. Okay, here's the deal. I'll tell you one thing and one thing only. What do we need to know, guys? What do we have to ask? Where the victim was found, how the victim was killed, when the victim died. So we're asking about his case. I mean, we already know the time that the victim died, right? How the victim was killed. I mean, that's not so important, right? Not as important as where the body was, right? So tell me, where was the victim found? Well, I can't speak on where the corpse was found, but I can say the crime took place in the evidence room at the police department. Evidence room? Oh, wait a second. I've heard of that. The evidence room... Didn't he mention that in his testimony, just now? This knife was evidence in a case. It was stolen from the department's evidence room. There's a connection between the two cases. You seem happy, Mr. Wright. Happy? We just got handed our ticket. We just got handed our ticket to go to town on this case. With the link between the two cases established, we finally have some leverage. Now we can get Gant to testify about the details. It's not officially linked to this case, so I can't talk much about it. Heck yeah it is. Chief, the defense's position is simply this. The connection between these two cases have already been proven. You don't say. Well, out with it, righto. What's your connection? Hi, Chewy Cottontail. Hi. Yes, out with it, Mr. Wright. The connection is a place mentioned in the testimony we just heard. The knife found in the lot was stolen from the police department's evidence room. Not to mention the victim had it on him, the case number on the knife's evidence tag. We also know that the detective murdered at the police department was killed in that very same evidence room. Indeed. There do seem to be too many connections for this to be a coincidence. You two make a good pair. We do, don't we? Me and Edgeworth make such a good pair together. I say me, but I am talking from the perspective of Phoenix Wright, who we play as mostly. But Phoenix and Edgeworth make such a good pair, don't we? Took my men 2 days to find out what you deducted right here. Chief, I request you release your information on the victim. You release your information on the victim at the police department. See, that's the tricky part. It hasn't been announced yet at all. Can we get the information unofficially? Sure, why not? It's unofficial after all. What? Really? We asked nicely, and we got what we wanted. That's just how easy it is. Who would have guessed? I'll cooperate, but I can't reveal the name of the victim at the department, okay? If you're gonna tell us a little, why not tell us everything? Ah, well, case information is sticky stuff. You have to do everything properly. Oh well, I guess I might as well try to get what I can out of him. Score! Yeah, we did it! We're such good detectives. Well, we're lawyers. We're such good lawyers. Alright. I guess I might try to get what I can out of him. The victim's division, the victim's gender, the victim's ID number. I don't know what the gender will really do for us if we ask. But I guess we could ask, right? We can get what I can out of him. So we can ask everything, probably? Okay. How about the gender of the victim? You want to know that? Okay, a hint. Let's see. First hint. The gender that it's not female. Aha! He was a guy! What did I tell you? The boy's sharp! Stop goofing around, Mr. Wright. This is serious business. Sorry, Your Honor. Hey, tell it to the Chief of Police. 2 detectives were killed at 5:15. One at the prosecutor's office, and one at the police department. That can't be a coincidence. And that knife. What was it doing there? Better check this knife out. Phoenix? Phoenix, please. Phoenix. Alright. How about the ID number of the victim? Okay. How do you tell me the victim's ID number? Sure, why not? It's not like you'll be able to tell who it is from that. No, of course not. You won't tell me their name after all. You type lit on ID number, so don't go getting your hopes up. The number is 5842189. Oh, that's quite long. 5842189. We have to memorize these. It drives me nuts. 82. Can't do it. You didn't even get the first number right. Well, Mr. Wright, does this tell you anything? The ID number on the victim at the police department. 5842189. Yeah. Well, I don't have to memorize it, because I already know where I've seen that number before. Actually, it does, Your Honor. It does. I think. Meaning? It has to be what I think it is. What does this mean? Well, let's hear what the defense has to say. You say the ID number of the detective who was murdered at the police department tells you something. What does it tell you? There's an ID card that we have as evidence of the victim who was killed in the prosecutor's parking lot. So how peculiar that the ID of the person who was killed in the evidence room is exactly the same. Witness. Now, what is it, Mr. Wright? You're grinning like a schoolgirl on prom night. No, it's just, I got confused. And this is news? Huh? Just come out with both guns blazing. Like you always do. Edgeworth wants to see our guns. The police department. The prosecutor's office. 2 places, 2 detectives murdered. At one time. Actually, I happen to have a police ID number here. Oh ho! Is it yours? No, Your Honor. I'm a defense attorney, remember? This is the ID number of our victim, Detective Goodman. Shame on you, Righto. Personal IDs are top secret. Personnel IDs are top secret. Detective Goodman's ID number is 5842189. And this means what exactly? Huh? Oh, wait, that ID number we heard for the chief earlier. That started with an 82. I've forgotten. You didn't get the first number right again. The number the chief of police gave us was 5842189. Oh, wait a second, right? What does this mean? That's what I want to know. The two ID numbers are identical. In other words, the detective killed in the police department's evidence room was Bruce Goodman. What does our witness think about that? Oh, ho, ho, ho. Sharp as attack, righto. Sharp as attack. But wait, Detective Goodman is our victim. He was killed at 5:15 in the underground parking lot. Yet, a Detective Bruce Goodman was also killed at the police department, in the evidence room at the exact same time. That's impossible. So what we're saying is, the same person was killed at the same time? And in a completely different location? Order, 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 Chief! What does this mean? No. What I want to hear is, why didn't I hear about this? Yes, it's top secret, fine, but I'm a prosecutor in charge of this case. Now, just wait a second. Now, just wait a second, Worthy. No need to get all flustered. Your Honor, the police department has made a grave error in this case. Wait. I said wait. Or didn't you hear me? The oversight, the grave error. Mr. Edgeworth, they're yours. What? How dare? We informed you yesterday. I believe it was our officer Meekins who brought the news. It was the news that Edgeworth didn't want to hear yesterday. Am I the only one who thinks these two would have needed to replace our podiums at some point? They have multiple courtrooms that we go through, but we go through different ones throughout each game, so I'm sure we go through a few. Officer Meekins. Mr. Wright, have we heard that name before? Wait, aha! Sky. Excuse me, but this is Mr. Edgeworth, anywhere on the premises? I'm here, sir, at the request of the chief, sir. I've got your report, sir. You don't mean him. According to Meekins, you didn't accept the report. Hard to believe. But your officer, he told me. He said the report had nothing to do with the Lana Sky incident. Detective Bruce Goodman, murder in the police department evidence room. Mr. Edgeworth, the victim's name is written right on the top of the report. Oh, poor Edgeworth. Why didn't your officer tell me? Honestly, I'm not sure if that officer was capable of making the connection. He did seem challenged. In any case, this is a serious error, a gross negligence of duty on your part, Worthy. But sir, you could have submitted that report this morning to the court as evidence. Then Edgeworth's hubris is getting to him. No such luck this time, Worthy. Or should I say, unworthy? What? Now, what was the second rule of evidence law? Well, Mr. Wright? Huh? Well, it's, Rule 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And how is this rule relevant? Normally, you submit a list of evidence to be used in court before the trial. This report wasn't on that list. So, what does that mean? I couldn't submit this evidence until a connection was proven in court. The connection was just proven by Righto over there. Good job, Righto, my boy. Huh? I was just doing my job. No. No! We are getting all the praise, and Edgeworth's not getting any. Seems we have come to the end of this trial. I know you're going through a tough time, Worthy, with all those rumors. You were even in the defense's chair just this past December. I apologize for this terrible lack of due diligence on my part. Mr. Edgeworth, please, just give me one more day. I'll get to the bottom of this, of what happened. It's the last thing I do. You better get results this time. Really. You have my profound apologies, sir. Or Mr. Edgeworth. I don't think there's ever been an error this serious in the history of this court. I will grant one further day as the prosecution is requested. Will that be sufficient, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Whatever your punishment for this is, for your sake, I hope it's not decisive. Very well. Court is adjourned. Got one more day, at least. We've up to 3 days in investigation. And to save. Man, isn't it so cool that the chief of police came in and helped us out like that? I gotta check up on Charlie. Mr. Wright, so... what's going on with the case anyway? A little confused. Huh? Well, let's see. What is going on? The victim, Detective Bruce Goodman, was stabbed to death after 5 p.m. on the 21st. He died in the prosecutor's parking lot and the police's department's evidence room. What's this and the evidence room part? The prosecutor's office and the police department are 30 minutes apart by car. Well, guess we're gonna find out. At least try to, at least. Alright, let's do it. She's in good spirits, but I'm not sure she's gonna help. She's gonna be much help with this. Don't be so sure, Mr. Wright. Huh? Look, we're in this together, right? I'll prove that these thick-rimmed glasses of mine aren't just for show. I love those glasses so much. Underground parking lot. How much would it cost to repair the lock on the trunk of the car? You know, I really don't think we should worry about the police department murder. There wasn't even a body found there. Who cares? Yeah, it was only our victim was yeah, it was only our victim was killed in their evidence room. No biggie. Besides, my sister would never do such a thing. I know it. An oil drum. Was it empty? The oil drum kicked over by the chief prosecutor was brimming with water. My sister erasing evidence of the crime scene? Never. Even though she says they don't get along, Emma really likes her sister. That's not it at all. It's just... we're both professionals at what we do, and I trust her. Big words for a high school student. Well, whether there's blood on the floor or not, the water in that oil drum washed it all away. Ignore the strength of my science at your own peril, Mr. Wright. Huh? What's that grin for? The situation calls for one thing, and that is luminol testing fluid. Love this stuff. Luminol? What a sticky stuff, you know. You can't just wash it away with a little water. Luminol! Yeah! Even if you can't see it, it's still there. But wouldn't the police have already done those tests? Never trust anyone's eyes but your own, Mr. Wright. Just give it a try. Me? Why do I have to do it? I'm a minor. I can't even drink yet. I'm testing bloodstains with this stuff, not drinking it. Here, look, I'll lend you these glasses. Huh? You had an extra pair of these things? To test for a blood reaction, just spray luminol on it. Like this, see? Press enter to spray it on. Okay, let's find us some blood stains. Got a little something there. Zoom, enhance! I can see your eyes shining behind those glasses. So this is a blood stain? It's so... Emma, you're shaking. It's just... This is my first time seeing real blood. Scientific investigation in action. Okay, well, we definitely know this is a blood stain. But doesn't something strike you as odd? Scientifically speaking, of course. What's odd about this, scientifically? That's not enough blood to bleed to death, I feel like. The perpetrator and Detective Goodman fought here, right? Don't you think there'd be a little more blood? I definitely think so. I mean, look at all the blood of the sole of the victim's shoe. It is pretty strange. If they fought here, there'd have to have been more blood than this. Hey, Mr. Wright. I'm gonna mark up the floor plans I'm gonna mark up the floor plans when we find a bloodstain, okay? See? I'm pretty handy to have around, right? Yeah, and this stuff's pretty handy too. I saved up my allowance to buy that. Finds blood traces, spray to use. Luminol testing fluid received from one very proud-looking Emma Skye. Can't be sure that the police will reveal all their evidence in court. Sometimes they fail to mention evidence that doesn't fit in with their view of the case. Let's drag that hidden evidence out in the light of day. Yeah. Saved up my allowance. How old are you? She's 16. She's an 11th grader. That's her, what is it? Formal occupation title. 11th grader. Feels like we're really investigating a crime now, doesn't it? Guess I should give this a spray on anything suspicious. Huh. I wonder how that flute of yours would react to a nice deli box. Miss Starr! You only trust your own eyes, hmm? Not bad, you two. What, huh? This day-old deli box is on the house. Don't eat day-old sushi. Sorry. Sorry. It's just that kind of lead-in doesn't really get my mouth watering. You certainly put me in quite in a tight spot today. My apologies, Miss Starr, but no, it's okay. It was my fault. Oh, we know. We know it's your fault. I witnessed everything for that security room right there. But I was afraid I wouldn't sound convincing enough, you see. I was wrong to think that. I'm sorry. Sorry? You lied on the witness stand. That's unforgivable. Little girl, don't forget what's important here. Even if the place I witnessed the events from was different, I still saw what I saw. I saw the chief prosecutor Skye stab a man in cold blood, and that testimony still stands. I swear to my honor as a detective, she stabbed Goodman. I know this photograph has something important to tell us, but what? So, you were a detective, weren't you, Miss Starr? Yes, well, it was a long time ago. Well, 2 years ago. No matter how hardened the criminal, when they faced me, they coughed it up. Coughed it up? They confessed. They babbled like babies. You know, I may seem like a demon sometimes, but I can be an angel too. I wouldn't doubt it. Every day, I drag the dirt out of the mouths of suspect after suspect. Before long, they called me the Cough-Up Queen. Oh, and I have, and here I thought someone had gotten food poisoning from your lunches. I like this little face that Emma makes. And you were let go? Fired? I felt that I had found my dream job when I became an investigator. And if these prim and proper prosecutors hadn't let me go, I'd still be one today. It's all because of that case. The SL9 incident. SL9? Wait, she doesn't mean... No, I have to present. I have to present. I have to present. Right? This thing. Oh. What do you think about this? The SL9 incident. It's written on that knife. And on that note. Goodman was the head detective on that case, you know. Really? That knife was evidence from the case. The murder weapon. It was due for transferal the very day that Goodman was killed. As I suspected. SL9 isn't over. Not yet. Do you think you could tell us more about the SL9 incident? No. Back. If you think about it, I could have taken that picture from the guard room. But even I get flustered sometimes. You went straight to the scene of the crime? I rushed towards the chain-link fence in an effort to stop the murder. That's when I took this photo, yes. In other words, like 5 minutes after the crime? Those 5 minutes are the whole problem. A hole in my testimony, as it were. 5 minutes weren't the problem, Miss Star. You lying was the problem. Listen, little girl. I've had my testimony disregarded before. And I wasn't going to have it disregarded again. And I can hydrate, thank you. Just like that time. Ooh, thank you for the lunch boxes. That time. Luminol spray. The incident really opened up my eyes to the truth. We're nothing to them. Disposable. Disposable? To who? The cat paw really fluffed up? Wait, where? What? 2 years ago. It was the biggest case I'd ever handled. Oh. The police and the prosecutors were desperate for decisive evidence. On the chair could— oh, okay, yeah. So, they didn't solve it? On the contrary, it was solved quite cleanly. The criminal was caught and executed. Executed? Yes. The criminal got what was coming to him. It doesn't get any clearer than that. The only problem was, they never did find the decisive evidence. Not a shred. What? But the criminal was executed, right? On the basis of evidence. Of a sort. Made up evidence. What? You mean they executed someone with fabricated evidence? The best part came several months after the trial. Every detective involved with the case was dealt with. Some were demoted to patrolmen. Others found themselves out of a job. And you were one of those? Myself and one other person you know well. Wait, could it be? Exactly. Detective Jake Marshall. Oops, I mean, Police Department Security Detail. Officer Jake Marshall. As a professional detectives, we investigated that case from every angle. Jake was particularly determined. And then, it was over, and he was demoted. However, he hasn't forgotten, and neither have I. Haven't forgotten SL9? There was another side to the case, a hidden side. That's what we're after now. And no one in their fancy offices can stop us. Oh, wait! Those lunches you sell. There's only one reason I come to sell the lunches at this accursed office. I'm here to meet old friends. Boyfriends that can help me investigate. Miss Star's old boyfriends. How many does she have, anyway? Just when all detectives on SL9 have disappeared, find new evidence. There has to be a connection. So, rookie? What? This Don. It seems like you're serious about investigating this case. Yes. And you should take this. A Salisbury steak lunch? That is a full-ass steak. I know a certain guy who might help you if you tempt him with his treat. Excellent for putting Officer Marshall in a good mood. Miss Star? Officer Marshall, is he your... are you his... Are you going out? Why do you want to know? I was just wondering what happened to him. I missed the gumshoe lunchbox. The lunchbox that's just full of weenies. Ah, thank you for the yowie. I also miss weenie lunchbox. I should make myself a mini weenie lunchbox sometime soon. Cause that rice and mini weenies sounds so good. A long time ago, when he was helping my sister do cases, he was so nice. He got along so well with my sister, it made me jealous. And he was nice to me too back then. Maybe when Officer Marshall was a detective. And now, he's so cold. Jake and I are merely cooperating on this investigation. He's single! We're putting the past to rest, as it were. Nothing more than that. I see. Thank you. Officer Jake Marshall, Mimi Meanie lunchbox? Angel doing so many laps, NASCAR is impressed. Alright. I do still want to examine the room, but with the luminol. Spray! Ah! Mini weenie lunchbox. I should call him. Not the mini weenie. This blood must be from when Lana... No, my sister isn't the burner. She did call you, didn't she? At the time of the crime? And her right hand is bandaged. Hey, just whose side are you on? This has nothing to do with taking sides. So, this means that Lana's hand has blood on it. It just keeps getting worse. Spray everything down. That's it. Alright. I think we gotta move on. Oh. Even busier today than it was yesterday. The detectives are running around so fast they're blurring. I suppose it makes sense. The detective did get killed here after all. So, the evidence room, the scene of the crime. According to the pamphlet we got at the front desk. Here it is. It's like a kid at an amusement park. Ooh, a real crime scene. Let's go take a look. Blue Badger's still writhing around today. Yeah, zoom in. Let's give him the benefit of the doubt and say he's dancing. Speaking of dancing, the whole police department's been dancing around crazy since yesterday. Can I take out his batteries? I just can't help but feel like he's gonna do something naughty. He's doing his best! Oh! This is a totally normal guard station here. There's nothing wrong with this room whatsoever. I wonder whose room this... No, this is the security guard station. Ignore the cow skull in the corner. It's just part of the feng shui. It's the cactus. Do you see the hat? Oh my god. The saloon doors is closed. Someone's drinking on the job. 2 bottles? Jesus. And there's a trap by the door, too. This is such a secure room. According to the pamphlet, this is the guard station for the evidence room. I missed the first one. So beyond that door is the evidence room. The scene of the crime? The only thing missing is a claymore? Cowboy claymore. Sure seems that way. Oh. Oh. What's wrong? It's those cacti. They're so prickly, it's imposing. It's hard to think straight. You can't handle the cacti. Stay out of the desert. What I want to know is, if this is the guard station, where's the guard? I have a feeling I know who he is already. Who's drinking on the job? Yikes, you sure are prickly. They must be the real deal. I think that one big one would be sufficient. These cacti are a lot like my sister, actually. How so? Cased in a cold, rigid shell, with spies pointing in every direction. Just like her. I'm not so sure I see the resemblance. It's more an attitude thing than a physical similarity. I forgot to check up on Charlie, Texas! We are in California right now. Alright, back. Texas! This place is charged with frantic energy, as always. Please! Huh? Wasn't that... apparently he's canonically from... He's from West LA. That's why he's from the West. 1 steak lunch, please. Oh, it's you. Detective Gumshoe. Now's not time for chit-chat, pal. I'm a busy man. What I really need is a steak lunch from Lunchland. Oh, you mean one of these? Actually, it's not for sale. No! I just think I heard the sound of his heart breaking. Oh. Oh. As a California resident, there are many folks like that. Oh, my heart. Oh, I'm so sorry, Gumshoe. I would give you this lunchbox in a heartbeat if I could. Now's no time for despair. We got a criminal. Now we just need evidence. The criminal? You mean... You heard about the stabbing in the police department evidence room, right, pal? The same day that a detective was killed in the prosecutor's parking lot, another detective was killed at the police department? And the perpetrator? Do you have a suspect? Well, there was a suspect. Just arrested him, in fact. The biggest scandal hit the station in ages. Everything's topsy-turvy. But Detective Gumshoe, who was it? Listen, pal, all I need me a steak lunch, pronto. Standing around here talking is gonna fill my belly. Oh, wait, don't leave. If you want to know more, head down to the detention center, pal. Questioning should be over, so I figure he's down there having a good cry. Later. Cry? He ran off to the evidence room. Oh, the investigation is off to a running start. Well... this isn't where I needed to go. Gumshoe deserves all of the box lunches. There's the prototype blue badger back there. Wow, everyone looks deadly serious here. Oh, there was there was a vicious murder of a detective down at the police department. Yes, but the same detective was also killed at the same time as the prosecutor's lot. It makes my head hurt. Well, first things first. Let's go check out the police department crime scene. Yes, you said dead set on investigating. But don't mess up, or we could end up dead. I doubt anyone wants more mysteries or dead bodies around here right now. But it doesn't look like anyone's gonna help us much either. Detention Center Visitors Room. Still, I do feel better about things. A little. I mean, they caught the person who stabbed Detective Goodman, didn't they? Yeah, I guess they did. Best not to go too far down that road right now. Things will get confusing. What was that? Sir! That's what I'm saying! Me? A perpetrator? I'd say I was perpetrated against, sir! That's what I'd say! Hi! Greetings, sir! Oh, wait, I know who you are. Excuse me, but is this Mr. Edgeworth anywhere on the premises? I'm here, sir. At the request of the chief, sir. I got your report, sir. Officer Meekins, is your guard here at the detention center? No, sir. I'm not, sir. I'm a little lost patrolman. Like a little lost lamb, sir. He's just a little lost lamb. Help him. Oh, I get it. You're here to deliver a report? No, sir. How should I say this? Wait, he isn't... Is he? You... Officer Meekins. You didn't... Did you? Perpetrator Officer Meekins reporting, sir! What? What? Now this is an unexpected turn of events. Is this the face of a murderer? Can't trust anyone these days. Sir! I'm a patrolman with the general affairs, sir! Sir! Ow, I can hear you fine, Officer Meekins. I had some business on the day that day, sir, and I went to the evidence room, sir. The guard station in front of the room was empty, sir. But normally there's a guard at the evidence room? That's right, sir, because evidence is kept in the evidence room, sir. Now, the security officer was none other than Officer Marshall. Marshall? Then, sir, I happened to glance at the security room monitor. That's when I saw him, sir. A suspicious person in the evidence room. Sir! A suspicious person! Yow! What the heck is this guy doing? So, what happened then? After that, sir, everything went white. I saw red. I blacked out. And I came to. I was here in the detention center. How long were you out? Days? Basically, he went missing since the last time we saw him physically on screen and not in a flashback. Might I ask what happened to your hand? Sir, There was no one to bandage me, sir. So I did what I could to wrap it up, sir. A bandage on his hand. Just like Miss Sky. Yet another similarity between this case and the one at the prosecutor's office. First things first. Tell us how you hurt your hand. About your hand. Did that happen during the course of the crime? Well, you see, sir, don't you think you should just confess? But sir, but there's nothing I could do. Nothing you could do? Sir, to tell you the truth, sir, what had happened, when the detective pointed the knife at me, I just hollered, sir. And the next thing I knew, I was unconscious. The next thing you knew, you were, huh? Then when I opened my eyes, I was alone in the evidence room, sir. All alone. Alone because Detective Goodman had disappeared. What? Oh boy. When I looked down, I was gushing blood from my hands, sir. All the shock, all the sorrow. Can you imagine how I felt? The victim's body disappeared. That's some story. I don't mean to pry, but you are the perpetrator, correct? You killed Detective Bruce Goodman in the evidence room, right? Sir? Please don't look at me with those sad puppy dog eyes, sir! If you have to label me as a perpetrator or a victim, sir, then label me as victim! I would, but you happen to be in detention, and alive, and well at that. Oh, yes, that's true, sir. I suppose you could say that. Did you know the victim, Detective Goodman? Well, sir, if I had to label him as a stranger, or a total stranger, then I'd say he leans heavily on the total stranger side. So, you didn't know him? Sir, I work in a tiny department devoid of light or other creature comforts. I don't know any detectives. So, if he was a total stranger, then why did you stab him? Megan's, give me that megaphone. Sir, I had no intention of killing him, sir. None. And nor do I have any recollection of killing him, sir. At least someone around here is more confused than I am. Present. Do you think you can take a look at this? Hey! That's sir! That's it! That's it! What's that? What's what? That's what. I didn't read that right 3 times. My head was blank until this very moment. But now I remember. I remember, sir! That you remember what happened? Correct! That card is the cause of it all! This ID card? Exactly, sir! That's exactly it! Nothing could be more exact, sir! Nothing! Better pry into this one a little deeper. Oh, I did a big yawn just then. Can you tell me what it is that you remember? Well, sir, you might say I'm a little lost little patrolman. A lost little lamb, if you will. Alucard, enjoy your lurk. How do these two characters exist in the same universe? But it makes so much sense. I didn't know Mr. Detective Goodman was I didn't know Mr. Detective Goodman who was in the evidence room, and that's why. And that's why you thought he looked suspicious. Sir, I entered the evidence room and asked the man to show me his ID. Well, that sounds pretty much by the book so far. That's right, sir. That's what I've been trying to tell you. They asked for Detective Goodman to show you his ID card. What did he do? Well, that's the thing. He suddenly pointed a knife at me. What? Sir, I assure you I was flustered as you are right now. So I whooped and leapt at him. Detective Goodman pointed a knife at him? Do unto others before they do unto you. My father's own words, sir. What happened then? Well, my eyes, sir. Everything went white. When I woke, I was here. Right. No, Officer Meekins, why was it they arrested you? What do you mean, Emma? Let's look at what we know. Now, Officer Meekins didn't know Detective Goodman. And the victim who he met at the scene of the crime didn't show his ID card. In other words, we have no way of knowing if the victim really was the victim. Thank you for the hydrate. And if his body just disappeared from the evidence room, we don't even know if anyone really died. That's it, sir! That's what I wanted to say. That is, I did say something along those lines. Huh? But you still ended up here? They told me that it had to be him, sir. On that day, at that time, Detective Goodman was definitely in the evidence room. That's what they said. But you don't remember the events clearly? No, but the videotape is quite clear. Huh? Videotape? From the security camera. The crime! My crime! The crime I swore to stamp out! It's there! It's me! It's on the tape! And you waited until now to tell us this? I'm sorry, really sorry, sir. I'll hand over my badge. I don't deserve it. No thanks. I have my own. Well, guess we better go check out the crime scene. I guess we can. Really quickly, I always gotta observe this guard in the back. The guard monitors the visitor's room. Seeing a fellow patrolman must make him worry about his own fate in life. No! No comments from the peanut gallery. We are just commentating this out loud. Alright. Hey, Mr. Wright. Look who's standing at the chief detective's desk. It's Police Chief Gant. I hate his megaphone. It's giving me a headache. I wish I could turn down the effects volume, but it's basically as low as I can set it. You're sure this is all, hmm? You know what it means if there's anything missing. Sir, I'm sure it's most likely totally perfect. We checked all of his drawers, lockers, garbage cans, bags, coat pockets, hats. Under his seat cushion, behind his computer monitor, inside his personal coffee machine. I see. Well, if anything does turn up, you call me right away, deal? There's one place you didn't check yet, though. Yes, sir! We'll scour the place again, sir! The chief detective looks a little flustered. Aha! Righto, my boy! How have you been? Swim much? Oh, ho, ho. Chief Gant, reporting for duty, sir. Are you saluting him, Mr. Wright? He's just such an imposing presence, you know? Have you checked his buttholes? Yeah. Who knows? Is Edgeworth gonna be okay? Oh, were they? Oh, you know, they're doing a little, inquiry committee with him. It sounds like an inquisition. Yep, well, they've had no end of trouble with the boys since last year. You mean the incident at Gourd Lake? That doesn't look good having a top prosecutor sit in the defendant's seat, does it? And you got something else, you got someone else found guilty in that case, righto? Righto? Yeah, Manfred von Karma, another prosecutor. A legend he was, undefeated in his 40-year career. But in court, you fixed it so he was caught for forging evidence. Wait, I didn't do anything wrong. He forged evidence. In any case, the prosecutor's office is a bit of a turmoil, you might say. What are we bringing that up for now, Meta? Why, they do just about anything to restore their reputation. Now, depending on what the inquiry committee decides, it could be bad for Worthy. His smile? Is that the smile of a hero? It brought back the memories. Fret not. I've been here for 2 minutes. I already don't like this guy. He just likes swimming and giving people nicknames and doing his job. He's perfectly normal. What? It's downright odd, I tell you. The detective the detective getting killed on their own turf. On their turf too, I mean. They're being prosecutors, I assume? And welcome to the emotional damage. Haurchefant is probably one of the most beloved characters, honestly, in the series. Definitely up there. Top 5 for most, I'd say. Top 2 for most. Including, I could think of the others. Scientifically speaking, it's impossible. Hot cocoa daddy. Haurchefant Greystone. My beloved. You'll see his face every time you walk into our free company house. Scientifically speaking, it's impossible. Yes, but that's what the evidence is saying. Goodman was stabbed in 2 locations at the same time, that's what it says. What evidence is this? Now, Righto, I can't give away all our secrets just like that. And this in particular, well, it's a little sensitive, so I can't talk about it. Why must you curse me? I didn't put that up there. I didn't. That was put in the house before we knew that we were going to do the vault. I wasn't expecting much anyway. You know, one thing I hate most of all is hiding stuff. Secrets. Can't stand them. But you know, it's a full-time job just to keep, keeping the chief of detectives' trap shut. Ah, he was the one you were picking on earlier? You're welcome. Huh? You saw that? Whoops. I wonder what it was that he wanted the chief of detectives to do. Let's see if we can find it let's see if we can kind of discreetly ask him. I have something more important to examine right now. Is it the police mascot, is it? The Blue Badger, the future star of the police force. The design's a little changed from the one outside. Ah, well, Dancing Blue Badger, TM, is still under development, you see. You have it trademarked? Absolutely! It's cutting-edge stuff. Very now. I showed this doll here to my daughter and she burst into tears. Don't show her the moving mock-up outside. You'll give her nightmares. See. Okay. That's how we ask. This is the chief. Oh, sorry you had to see that. What exactly did the chief of police want you to do? Yes. Very now with the 4:3 aspect ratio computers. Yeah! Look at that. Look at that monitor over there. Look at all their cutting-edge beige yellow monitors. Well, see that over there? That's Goodman's desk. He wanted me to check it for anything that might be a clue. He took away every last piece of garbage in the trash can. So nothing belonged to Detective Goodman is still here? Of course not. Well, except for this. Oh, what? You kept something? Sure, why not? It's not important. He didn't even finish writing it. The lost item report, but it's only half complete. A lost item? Did Detective Goodman lose something? The date on this is February 21st. Better make a note of that just in case. A half-written document dated 2/21 can only be submitted to the chief of police. I should really get back to investigating the police department crime scene. Alright. Okay, goodbye. The evidence room is beyond that door. Let's just walk in. I want to open. Thought it'd be open? I think we need someone's permission to get in here first. We gotta do some searching around. We gotta find the guy who can let us in here. I gotta check on Charlie. He is Plant Charlie. I've been taking care of him in Maya's absence. Huh? He looks a little yellow today. Oh, I watered him just now. I mixed in a lot, too. Mixed in what? My very own scientific additive. Well, Charlie, you like it? I told you, he's turning yellow. We need to keep Charlie healthy and alive. Well, we already know that he's still around by the end of Trials and Tribulations, but still. Alright. Where? Do we just go into Edgeworth's office? I wonder whose permission we need. We gotta find him. Well, this place is as classy as ever as it was yesterday. I'm sure he'll still be just as classy as tomorrow. It'll be just as classy tomorrow, Emma. Incidentally, Edgeworth's not here. I'm sure he's off doing important investigations. Hope that's what he's doing. Guess we'll have to come back. Not talk. Move. Where haven't we seen yet? Where is he? Did I miss something? I did. Damn it. Now I can talk. Actually, I was wondering if I could ask you a favor. I wonder his armband says. I'm sure there's a translation for it somewhere, but it probably says something along the lines of, like, what his job is. Well, I never thought the day would come for Rito to ask me for help. When Rito asked me for help. I was wondering if we could investigate the evidence room? Now, Rito. Actually, I'm sorry. I don't need to investigate after all. It's fine. We're okay, actually. Rito, please. Do I look like a selfish man? Uh-huh. Heck, if anyone asks me, sir, could I borrow $50? I give them $50, no problem. So go ahead. Investigate that room to your heart's content. Knock yourself out. Gant is so nice. His slow descent into silence. He's a little intimidating, but he's so nice. It just goes to show you never know until you ask. And for you here, you can borrow this. Hey, this is the detective's ID card, isn't it? It's a special card for guests, so don't lose it. Yes, sir. It's an honor. Just run along and do your best now. Later, folks. This was the nice, caring old man. Looks pretty cool in my lapel, doesn't it? Just think, a real ID. His armband says, fuck bitches get money. You seem happy. Yes, sir. Because, sir, we get to go into the evidence room now, sir. I think this place is a bad influence on the girl. Alright. Should be able now. The evidence room is beyond that door. And we have the ID card from the chief, from Chief Gaunt. Gant. Or Gaunt? Gant. I'm gonna say Gant. Let's just walk in. It won't open. Nan, hi. Hi. Aha! The card reader's turned off, see? What is the security guard thinking? Hello. Howdy. Well, howdy, partners. Well, What's made my Bambina sky so gray? Oh, thanks for getting the lights. Officer Marshall! Why does it have to be him? What's that? Why does it have to be him look for? As you may have surmised, this here's my saloon. We're here to investigate the crime scene. Ooh, he purty. He's a cowboy all the way from West LA. Okay, I love this guy's design. There's Jake Marshall, police. He's a patrolman. He does patrol. Yeehaw! That card you got on here in your chest? That's better than a sheriff's badge in these parts. What are you drinking? Yeehaw! Martial law? Well, what are you standing there? Get along, little doggies. The crime scene's awaiting. Looks like the card reader's on again. While we're here, I was wondering if we could ask you some questions? Sorry, cowboy, but I got no mind to tangle with you hombres. You're busy, then? Did I say that? I only said I didn't wish to speak with you. Actually, you said that you had no mind to tangle with this hombres. It's totally just water. It's grape juice. If anything that this game series has taught me, there's no alcohol, it's all juice. all this stuff in the back, it's all bottles of juice. Wait, can I examine the lasso on the floor? Look at the floor. It's a lasso. Looks like it's set up to trap something. I just roped me a steer here with this lasso. What? There's a bellowing moo, pal, moo. Detective Gumshoe, I presume. Texas! Yeah! It's gotta be Gumshoe. I was wondering if we could talk to you. Sorry, Bambina, but I'm off to roam the lands like a tumbleweed in the wild prairie. Like a gunslinger loading his 6-shooter. Say a little prayer. What was that about, Mr. Wright? I think he was just too hungry to talk. You're just saying that because his stomach was growling. You have no idea what he was talking about either. We gotta give him a lunchbox, yeah! We gotta get, in any case, we need to get cracking on this investigation pronto. He's hungry. We gotta give him his steak lunch. Can I examine this? Oh my god, I can examine it. Look at that. It's so cute, actually. Why is it kind of cute? It's all cut up for him. There's like steak sauce and the rice. There's probably asparagus. Wow, my mouth is watering. I can almost hear the sound of the steak frying on the grill. No doubt it's all cold and tough by now. No, I'm sure it's delicious. Miss Star poured her heart into making this. As long as she didn't put any organs in there. This is for you. Why? I could reach the top shelf, thank you. That smell. Ah, reminds me of Texas. So, Officer Marshall, you're from Texas? No, I just saw a special on television the other day. Never been to Texas once in his life. Constantly says, if we were in Texas, they'd shoot you for that. No, I just saw a special on television the other day. This is for my baby. Yeah, Miss Star. What's this? What? What's wrong? Filet steak lunch? I see. I see. I don't see. I wonder what it means. Steak lunch given to Officer Marshall. Alright, Bambina. You win. Everything. He definitely has super rough face in the way he shaves. By, like, the one little piece of stubble he keeps, like, chopping with his knife. Yeah. Finally, it seems like he's willing to talk. He was so hungry. Officer Marshall, you're in charge of security for the evidence room, right? You got a good eyes, partner. It's an easy job, and I'm grateful for it. Actually, Officer Meek is the detention center told us. Ah, that poor little doggy. Poor guy. I keep getting his name wrong, calling him Meekly. He told us something. He said that when the stabbing occurred, you weren't at your station. Well, maybe I shouldn't be telling you this. Since I got demoted from detective 2 years ago, well, I might not look it, but I lost my fire for the job, you know? So, what were you doing around 5:15 when the murder took place? Well, I reckon I was galloping down the highway in the back of my steed, Zippy. Note, he was riding on the highway on a horse named Zippy. There's no need for people here, anyhow. These newfangled machines do a bang-up job of keeping an eye on this place. You mean the security camera system? I don't take to machines much. Kinda like that stewed broccoli they sneak in next to your steak, you know? Probably lost it due to his grape juice drinking. Miss Starr told us something. She said that you were a detective until 2 years ago. Always my dream to be a rawhide wrangler on the scene of the crime. But it's all gone now. Like a drinking hole in a prairie fire. You're still investigating the SL9 incident with Miss Starr, aren't you? That was my case. It was all solved in the recent record books, but it smells like a bad game of poker. I can't let it go. That's all there is to it. What kind of case was it, anyway? We heard his name so many times, but no one tells us what actually happened. Some things that you're better off knowing, Bambina. Anyway, this case is officially dead as of 2 days ago. 2 days ago? The day of our case? That's right. The evidence transferals. Edgeworth was talking about the transferals too. Okay. Let's go in the order. I know maybe 2 machines in here. I know what maybe 2 of the machines in here do. Only 2 of them? There must be a dozen. Like I said, Bambina, me and machines, well, I like them about as much as I like stewed cauliflower with my steaks. The easiest ones to understand are the security cameras. Those are the ones that Officer Meekins mentioned. Nothing happens. The tapes are automatically erased every few hours. And Officer Meekins and Detective Goodman, are they on one of those tapes? I reckon they might be. You're the security guard and you reckon? One more thing. When you get into the evidence room, you need an ID card. That's the card reader by the door. The card reader leaves a record of every ID card that passes through. Who's this first one? 420! Vegetables with my steak? Never. Continue eating prepared lunch with vegetables. That's a carnivore diet. That's a true Texan diet by someone who only watches programs about Texas, not actually have been there. Hey, I've seen that somewhere before. Sorry, Bambina. Can't shoot any more than that. Huh? I haven't heard whether this is related to the case yet. Mr. Wright, I saw a number in that record just now. I've seen that number before. Maybe there's some way I can prove the record is tied to the stabbing. As a California resident, you see these people constantly. Oops. Sorry, but could you explain the whole transferal thing's about? We've only heard, we only keep evidence from solved cases in this room. Kept in here under the presiding detective's supervision for 2 years. So we can reinvestigate them if it turns out there was a mistake, see? So what happens to the evidence after 2 years? Goes to sleep forever in the underground vault at the country sheriff department. That's what we call the transferal. We do it every February. I see now. Transferal's like a funeral for old cases. 2 years after a case is solved, it's closed forever. Dead. Never to be reopened again. Never to be reinvestigated. That happened to SL9 2 days ago. Driving lifted trucks and cowboy boots and shit, but trucks never seen dirt and boots never been worn. Oh, yeah. What is that? Like the pandering cowboy type? Let's see. We have this. That's pretty important. See this? This is the victim's ID card. The one that was in the underground parking lot. The number on this is 5842189. Officer Marshall, show us that ID card record again. There it is. Look at the 4th number. It's a perfect match. It was used at 5:14, right before the stabbing. What's more, there's only one of them cars in the world. So, when the incident occurred, Detective Goodman was in the evidence room. Wait, what did Officer Meekins say? Sir, I entered the evidence room, and he asked the man to display his ID card. So you asked Detective Goodman to show you his ID card. What did he do? Oh, that's the thing! Suddenly he pointed a knife at me! If he had his ID card, then why did he have the knife pointed at Officer Meekins? Alright, compadre. You win. I guess I can give you this, ID card record. Add it to the court record. I've got an idea. Maybe I should show this list to other people with IDs here. I love truck drivers who drive trucks without commercial reasons. They are the best! Just kind of for fun. I think that's all we need from here. Ooh. Oh! Oh, what happened here? It's quiet. The investigation must be over here. So this is the evidence room? It really is kind of like a graveyard. Graveyards are supposed to have grass and trees. Feels more like a morgue. Nice try, Mr. Wright. You can't scare me. The metal detector. The fishing pole. I love getting cut off by Ford 350s. Oh. Eee! Whoa! Sorry, I thought you were a ghost. I wouldn't recommend going smacking ghosts around the head, pal. So is it true what I heard? Righto, please. Do I look like a selfish man? Heck, if anyone asks me, sir, can I borrow $50? I give them $50, no problem. So go ahead, investigate that room to your heart's desire. Knock yourself out. Yeah, it's true. No, Chief Police Gaunt. Own anyone $50? Even me? Is it true? Yeah. Oh, so that's what you're talking about. Actually, I was putting the investigation team for today. Put in charge of the investigation for today. Just for today? Boss for a day. But guess what? You got permission for the chief. So now you're boss for a day. Gee, thanks. First of all, you want to have this. He gets so many ladies with that. He can buy so many hamburgers. Evidence room, 4 plans added to the court record. Scene of the stabbing of a detective at the police department. So, Detective Gumshoe, your boss for the day? That's right. It's an honor. After all, the murder took place right here at the police department. But if you're the boss, why are you all alone? Where are your underlings? They're using yesterday's findings to prepare for tomorrow's trial. In other words, you got kicked out of the investigation. Again. I'm adamant, though. I'm gonna take control and put this case to rest. My own evidence locker, pal. You have a locker in here too, Detective Gumshoe? Of course. I'm a detective after all. Give me a locker that only I can open, pal. Only you can open? This place is more high-tech than you might think. Every locker is fixed, only one detective can open it. Using their ID card? Well, that's the thing, pal. IDs can be lost. Why, I'm on my 3rd card since entering the force already. That sounds like a lot. Yeah, but even I can't lose my own right hand. Right hand? Oh, you mean your fingerprint? Exactly, pal. The lock for each locker is coded with a fingerprint. Oh. He has a picture of Maggie in his locker. That's so cute. The only locker we can open is our own. Funny, they look like normal lockers. These are the latest model. There's a trick to the handles, see? The handles? On the other side of the handles is a sensor. If the wrong person touches it, zap! You get a shock. That's what happened. My own hand would be black and smoking every day. In any case, the locks aren't that obvious. There are even some people in the force that don't know about the fingerprint locks. Dog, I thought that was my fire alarm. Indicator lights up when it's open. I'll always believe in Mr. Edgeworth, no matter what happens. So, Mr. Edgeworth is with the inquiry committee right now, right? Trying to figure out who's responsible for the mess up in the court today. I see. This is what you call fate. Mr. Edgeworth just can't get away from that case. That case? Yeah, that case. The SL9 incident, of course. That was the beginning of the end for Mr. Edgeworth. Maybe maybe we can get him to tell us more about the case. Sure, I have to present something to him. Probably not the knife. Probably this, right? Because this, if we flip it, it clearly says SL9. Dr. Goodman's note for that switchblade knife. Maybe either of them, because every person has mentioned both. But Edgeworth was the most surprised of anyone. Because of the SL9 connection? That was Mr. Edgeworth's first big case, you know, 2 years ago. Definitely not his debut case from 3-4 years ago. That was the first time the world knew Edgeworth was a man to be feared. Oh no, they're a little bit cheap, so that'll tend to happen, so don't be worried. They're pretty easy to fix. But why would he have evidence from that case turn up now? Guess it's not over, pal. Maybe there are some loose ends left in that case. This is immediately after us solving the SL9 incident, which is a case that was still open for 15 years. 2 years is nothing at this point. Now, that was a bloody, violent case. Violent? There was a murder? Serial killing. Oh! Serial killing. Maybe I don't want to get involved in this after all. The killer made a mistake. Mr. Edgeworth built his case around that to nab him. And this was 2 years ago? That put Mr. Edgeworth right on the spotlight. It started the rumor mill. Rumors? About forged evidence? It was supposed to be all cleaned up with the transferal the other day. It was the last job he ever did. Detective Goodman, that is. Huh? What do you mean? Detective Goodman was the detective in charge of the SL9 incident, see? So that switch-bladed knife... The victim took the knife out of the evidence locker himself? I start examining things. What is this, anyway? Wow, look at this big pile of junk in the corner. That looks like a car door. There's a pair of handcuffs attached to the frame. Maybe the guy was caught in some sort of escape artist. Maybe the guy they caught was some sort of escape artist and he got away. Hey, it's one of those human profiles for range testing. Been shot square in the forehead. Better him than us. There's something sticking out of here. Looks like a shirt. It must be evidence for some case. I wonder if Detective Gumshoe put this here. There you go, pal. Making me to be out to some kind of slob. I'm not responsible for evidence here. That said, I bet that evidence locker was open recently. How do you know? If you leave things hanging out like that, the evidence gets dirty or ripped. Guard checks that kind of stuff and notifies the detective responsible. How many times have I had him breathing down my neck about some silly evidence? Sounds like Detective Gumshoe leaves things hanging out a lot too. Bet he doesn't tuck in his shirt under the trench coat either. Don't call him out like that. If you're gonna talk behind someone's back, don't do it right in front of them, pal. Oh. This place is stuffed with evidence. Stuffed with dreams. I'm not so sure about the dreams. It went open. Do you really think it would? Hey, pal. Our security's high-tech around here. Oh, wait, it's the scanner. The thing on the bottom is the scanner. Some sort of bulky equipment is gathering dust here. What sort of sorry-looking fishing pole that is? What a sorry-looking fishing pole that is. Ah, that's my personal pole. The bug detector? Yeah. I never did get around to using it. Wait, I've seen that somewhere before. Right, pal. That's a metal detector. The one that led to the solving of that case out in Gourd Lake, remember? Oh, right. Wow, that feels like it was ages ago. And I don't think I've seen this one before. Oh, that's a bug sweeper. I'm sure it'll come in handy solving some case sooner or later. We haven't used it yet. We don't know what it is. Maybe we'll see it in another 2 games. 1 game. 1 game from now. That sounds right. Cheap looking box? Can't judge a person or a machine by their cover. You gotta look at their heart. Slide to the right. Oh, there's a lot happening here. What's this? Blood? It's a little worn, but there's definitely a handprint here. Looks like someone tried to wipe it off. And Mr. Wright, what are the other bloodstains left in the room? You'd use our testing fluid to check it out. Yeah, let's go. But first, let me finish sweeping this. Oh wow, someone must have broken something big to make it all these pieces. Detective Gumshoe, perhaps? There you go, pal. Make me out to be some kind of hooligan. It's apparently from the case. The case? The SL9 incident, pal. The sticker on one of the pieces. See the sticker on one of the pieces here? Another piece of SL9 evidence. Wonder what shape these pieces were in before were in whatever I wonder what shape these pieces were in before whatever it was broke. You want to try putting it back together? Good luck, pal. It's no job for amateurs. Well, I spent a good 3 hours on that before I had to give up. I mean, if Pearl can put together an entire urn and no one noticed that it was broken for like a year, I think we could put together these shards. That's why I always carry around a tub of glue. Oh, this piece looks like the bottom. Let's try putting the rest in place. Puzzle time! Has been fucking with the evidence? Well, this is not relevant evidence. This is like old evidence that they were gonna store away into archive anyway. Oh. Oh. Oh, it wants me to match this piece. Okay. Right. No? There we go. Ooh, that was tough. Nope. That looks like the top of something. I think I already know what shape generally it's supposed to be, but... Hey, lawyers. Hi, Jeff! Oh, there we go. Rotate. There we go. That one piece was so confusing. Let's see. This is, well, your work, I assume. Technically not. We are... Someone broke a piece of evidence in the evidence room. It's not relevant to us, but, you know, we were like, oh, what is this? Someone broke it. Oh, no. Can't see what this is. That looks right. Yeah, we're just being neighborly, you know? The chief of police were so nice to let us in, to give us the ID to go into the evidence room. It's only right that we clean up. You know, it's a little messy in here. We're missing pieces. Uh-huh. Well, I think we did it, but some of the pieces are missing. Yeah, I got that far in 2 minutes myself. The problem is finishing it. Were some pieces stolen? I, sure hope they got the prints off of that because I don't think we were wearing gloves. Also, who the fuck is this? This is Emma! See, okay. So, long story short of the case so far. Our defendant for this case is Lana Skye. She's the chief prosecutor of the entire district. She's like basically Edgeworth's boss, right? This is Emma Skye, her younger sister, who came to us asking for help. Lana knows us because she was basically an upperclassman of Mia's when they were in school. Lana, from the get-go, confessed to being the murderer. But the problem is, Bruce Goodman, who is the victim, he is dead, was killed by Lana. We had a witness who was lying about some things. Apparently, We were handling the case where he was killed in the parking lot of the prosecutor's office. But Damon Gant, who is the chief of police, has just reported to us that Bruce Goodman was killed at the exact same time, but in a totally different location in the evidence room, which is where we are right now. Now that's a name you could trust. Sadly, he's dead, but I'm sure he was great. And we have Cowboy. Thinks he's a cowboy. He's from Texas. I bet they were missing to begin with. So we're just trying to figure out why is it that one person was reported to have been killed in 2 different areas by 2 different people at the exact same time. Talk about the man called Damon. But yeah, sure, that too. Oh. No, Damon Gant, he's so nice. He's like, listen, if you ask me for $50, I would hand you $50. You need to get into the evidence room? Sure, have this special guest ID. Let's go swimming sometime. He gives us a nickname. He calls us Rido. It doesn't look like the most stable kind of jar. I kind of understood how it got broken. That is such a precarious jar. What was the saw and paint doing here? This is the dawn of time. True art has always been a war against oppression. True art? I noticed there's blue and yellow paint there. Perhaps we're witnessing the birthplace of the Blue Badger? This is where he was made, by Gumshoe's 2 hands! Well, you might say this is my studio. Here? In the evidence room? Look, this one's open. And a red light indicator, and the red light indicator above is lit. That locker is coated with Detective Goodman's fingerprint. Detective Goodman's locker. Are you sure it's okay to leave it open like that? Well, it'd be hard to get it open again if we closed it. It's empty. You must have taken the contents elsewhere. Are we ignoring the bloody handprint, or that's just part of the set dressing? We did address it, but I wanted to finish investigating the room before we really went into it. Because we have a special little thing here. Luminol testing fluid! Let's go, let's spray! It's glowing. Zoom, enhance! It's blood! I knew it! This is someone's right handprint! What? What's the matter, detective? It's locker. It's mine! It's yours? Please! You have to help me when they come to take me away. Promise you'll testify that I wouldn't harm a fly. You'll do that for me, won't you, pals? This is an important clue. I'll jot it down on the floor plans. I'm counting on you guys. Believe me, you can't trust the police. What? But you're a detective. Had another one over here that I saw. Hands! That must have been one massive pool of blood. Never seen anything like it. Not a professional. What's your opinion, detective? Pale blue blood. Hey, Detective Goodman. It's actually an alien? This proves that something really happened in front of this locker. Make a note of it in the floor plans. Hey, if you don't want my opinion, you shouldn't have asked. Don't you need, like, education to be a detective? He's been demoted, like, twice at this point, if that's any indicator. Also, just for Jeff's context, because he just came in, this is the extra case they added on to the first game. So this is, like, rolling back a couple of years to the end of what I played in December, which is the DL6 incident. where Edgeworth was accused of murder. So that was originally on the Game Boy. This is the case that they added to the DS port when they're like, we have technology now, we can do 3D models. Because we can do things like knife. Knife is 3D. So if there's anything like on the underside, if there's anything on the backside, we can like investigate them. For now, I just want to see if there's more blood anywhere. Slide to the left. You know, you never know what could be around here. Oh! Holy shit. Now we don't have to go through the entire dialogue box to get secret evidence. There's more cool secret evidence. Why am I getting a reaction here? There's no reason for the murderer to touch the spot if he fled out the door. This just might be something significant. Hey, that's some pretty amazing stuff you got there, pal. What, this? It's called luminol testing fluid. Where'd you get your hands on that? Huh? I'd like to get some too. I'll just borrow 50 bucks from the chief. Where did you get this, Emma? I always buy it by mail order. Well, I better jot this down on the floor plans. You have anything else? That might be it. Nothing on the door, right? Gumshoe has never found any evidence ever in his life. He may not have found evidence, but he's been very crucial in several cases where he's you know, held on to evidence for us. So he has his use. All right, that should be it. Anything else important? Can I check this? I can. There's a hole in the bottom. My sweet Deus Ex Machina. Oh wait. Okay, I thought I could click on the handle. Chief takes Gumshoe to lunch. 55 burgers, 55 French fries. Oh, okay. This is the room. We've marked down where the handprints are. I think that's it. I wonder if someone broke this jar. It's got a hole at the bottom. So this is where all the evidence for cases that have already ended. And they just kind of put this into holding in case, like, you know, was there an error and they need to go back to it. But a lot of the stuff here was going to go into, like, basically perma storage this past month. Might be one last thing. No? Okay, no, we're done. Alright. Guard room. Take an examine. Hey, look, it's Matt Mercer. The blue badger is still writhing around today. I'm gonna keep clicking on the blue badger because I think it's the funniest thing. We're never gonna see this again. I had to savor it. He's dancing. It's the blue badger. He's the mascot of the police force. Gumshoe made this from scratch. This is what VTubing looks like, actually. This is what it looks like to be a VTuber. Blue Badger emote when? Can I take out the batteries? Ooh, I wonder if I could find like a Blue Badger like 7 TV or something. Some poor kid's gonna get their finger taken off. It's just a matter of time. Alright. Do I want to go to the High Prosecutor's office? No, no one's here. Where does it want me to go to? Did I miss something? I might have missed something. Oh, I did miss something. And head back. Head back. I missed something very small that I hovered over but didn't click. Well, I didn't actually hover over it at all. Navigating so hard when it branches off like this. Okay. Examine. I had to examine this. Hold on. Someone left a glove here, but only one. Is it a gumshoe, maybe? There you go, pal. Making me out to be some kind of absent-minded detective. That's evidence from the case, you know. You mean SL9? Does have a tag on it. Rubber glove, added to the core record. Alright. Anything else I missed? It makes a jar. We keep blaming Gumshoe. There are two things that bother me. One, why are some of the pieces missing? Two, doesn't it seem a bit unstable? No wonder it broke. I'll make sure to remember that next time I make a jar. Alright. Now, we head back. Back. Move. Flared base. Move. Still nothing. Did I miss something again? It just, I'm looking at the guide. They should be here. Man, some dog whizzed in the corner. Was it Gumshoe? There you go again, pal. Making me out to be some literal dog pissing on walls. Alright. It's back Gumshoe. Currently pissing on the wall. Alright, I'm looking at the guide now because I think I'm missing something big. Let's see. Okay, we got into the evidence room. Talked. Gumshoe. About the incident. Oh. God damn, we had to keep going back. Sorry. Move. Back here. Hi, Marshall. I got an 82 out of my 100, out of 100 on my second exam. Yay! Oh, that's so good to hear! I'm happy! Keep up the good work. And just present you this. Yeah! Did you take a look at this? This is the ID card record of the people who— oh. Uh-oh. That's fine. Just stopped at a weird angle then. Thank you for the bento, though. I heard the rumors. Those Goodmen who came in here at the time of the murder. Whoa! Oh, what is it? That second number. It's not your number ID, is it, Detective Gumshoe? Mr. Edgeworth. What? The second number on this list belongs to Mr. Edgeworth. What? Oh. Why would Edgeworth have come to the evidence room? Hey pal, look at the time. Was there something you needed to be going to? Oh, that's right, he's in the inquiry meeting. It's just that Mr. Edgeworth inquiry committee should be, letting out soon. I'm gonna give them my report for the day. It might help, you know. Report? You mean the note written on the back of that flyer? The one that says nothing but no problems? Hey, it's Mr. Edgeworth we're talking about. I'm sure he can use a report like this. I believe in him. Who needs enemies when you got friends like Detective Gumshoe? I'm off, pal. Later. And I can, Hydra. Thank you so much. You should probably see what Edgeworth has to say, too. Okay, now. Oof. I guess I should have known because I should have waited for dialogue to say that something updated. What's this for after Edgeworth is doing evidence tampering? Edge with the cakey. Actually, let's see. The second one... Oh, we're actually writing out who's who. So there's 2 IDs that we don't know still. This one's Miles Edgeworth, the second one. This was Bruce Goodman. We have 2 of the same one that checked in, like, 25 minutes within each other. And then whoever's on top. Who's the all 7s? We don't know. I know, out of, you know, suspension of belief, but I'm pretending I don't know. Hi, prosecutor's office. I still love that the flower pot in the back has an ascot. How did I not know that that was there? Oh. Ah, guess. My apologies. Oh, it's you. Have we met somewhere? Huh? Mr. Edgeworth, I beg your leave. So long. Is Edgeworth here? There, standing by the window, a teacup in his hand. Right. He has the hotel bring him tea service. In his own office? Mr. Edgeworth, you're back from the district prosecutor's office inquiry? Gotta be edgy. That means he has the money to hire the wait staff. How did we not spot this much maroon right away? He hired a bellboy from a hotel that is not this building. This is the prosecutor's office building. That bellboy's from a hotel. Guess the room's fucking covered in maroon. This bookshelf is all the cases. This chessboard, you know, right behind the text box is one spiky blue piece surrounded by a bunch of red edgy pieces. They're cornering him. Guess he... I am. He's gotta cut Gumshoe's salary for something. How much money does Wright have compared to Edgeworth? For comparison, Phoenix doesn't own a car. He hasn't taken on a job in about 2 months. We have to assume that the cases that we play as are generally the cases that he's doing to earn money. About $12 and a packet of beef jerky that's going to expire in 3 seconds. Enough to pay the electricity and water bills of this office? And to keep a plant alive. And buy a hamburger once in a while. By the way, Detective Gumshoe was looking for you. Ah, yes. Brought me the latest information, it seems. Really? Was it helpful? Apparently. A new French restaurant is opening near here. He was trying to console me somehow. The real info's on the other side, Edgeworth. Poor Mr. Edgeworth. I think the whole thing is really taking a toll on him. You okay, Edgeworth? So, how did the inquiry committee go? She really said he's lost it. He's not having a good time. Basically, the chief of police came in and said, "Hey, Edgeworth, Worthy, little Worthy, you're doing a bad job. I'm gonna have to punish you for that." So Edgeworth is not happy. Actually, they decided to treat this as not as a case of concealing evidence, but as a communications error during the investigation. Concealing evidence? Yes, apparently there are some who believe that I concealed evidence. This is because this is immediately after we've gotten Edgeworth the not guilty for his murder case. But there are still rumors going around about him. I like how hung up he is about... I like how he hung up his more powerful jacket on the wall like a fucking samurai. This was his debut outfit. This is... They retroactively added this in afterwards, but this is the case that we see in the third game. Like, the very first debut case that Edgeworth ever has is in that suit. They gave me a warning. You're lucky... You were lucky this time. Again. Again? I've heard them say that... I've heard them say that so many times. Ever since that case 2 years ago. Are you okay for the trial tomorrow? Well, I'm still the presiding prosecuting attorney. However, something happened. They gave control of the investigation over to the police department. The police department? Yes, any further investigation for this case will be directed by the Chief of Police Gant. Gant? I can do nothing but wait for the results. I see. Why, I ask you? Why? All along, I've only done what I believe is right. I have nothing to be ashamed of. Still. Wow. I've never seen him this out of sorts. It's okay, Edgeworth. Wait, will you comment if I examine like these now? Chessboard. Not too over my chest, but it looks like the blue's in a bit of a tight spot. The red knights have surrounded the blue pawn. Well, horses mounted are knights. Their swords have really sharp edges. Check out that poor pawn. His head's kind of spiky. Kind of reminds me of you. Mr. Edgeworth must be an avid chess player. What's wrong, Mr. Wright? Edges surrounding a pawn with spiky hair? Nah, it's nothing. Okay, so Edgeworth doesn't commentate on that. Let's see. I have to show you something, Edgeworth. This you? Alright, I better check this now. What's up, Meta? I was saying, what's this? Record of ID card usage? Edgeworth, you went into the evidence room that day, didn't you? Just before the incident occurred, no less. Yes, that's true. Why, Mr. Edgeworth? He's grumpy. Please don't look at me like that. I was asked to go. By Chief Gant, no less. The color scheme seems completely normal and not related to anything. Isn't it so normal to have a red and blue chessboard? The Chief of Police. He wanted evidence for a case that wrapped up half a year ago. He told me he wanted to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. But it was solved, right? It would have to be if the evidence was already filed. That's so normal. I have at least 6. The chief is never one to explain himself. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here. Can I ask what kind of case it was? I can't say. Bard! Thank you so much for the stream streak. Perceive. Receive the sun. Hi, bar. I want to get a chessboard. I think as like a decoration piece, having a very nice, stately kind of chessboard is kind of nice. It's kind of classy if you get like a clean looking one, maybe one with like the clear pieces or like oh, Bar, thank you so much for the sub. Thank you for being a good egg. Sacrifice all mortal possessions to the sun. Yeah. Thank you, thank you. You got a piranha? Whoa. Let's go. I also didn't mean to keep this up, but I guess it's up there. It's not up for Q. For the first time I caught something that isn't garbage. I can pause the queue, right? Yeah. We'll just say queue pause now. Okay, where's the fish? There we go. That's a lucky catch. It really has nothing to do with the current case. They're hidden. I'm curious about this other case. Better make a note of it. Evidence from the past case of Edgeworth's, brought back to his office by Gant's request. It's AI-16. Stubborn as always. I told you, it has nothing to do with the current case. Can I spray your room? Sure. I hope in the new game they admit they are together. I know you. You probably got hold of some information already, right? It all has to do with that case that you were on, the SL9 incident. And some dark suspicion that you were wrapped up in. You're the man who revived the worst memory of my life. I figured I'd be telling you about this sooner or later. I'm expecting that the worst memory of your life is the DL6 incident. Once we have that uncovered, you know, anything goes at this point. They're just so cute together. I do like their dynamic later in the later games. You must be talking about his father's murder in that elevator. Okay, Edgeworth. Why don't you tell me about it? Tell me the truth. The SL9 incident was a heinous serial killing case. The head of the investigation was the Deputy Chief of Police at the time, Damon Gant. That wacky old coot was involved with the case 2 years ago too then. He was a top officer, and it was my first time working with him. I was nervous. Wow, you get nervous too, Mr. Edgeworth? What I want to know is why was a Deputy Chief of Police on the investigation? In truth, I used slightly more extreme methods than normal. We were dealing with with a vicious murder. If I let him go, the blood would be on my hands. We won our guilty verdict, and the killer was executed. Oh, wait, you didn't. Of course not. I didn't touch the evidence. Yes, I will do anything in my power to win a trial. However, I do have a code, and I follow it faithfully. By the way, Emma, the chief prosecutor wanted to know something. My sister? What? If you were still studying forensic science? Huh? Yes, of course. Why, just today Mr. and I were using this. Luminol testing fluid, Well then, you might have use for this. Yeah! Give us the powder. Give us the white stuff. Aluminum powder for taking fingerprints. It's been chemically treated for better adhesion. For me? Are you sure? We are the enemy, you know. I have no say in today's investigation. Do as you will. My favorite part is when the rival prosecutor is not in it to win it, but he's really just, he wants to help solve this case. I like it when they're our friend. You know, I think I can see why. I can see who may have inspired you to go into the forensics field. Oh yeah, that's right. So it was Emma, not this game, but it is this character that kind of inspired me to pursue forensics as a career option. Isn't it kind of fun having all these little toys, being like, yeah, I'm gonna dust for prints. I'm gonna find the glowing blood. Imagine how much better the world would have been if lawyers actually cared about the truth. You mean every prosecutor. Hi, Petra. Hi. Blah, thank you for the yowie. Thank you so much for your first. Oh, I thought it was edgy giving the aluminum powder. Oh yeah, it is. Oh, you mean like that being... you thought that Edgeworth giving Emma the aluminum powder is what caused me to consider going into forensic science? No, it wasn't even this game. It was actually Apollo Justice. The game, not the character. As much as I like him. But it was like the mechanics in that game for forensic science. I was like, ooh. I like hadn't considered it as an option until that point. Edgeworth, I'm really... No need to thank me. Here, take your powder and these fingerprint files for everyone involved. Thanks. I'm about to giving these to Detective Gumshoe as well. Yay, we got a gift from Edgeworth! Well, let's get going. One last investigation. Right. I do seem to remember seeing a suspicious handprint somewhere. Can I like just dust your room real quick? Okay, no, I can't. Back. Move. Move. Can I admit something, son? What's up? Here. Move. Guard station. This is taking every last bit of my brain cells to navigate this map. Evidence room sector 3. Our investigation turned up a suspicious handprint. Well, a couple. You helped me with my resolve of being an animator when you made your ending screen. Whoa. Whoa. Me? I'm flattered. Ooh. Was the brick of switching, but you made me love it again. I'll say this. I do love animation. It's something I do on and off. If you ever decide, like, you know what, I don't actually want to do it, you don't have to justify it. You don't have to, like, strongly justify, like, your career choice based on people you admire. I don't know if that's, like, a good way of explaining it. You know? Like, do what you feel is right for you. Mm-hmm. There's absolutely no shame in it. And I hope you like the scan. Choose a finger. Finger? Each finger leaves behind a slightly different imprint. So let's choose the finger that will leave behind the clearest print. I really can't tell the difference at a glance. Quit procrastinating and choose a finger. Alright, thumb. Okay, now it's time to check for prints. Let me show you how it's done. I'm starting to get that sparkle in her eyes. First, we sprinkle the aluminum powder around. Huh? How do you do that? With enter, see? This is the mechanic I don't know how they're gonna do this. We're gonna find out together. That looks like it did the trick. The aluminum powder adheres completely to the print. Once the powder is well spread, just blow away the excess. Huh? How do I do that? With E. Exciting, I know. In the DS, it would have said, use the microphone to blow away the powder. It's a shame she doesn't have her snackaroos. I understand. I've always loved animation, but just that school was getting hard, but you made it easier. Aw. No shame. I also love animation, and I didn't graduate school for it. I switched majors before graduation. So no mic? Yeah, you had to use the microphone, but there was no option or way for me to connect it through the remaster. Imagine you're blowing out the candles on a birthday cake. See? Wow. Looks like fun. Do you want me to pretend? Do you want me to pretend that I'm blowing away the dust, though? I'll, like, blow into the mic. Be like me, kids. Drop out of school. There's no shame in dropping out of school. Especially for creative pursuits nowadays, because you can learn everything online. But I think that going to school for these things has its own benefits. Like, having connections. You have, like, the teachers and, like, classmates and colleagues, then, who are in that field that you already know off the bat, then. You know, I think those are, like, the biggest benefits you get out of going to an actual school for these kind of things. I mean, the Wii U microphone. If only I was using a microphone. It's fine, it won't go up your nose or anything. Just pour the powder on thick and blow away the extra. Those are the basics of fingerprinting, Mr. Wright. I guess I better give it a try. Dust. She said lay it on thick. Is that really how it works? Not to this extent. I am being a bit silly, but if you're actually asking about the aluminum powder, how it is, it's such a fine and light powder, and this is a special one that's been chemically treated to stick better. But it's making it look like the lights are on. Yeah, my screen capture, my game capture for the lighting. And this is like a hypothetical, if it's clear enough. If you leave your fingerprint on something, like you're leaving behind like a little bit of sweat, like a bit of skin and stuff like that, the aluminum powder will stick to the fingerprint and make it a lot more obvious what the print looks like. That stuff is thick as Colombian candy. There, that should be enough, right? If I blow into the microphone, will it get cut off by like my noise pass filters? We found it. We found the fingerprint. It didn't? Okay. That's... But this looks nothing like a fingerprint. Now that you mention it, I guess it doesn't. What does it mean? I think it means we're out of luck. Out of luck. The person who left this fingerprint must have worn gloves. Ah. Don't tell me we were wasting our time here. Hey, calm down. That's just the way it goes sometimes with scientific investigations. So much powder didn't leave the grooves of the fingerprint. Well, in this case, there was no fingerprint to find because someone used the glove. But it does seem a shame. While we're at it, why don't we look for other prints? Other prints? Looking at the locker door again closely. Seems like there are fingerprints outside the bloody handprint as well. Let's see if we can find a clear print. Fingerprints outside the blood. This one, perhaps? A little more. Oh, thanks for getting the lights. Yeah, this is a lot easier to see now. Yeah, definitely not because we caked on 12 layers of this. It was probably sticking to the blood. Yay! A print so clear it's dazzling! That time it didn't... I really wasn't blowing into it that much, because, amazingly, I have a pop filter over my mic on top of the foam, so that means it's doing a good job of blocking out the sounds of that. A print so clear it's dazzling. Dazzling? One of the Devs' fingerprints is on display forever. Anyway, this print took a lot of effort to find. Let's match it up right away. So we're not done yet? This is quite a process. Well, there's no point in finding a fingerprint and not knowing who the owner is, right? I guess she's right. Look at the fingerprint data we got from Mr. Edgeworth and point out the person you think left these prints. Huh? How am I supposed to know who it was? I can make a pretty good guess. The bloody handprints and the fingerprints are in different places, right? That means that the prints probably don't have anything to do with our case. So whose fingerprints would we most likely find in this evidence locker? All right. I didn't realize what the pop filter did for a long time. I wonder how it actually does it. It just blocks out the wind. It kind of like slows down the echo. And hey, wait, this is a pretty good close match. It's comparing. That's a pretty one-to-one match. Aha! So these prints belong to Detective Gumshoe. Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? You gave me this so what look. I guess that's probably because I was thinking, so what? Okay, so we came up with nothing this time, but there's always next time. Sometimes you hit, sometimes you miss. You gotta roll with the punches, Mr. Wright. Thanks for the sympathy. Wait, if I remember correctly, there was one other handprint in this room. Let's check it out. We had... There was something here. This is where we got a luminal fluid reaction, right? Right, there was a handprint here. Okay, wanna try using this? There goes her eyes sparkling again. Let's go. Ooh, Nor! Hi, Nor! Thank you so much for being a good egg. We're checking for fingerprints. Oh, but I have to warn you about something first. Oh, what? The area with the blood was wiped away, right? We only ended up fighting using chemical means. Any prints in the area will have been wiped away too. Oh, right. So that means no prints. You would say would you say the probability of your hypothesis is high? Don't ask me. Anyway, we must try to find prints that weren't wiped away. Prints are, other than the ones left by the bloody hand. So something was wiped here, but maybe there was probably a finger around here? Ah, look at that. Give it my best shot. That kind of result won't be good for matching prints, will it? Doesn't look like we'll get a clear result from this print. Okay, let's try a different finger then. Thumb, maybe? It won't be this, right? Where would... Oh. Like the Animaniacs clip? I don't know. Ooh. Hey, that's looking pretty good. Alright. That... Off the bat, that looks pretty good, but I don't know if that's right. Oh? Do we have our match? Person I passed away, but... That's a perfect match. Interesting fact, Prince actually passed away before the year this game takes place. Because the game was developed before then, the cast is still looking for Prince. Hey, these fingerprints. They... whose are they? Is it someone I know? It's Officer Marshall. Huh? Officer Jake Marshall? Marshall's fingerprints added to the court record. Oh, that's gotta be a coincidence. He's not involved in the crime. Emma. This is decidedly different from Detective Gumshoe's prints. Luminol reaction. The blood and the fingerprints are in the same place. Oh. Oh. So we have Jake Marshall's fingerprints. And a white blood stain. But why would Officer Marshall... Looks like our investigation is finally turning up some results. I guess this is what you'd call decisive evidence. I don't believe it. We got some solid evidence. Yes. I'd say probably one more part for today. Back in the courtroom. Let me take a sippy right there. So, what do you think, Mr. Wright? I think the prosecution is as confused as we are. After all, the victim was murdered in 2 different places at the same time. And a different suspect was arrested at each of the crime scenes. Lana! Good morning, Mr. Wright. I apologize for yesterday. I was indisposed. Hope they didn't hold you too long for questioning. We just finished, actually. I'm used to all-nighters, though. So, how'd it go? It's as Mr. Wright suspects. The police are clueless. I figured as much, so I struck a plea bargain. A plea bargain? What do you mean by that? We agreed that if I told them the truth behind this simultaneous murder, they wouldn't seek capital punishment. That's what I mean, Emma. But Lana, don't tell me you... Much to my regret, I'm in as much of the dark about this as they are. Casually showing up in parade uniform. This is her work uniform. She's the chief prosecutor. She got her lawyer badges. These are her badges from the lawyer wars. Miss Skye. We found trace evidence of a certain person in the police department's evidence room. They belong to Officer Jake Marshall. What kind of trace evidence? Bloodstained fingerprints, to be exact. That's the trump card I have up my sleeve today. You do understand what this means, don't you? In order to defend my sister, you're gonna accuse Mr. Marshall? We have to play the cards we're dealt. Isn't that right, Miss Skye? Do what you have to do, Mr. Wright. Ooh. Bonsko! Hi! Howdy, partner! Thank you for being a good egg. Hi! How goes the case? It's going pretty good. We got some twists and turns that we're about to accuse a cowboy of crimes. Cowboy crimes. And murder, maybe. I hope you've been doing good. I hope my chat's been doing good. We're gonna get to the bottom of this. Part 1, at least. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is... I'm afraid you'll have to clarify. It takes 30 minutes by car to reach the police department from the prosecutor's office. If the victim, Bruce Goodman, was slain at both places at the same time. But that's not physically possible, is it? What's more, I hear the victim from the evidence room just disappeared. Yes, and the body eventually reappeared in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. Wow, this is one messed up trial. One of my duties as a prosecutor is to present impartial evidence. Today I will present evidence relating to the murder of the police department. In doing so, I believe the way in which we should proceed will reveal itself. Now that's what sets Mr. Edgeworth apart. He sounds so on top of things. Even though he doesn't know what's going on himself. That's supposed to be an admirable trait. She's such a fangirl. I love Emma. Very well, let the trial resume. On the day of the crime, what exactly transpired at the police department? Mr. Edgeworth, you may call your first witness of the day of the stand. For its first witness, the prosecution calls the suspect of the murder that occurred at the police department. The suspect? You mean the so-called murderer? I'm still here. I'm just raiding with the homies in the other monitor. Enjoy your raiding, Zuchi. I didn't tell them I fucked up pulls because of it. You're just doing your best. First time tanking, right? Will the witness please state his name and occupation? They don't need to know. Yes, sir! I'm Officer Mike Meekin, sir! Judge, my occupation's, that would be murderer, sir! Judge, you know how this works. Do you not understand what a suspect is? Good luck, son. So you're telling us you're a professional killer? Sir, it was me, sir. I'm the one who did it. I'll never kill anyone again, sir. You gotta believe me, sir. Actually, sir, I'm what you would call part of the younger generation, sir. A person whose actions adults can't possibly comprehend. Would you like to try that again, Meekins? Hey, Meekins. Please, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Help me, sir. Officer Meekins? Yes, sir! Give us your report of the crime. Consider that an order. Yes, sir! As you wish! After all, I'm part of the generation that must be told what to do, sir. Can't fault him for a lack of enthusiasm. Although it's not my normal duty, I was assigned to guard the evidence room that day. I spotted a suspicious man on the security screen and rushed into the room. I was only doing what I was trained to do, sir. I was suddenly attacked. I fought for my life, then I did it. After that, I passed out until another officer smacked me awake. So the victim, Detective Goodman, attacked you? Do unto others before they do unto you. That's the Meekins family motto, sir. See, and you fainted, and a colleague helped you regain consciousness. Homie came all the way from different manga genres to be accused of murder. Yes, sir. He knocked me upside the head, sir. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination. What I need here is more info to work with. No more info? No problem. Although it's not my normal duty, I was assigned to guard the evidence room that day. Mr. Meekins, you work in the General Affairs Department, do you not? Yes, sir! I'm in charge of hiring new recruits, sir. Yikes, now there's a scary thought. Evidence transferal was taking place on the day of the crime, which meant many officers were given special tasks not ordinarily performed. I was in charge of guarding the Blue Badger, sir. The Blue Badger? Yes, sir. The lovely police mascot created by the Chief of Detectives, sir. I was sure it wasn't broken during the transferal process. That was my sole mission for the day, sir. Behold your doom. I see. Sounds like a very, important mission. I hate this character in a way that isn't actually hate, but like, not real hate, just a weird emotion. You're feeling emotion. After the award ceremony finished that day, there were so many people running around that I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room. Oh, so that's why you went to the evidence room. Tell us. What did you see when you got there? I spotted a suspicious man on the security screen and rushed into the room. Miki's is causing a reaction, and that's all I can figure it out right now. Bard, that feeling is love. Feel it deep inside your heart. Gotta say, I've never had generic brand emotion before. You usually get like store brand. In order to enter the evidence room, you need an ID, am I correct? Precisely, sir. I have one right here around my neck. He's making the same pose he is right now. Then, your ID number should be listed on here, right? There it is! I found it! It's this one right here. Could you please read us the number? Yes, sir. It's 4989596. What a number. I see. Huh? But the number 4989596 is shown up as being used twice. Please explain, witness. It's no real mystery, sir. The first time is when I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room. And the second time is when I went to get him after everything settled down. I see. So it was during that second time when... yes, sir. That's when I spotted the man on the security screen. I was only doing what I was trained to do, sir. I was suddenly attacked. So you were attacked. Can you please tell us exactly what happened to you? Cancel. 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 It was a knife, sir! A knife! Dr. Goodman pulled a knife on you. What happened then? Well, with me charging in on him like that, he looked as surprised as I was. Aren't exactly the kind of person someone would want to run into. Yeah. That's what I reacted, sir. I swung my arms like an octopus, struggling to detain him. That's how I got this gash on my hand. Maybe if you just kept your cool, your hand wouldn't be... when I saw the blood trickling down my arm, I panicked. I grabbed this man by the collar. I fought for my life, then I did it! What exactly you mean when you say you did it? I don't know. I know I don't look like the type, but I'm really into kung fu films, sir. The man let his guard down for just an instant, so I snatched the knife from him. You took his knife? I spun him around and performed a disarming maneuver. I made sure to close my eyes, like a man. I see. Must have been desperate. Man did a full combo on the motherfucker. Yeah, knife snatching, the ultimate kung fu technique. The next thing I knew, his white coat was drenched in a sea of my blood, and then the next thing I knew... Yes? He punched me right in the face, sir! After that, I passed out, until another officer smacked me awake. About what time did you regain consciousness? Oh, that time in Tekken training room paid off finally. No offense, sir, but how was I supposed to know that? I was unconscious. Oh, right. According to the report from the officer who woke up the witness, it was about 5:30. He hit me right in the head, too. I woke up crying, tears of pain. That's nice. I mean, it's nice that you recovered, that is. When I came around, though, I made sure to finish my mission, sir. Your mission? Yes, sir! The Blue Badger, sir! I returned him to the entrance before things got out of hand. Well, we can all rest easy now. Remember when you guys talked about, oh, that's so funny that they put things into your court record as a red herring. So Goodman whiffed a launcher and Meekins punished with plus frame. I believe we now have a fairly accurate picture of what happened. Yes, Your Honor. Only one thing remains unclear. Was this man the officer murdered really the victim? Not a point. Yes, Officer Beacons? With regard to that, sir, take a look at this. It was sent to my jail cell. Chief Gant delivered to me just this morning, sir. The Chief? Delivered it? What is that? A videotape? Are we about to see the slap fight? Yes, sir. This is absolutely right, sir. A videotape, sir. It takes footage from the security camera in the evidence room. This is the type of technology we have now. What? But I specifically asked if there was such a tape. I was told it had been mistakenly erased. It's quite a mistake. I just do what I'm told, sir. It's the only thing I'm really good at. Looks like communication with the police department is as good as ever. Oh yes, introducing evidence into the middle of court, yeah. Did I forget to turn on the updated autopsy report this whole time? I need like an easier way of turning these on and off, but I guess that makes sense. There we go. Well then, let's have a look. Show us a video of you murdering the victim. Oh, please stop using that word murder, sir. There we go. Updated autopsy report. Very important. Oh, here comes that stinker again. Introducing evidence mid-case again. Video of a real murder. Just what are we getting ourselves into? Oh. They had like full ass 3D models for these characters. Isn't that amazing? This is the most interesting piece of evidence in the entire trilogy. It has so much to analyze. So we're all clear. We all clearly 100% saw the face of the victim, right? Right? Well, I believe we're all thinking the same thing. How can we deal with these unsettling feelings stirred within us? What the hell was that wriggling piece of plywood? I sure hates the Blue Badger so much. Sir, that's the pride and joy of the entire Criminal Affairs Department, sir. The Blue Badger, sir. Edgeworth can't cope with the Blue Badger's existence. I love the Blue Badger so much. Why am I not surprised this isn't going so smoothly? Actually, Judge, we're all thinking, what the fuck? Good video. Good video. And here's the thing. We wouldn't have had something like that, this detail before. This is like the first instance of them introducing like 3D into the games. And I think that's so fun that they played with it because it just evolves more and more later on. Yes, well, anyway. This tape seems to prove that the witness did indeed encounter, someone in the evidence room, and some sort of, activity did take place, Your Honor. Instead of relying on clearly incomplete footage, the witness's testimony will suffice. Is that alright with you, Officer Meekins? Yes, sir! As you wish, sir! His face can't clearly be seen in the video, but there's no question that the other person was Detective Goodman, sir. I mean, he opened the locker, which required Detective Goodman's fingerprint to do. The locker he opened is unquestionably Detective Goodman's locker, sir. So it must be him. No one else could have locked it. Yeah, grab a hydrate. Okay, I will. We're almost at the halfway point, so we're making good progress. You guys better hydrate up too. You know, go pee real quick. Someone take away this man's megaphone. He's just doing his best. What's this about a fingerprint? Each detective has been given a locker equipped with a fingerprint-activated lock. These locks ensure that each locker can only be opened by the detective it belongs to. Intriguing. That would mean the victim at the crime scene would have to have been Detective Goodman. Very well, the defense may begin its cross-examination. I don't know whether this, where this cross-examination will lead, but everything begins with the contradictions. That's where I have to start. Alright. The face can't be clearly seen in the video, but there's no question the other person was Detective Goodman, sir. I mean, he opened the locker, which required Detective Goodman's fingerprints to do. The locker he opened is unquestionably Detective Goodman's locker, sir. So it must be him. No one else could have unlocked it. No one? However, the most important detail is not shown in this video. The man's face. Sir! If I may say something, sir. Please do. After all, you are the one being examined. I don't understand why the man's face is so important in this case, sir. I mean, it was his hand that opened the fingerprint lock. And it was his hand that tried to thrust his knife into my body, sir. My unsettled state can testify enough to this, sir. Yes, you have a point. The footage doesn't lie. That is... unless the defense can find a problem with it. Mr. Wright, let's check the court record again. Is there a problem with the security video? There's a problem. There's a little bit of a problem. Regarding the video that contained on this tape, there's one thing in particular that seems rather strange. Strange? This contradiction leads to the possibility that the man may not have been Detective Goodman. What? The video contains such a contradiction? Interesting. Your Honor, I have a proposal. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth. I propose we have the defense point out to us the alleged contradiction in the video. You would want me to point it out. Very well. Proposal accepted. Let us further inspect this piece of evidence. I will now play the security tape. Mr. Wright, please show us the contradiction you speak of. I have to point out a problem in the video? This is the first time I've ever had to do that. You could do it, Mr. Wright. It's set up so you can fast forward or rewind or pause the video. Just take a good look and be sure to point out the right thing. Please don't play it too many times. I can't stand watching this video. How did this guy ever become a police officer? Now then, Mr. Wright, please enlighten us. Where is the contradiction that indicates the man may not have... Okay. Okay. There's a lot of buttons right now. Oh, cool. The music just plays forever. That's great. I love that. So, the problem we have here is these indicator lights on top of the lockers. If the locker is lit up, that means it's already open. That's the last thing you hear before you die. The thing that's strange about this video has got to be this. Officer Meekins. Sir, do you mean me, sir? As I understand it, locker apparatus works like this. Why is the music still playing? When you grab the handle, a sensor reads your fingerprint. If it's a match, the light turns on and the lock is released. According to my very limited experience, that's the way I understand it, sir. If so, then something is seriously wrong with this picture. When the victim reaches for the handle to open the locker. Let's rewind to a little earlier. Walking backwards. The video's in reverse. There. Notice the light? What's this? It's already lit. Precisely my point, Your Honor. The locker was already open before the victim grabbed the handle. Ah! Order! Order! What is the meaning of this? It's very simple, Your Honor. The locker wasn't locked on the day of the crime. But lockers are controlled by an electronic system. When a door is shut, a sensor is triggered. And the locker is automatically locked. Oh, I know. It must have broken down. Of course, I'm not an expert on this. That's not likely, Your Honor. The sensor would detect and report any malfunction. Oh well. It just goes to show that novices should keep their mouths shut. So then, Mr. Wright, do you have an explanation? Me, Your Honor? Yes. Why was the locker locked? Me, Your Honor? Yes, well, you see, this isn't exactly my field. What do you think, Miss Scientific Investigator? Huh? Oh, well, something maybe like jam the sensor, the system sensor? Something jam the sensor? Say, there's something else that seems out of place in this video. Yeah, I thought so too. There's got to be another clue somewhere in this footage. Very well. Let's inspect the video once more. The locker wasn't locked. Mr. Wright, please point out the cause for this. Okay. I could fast forward, but why would I? I can do it by frame? Cool. Something fell out just there, huh? God has given the funny little battle to us here, clowns. There's something here. Please watch closely. This is the continuation of the part I showed you earlier. There's no music. They knew. They knew people would be tired of it by now. What's this? Something white fell out of the locker. But sir, it's been my experience that things fall out when doors are open. I often fall out and roll over something. We can't be sure that the item was completely inside the locker to begin with. What do you mean? The sensor triggers the lock when the door is shut. What if something was inserted, say, between the sensor and the door? Inserted? I can guarantee you they were so happy with, like, this video. It's even like a pre-rendered video that you can pause and play in the middle of the game. They wanted you to watch it as many times as possible. Also, the 3D blue badger. It was stuck between the door and the sensors. Oh, I understand now, sir. It's just like my tie. 2 out of 3 times I get stuck in the door when I get out of my patrol vehicle, sir. Instead of the door closing, my tie chokes me. But the object would have to be extremely thin to fit in the door. Not only that, it would also have to block electrical currents. It would need to be an insulator. It's the kind of video you feel very proud of making. It's a miracle. It's a small miracle this man is still alive. Yes, an insulator. But at the crime scene, there just might have been something that fits that description. But sir, by insulator, you don't mean... I think I finally got this figured out. We got this in a bag. Very well, the defense will please present relevant evidence. What is this insulator that was stuck in the locker door? A rubber glove. An extremely thin rubber glove. I found this near the locker. A thin rubber glove. Oh, we can't be sure that was the evidence, but that was in the victim's locker. As a tag that says the SL9 incident. The video seems to depict the victim opening the locker. That isn't the case. The lit lamp attests to this. On the day of the crime, even I could have opened that locker. Is that so? Is that not so, Officer Meekins? Sir, it would appear so, sir. It wasn't the victim. Order, order, order! So we're to believe that the victim, whom the witness stabbed in the evidence room, was not Detective Goodman? Do not be misled, Your Honor. What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? The defense has merely demonstrated the possibility, and nothing more. The victim in the video was indeed Bruce Goodman. The prosecution will offer more testimony to prove this. What? Officer Meekins, please testify about this. Sir! Me, sir? I'm not sure what you're referring to, sir. Oh, you mean that, sir? Of course, sir. This is a joke? Very well, begin your testimony. Mystery Man, Part 2. There's one other thing that proves that this man was Detective Goodman, sir. To enter the evidence room, you must use your ID card. When an ID card is used, there's a record of it. At the time of the crime, the detective had used this card. ID card record, I see. I have the ID card record right here, Your Honor. You're on there. The ID used at 5:14. That is of the victim. Just before the crime, Yes, without a doubt, this is the victim's ID. However, one thing does strike me as unusual. Several hundred cases should be due for transferal. Why were there so few people using this room? This particular evidence room is only used for storing special cases. Special cases? Extremely violent cases involving police staff. Just hearing that makes my hair stand on end. Me too, although it doesn't make much of a difference. There were only... Wait. Phoenix just said that his hair is standing on end, but it doesn't make much of a difference because his hair is already gelled up. There were only a few cases up for transferal here, and most were cleaned up by noon. Right, I see. Now let us move on to the cross-examination. Alright. There's one thing that proves that the man was Detective Goodman, sir. To enter the evidence room, one must use their ID card. When the ID card is used, there's a record of it. At the time of the crime, the detective has used his card. Now I have an idea that I think we found this card at the prosecutor's office, which is a little bit odd, don't you think? Right here is a lost item report, but Bruce couldn't remember his own ID number, huh? Just one moment, Officer Meekins. I'm not good at waiting, sir. I have the victim's ID card right here. I found it at the crime scene. That makes sense. When I say crime scene, I'm not referring to the evidence room at the police department. I mean the other crime scene. The underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office. Your Honor, I have one more piece of evidence to present. It's a very important clue regarding the victim's ID card. Ah, a lost item report? It's only half completed. But it shows Detective Goodman had lost something on the day of the crime. Something important enough to fill out this report. Let me guess. You believe that this something must be his ID card, right? I can't say for sure, but there's a high probability. On the day of the crime, Detective Goodman was not carrying his card. Order, order! So now, what does this all mean? It can only mean one thing. It doesn't require much thought. The man that Officer Meekins encountered in the evidence room was not Detective Goodman, but rather the man who stole his ID card. That's no good. Order, order! Does this prosecution have a response? There's only one thing to say to the defense. Bravo, Mr. Wright. Bravo. Allow me to summarize the defense's argument. At 5:15 p.m. on the day of the crime, the man in the evidence room, Officer Meekins, encountered the man in the evidence room Officer Meekins encountered was not Detective Goodman. There are two grounds to support this. Blue Badger jump scare. First, the locker within the evidence room was already unlocked. Second, the victim lost his ID card. Am I correct so far, Mr. Wright? Yes. What is he up to? In that case, we must inevitably arrive at a single conclusion. If the victim in this video is a fake, then the murder in the evidence room is also fake. In other words, the security camera does not show the instant of the murder. That is... Oh, I guess that's right. There's something wrong, Mr. Wright. Only moments ago, you seemed content to be pointing your finger around. This is gonna end well. Well, it seems you finally realized exactly what you've gone to such lengths to prove. Explain yourself, Mr. Edgeworth. The defense has already done the explaining for me. The victim in this video is a fake, which means a murder did not take place. At the police department at 5:15 the day of the crime. So, the real crime could only take place in one location. The underground parking lot. The prosecutor's office. The murder being Miss Lana Skye, the defendant. The evidence is compelling. A trustworthy witness. Observe the moment the defendant used her murder weapon. Oops. That's our client. Knew that testimony was way too shabby. Well, fuck. It was all a trap from the beginning. The activity in the evidence room still leaves many questions unanswered. Who exactly was the victim Officer Meekins encountered? And where did this person disappear to? However, this trial's purpose is to examine only the murder of Detective Goodman. Just so, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, you have to do something, or else Lana... What do I do? How am I supposed to get out of this mess? Object! One moment, Your Honor. What now, Mr. Wright? Don't tell me you're rejecting just to what you've just proven. Of course not. But I almost walked right into the prosecution's trap. What are you talking about? This cross-examination has proven one thing and one thing only. The security video did not show the actual murder. There should be something else that I'm pointing out. But something changes right on this frame here. However, it cannot be said that it is unrelated to the murder in the parking lot. Specifically, large amounts of blood were found. Blood traces were found in the evidence room. The defense demands further examination into the truth of this matter. Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor. If this court were to examine this further, other witnesses will be necessary. Is the prosecution prepared? I'm sorry, Your Honor. The prosecution considered the incident at the police department to be unrelated. We have not prepared any other witnesses for this incident. Catch it? Did you catch it? There's so much to examine in that video. This might just be my chance. Time to call a certain Texas Ranger to the stand. Pop the trunk, lads. Mr. Wright, do you mean... Your Honor? The defense would like to request a specific witness. Oh? Who do you have in mind? Someone we have reason to believe he knows the truth. Who knows the truth? The truth behind the activities that took place in the evidence room. The prosecution requests to hear this person's name before deciding whether or not to comply. Very well then, Mr. Wright. This person whom you have testified, what is his or her name? We don't got a very large roster, but I know who we're picking on today. Officer Jake Marshall. Why him? Can't let Edgeworth know everything just yet. He's in charge of the evidence room. I feel like we should hear what he has to say. Prosecution agrees to the defense's request. Since he was responsible for guarding the room, we should hear his testimony. Fortunately, he works in the police department. We shouldn't need longer than 20 minutes to prepare. Very well. The court will take a 30-minute recess while the witness is subpoenaed. Will the prosecution please prepare the witness during this time? We will, Your Honor. Court is now in recess. February 24th, 11:32 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 2. There's no stopping you, is there, Mr. Wright? Huh? What do you mean? You called for Jake Marshall. It seems you figured out everything, figured everything out. Hey, sorry about almost making you into the murderer. I mean, from the get-go, she said that she confessed to the crime. Haven't figured anything out. Lana, I can hydrate, thank you so much. You're the one who knows everything. Emma. You always know everything. Why don't you just tell us? Mr. Wright is trying his hardest to protect you. I don't ever recall asking for his protection. How can you be so cold? Don't you trust us? Don't you trust me? Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later. He just leaves. Oh, wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? You got a lot of nerve, pal. Making a detective run around all on duty. And on top of that, you call me here? I've seen happier people at funerals. Sorry, Detective. Better be, pal. Hey, hey, hey! Hey, hey! I didn't see you there, Chief Prosecutor Sky. That's okay. So, have you brought what I asked? Oh, ho, ho, ho. Oh, ho, 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 ho. You mean this, right? My apologies, Detective. Due to my present circumstances, I was forced to use Mr. Wright's name when making my request. My name? Never in a million years would I have thought it was you who asked me. Could I bother you to bring me the SL9 incident files? I'll need them by noon. Talk about crazy. The SL9 incident? But Lana, that's... I thought Mr. Wright might need them, so I had them brought here. Here, you might do well to read them. I can't believe you. The Chief Prosecutor? You're a witness in that case. Miss Sky was a witness? SL9 incident files received from Lana Sky. Take it from me. You don't want anything to do with this serial murders. Oh, what? Now that you I brought you your stuff, you're just gonna ignore me? Emma? But why? Why is your name in here? Oh, what? My name is in there? I don't know, unless... No, it couldn't be... Lana, this SL9 incident, is that... That's the classification number the police filed it under. 2 years ago, the rest of the world knew it as the Joe Dark Killings. The Joe Dark... No, Lana! That's over with! No! Emma, wait! She ran away. You know what? I just remembered. I gotta be somewhere. After the nap, did we get Gumshoe all the bento boxes? Well, he just came over here to do us some work, so maybe we'll reward him later. Sorry, pal, but I'm out of here. Oh, bye. Jake Marshall, Angel Starr, Damon Gant, Miles Edgeworth. What? What? Thank you for the lunch boxes. Not to mention Lana and Emma. Everyone involved in this case is connected to those killings 2 years ago. This can't be a coincidence. Knowing you, you might just be able to figure it out. Time to get back to the trial, Mr. Wright. Best of luck. And we got you so many boxes, come back! Better take a good look at this file. We continue. What are you thinking, guys? One more lap. We can finish off. We can finish off the trial for the day, or we can leave that for tomorrow. What do you think? A little longer? I'll leave that up to whoever's still interested in watching. It's been 7.5 hours, son. We're maybe at the halfway point. Either way, I'm gonna have to do roughly the same time tomorrow. It's like 25 past 1 in the morning. Just one more? What do we think? This is maybe halfway. This is actually a little less than the halfway point, to be honest. I don't think I can physically. We can wrap up for the day. We'll have to continue the rest of this trial and then the second half of the case tomorrow. Ooh, thank you for the badge. Oh, thank you for updating the autopsy report. All right, we're gonna double save. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me today. We're gonna meet up same time tomorrow. We're gonna meet up same time tomorrow for the second half. Right? It'll also go pretty late. Just starting the whole courtroom at Sun. What do you want to do as our raid message? Let me see who we're gonna say hi to first. Right. That one guy would make me lose my voice. Gumshoe was pretty rough. But I like doing the voices regardless. Alright, our selection. Let's see. Ooh. Edgy with the cakey. Something cowboy related I think would be funny, right? What did I have as my going live message? Or what's my title today? As save a lawyer, ride a cowboy? Do you want to have that? Do we want to use not Gumshoe, but the guy with the megaphone? Oh, I like making my voice crack. That one's actually pretty easy. We're gonna do save a lawyer, ride a cowboy. Yeah. Because it's cowboys. Yeehaw, objection! Welcome partner to Morningwood. Whatever you really want to do is fine. Is it hi, Gary? He is playing Dragon's Dogma. I know some of you guys are interested in that. I don't remember if he said he already had a character for it, but it looks real funny. Alright. Who gave the dragon a dog? We'll find out. You gotta you gotta play to find out. Save a lawyer, ride a cowboy. Use my emotes, Gary's emotes. You can use channel points to unlock my emotes. Thanks for the stream. Have a good time, Zone. Yeah. We're gonna finish it up tomorrow. So even if I have to go a little bit later tomorrow, that's absolutely fine. I love you guys very much. Gonna prep the raid. Gamer, Goblin, Gary. Behave yourselves in his channel, right? He can't say bad words. We can be a little bit silly though. Oh, Pyro, thank you so much for giving sub to Hello Card. Mom, what's that furry fella and the dragon? That's the dragon's dog, Ma. Had to get one last punch in. Yeah! Thank you so much. Now Hello Card's a good egg. Alrighty. Take care of yourselves. Have a good rest. I'll see you tomorrow. And then we'll figure out what else we'll do then. Alright? Take care.